to
Play it in the video.
yeah. I don't know
Which
how long.
sucks because it would be awesome to have music in the background of this.
Right, exactly. Or background music for anything. I know Dave Silverbrand did a story yesterday, and apparently there's like a Smokey the Bear theme song that I didn't know about, and he used like 9 seconds of it in his video. And I forgot what our producer ended up doing, but we ended up using some of it, so it was allowed.
Some of the music.
Yes.
Okay. I know you can reach out to the artist. I'm definitely not big enough to be able to do that.
Me
But
neither.
I know that is an option. You can go down that route.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
The odds
raised
of
it all.
that.
Yeah.
The odds of that probably.
Them actually responding seems, especially if it's like Maroon 5 or some
Oh
big band. You're
yeah,
gonna reach
or
out
like
to
Lady
them.
Gaga or someone.
Yeah,
I
they're not
wish.
checking their emails.
I wish. No, imagine.
So how long have you been? You're a news anchor and a reporter?
News
Are
anchor
they
slash
combined?
reporter. My title is anchor slash reporter, but I'm technically an MMJ. And for those of you who don't know what an MMJ is,
Me included.
It's a multimedia journalist, which we are in charge of shooting, like setting up interviews, editing, writing scripts. That's like a one-man band. So I do that and on top of anchoring. So it's great.
So you're used to editing everything. That's all tied in.
Yes, and oh my gosh, in the beginning, it was so hard. And I told Nazi, which was she was my old news director. She moved on to Reading, but I told her when I was like interviewing with her, I was like, hey, I suck at editing. Editing is not my thing. Me with technology, we just don't get along. In college, I used Adobe Premiere, I believe, and I had a YouTube every single tutorial on how to use Adobe Premiere, and even then, I still had trouble. But Nazi was like, no, don't worry, we got you. Like, our whole team, we'll help you. So luckily, I had the team on my side, and they helped me edit. And to this day, I think I'm 9 months in now. I'm always like, hey, like, Nicole, she's our technical director. I'm like, hey, can you help me how to edit this? Like, I don't know how to do this and that. But yeah, editing is definitely one of my weak suits, I would say. But my team is just amazing. They've been helping me every step of the way. So I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah. It's important to have that team surrounding you to provide that help.
For sure.
The editing for this is insane. I'm still not anywhere where I would like to be with it, but
What software is this?
I use Audacity. And then I use
Audacity.
DaVinci.
We use that too.
Yeah. Oh, do you really?
We use that to record headlines, which is what we air in the beginning of every newscast. Still don't really know how to. I just press record.
Yeah,
and
that's where I'm at. And then you run into a problem, and you're like, "Okay, YouTube, what is this? Okay, we need to."
Or like, I'll bug my producer, like, "Hey, I need help with this. I don't know what to do." And usually it's like, Dania, just turn it off and on. Like, that's all you need to do. And I'm like, oh god.
I run into so many problems where it's all set up, it's dialed in, and then the guest shows up. I go to start it, and that's when something goes wrong. Yeah, that's all part of the fun.
That always happens. Or like sometimes I'll be setting up interviews and just something goes wrong, whether the camera doesn't focus or the mic ran out of batteries. It's always like some technical issue, but there's always a way around it. So,
I'm over here. I'm sorry. I'm over here sweating like a
You're
pig.
good.
I'm sure that's coming out on camera. I was running around in here. It's always a work in progress, is what I've learned with the studio.
It's weird because it is cold outside. No, it's not really that cold, but it's raining.
It's muggy.
But it's kind of like
it's
musty, muggy. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know why.
I know. I was running around in here. I'm trying to get I just got that little sign back there, so I've been trying to get that thing.
Where'd you get that?
Amazon.
Nice. Amazon has
everything. I think I've gotten 90% of my equipment straight from Amazon.
Amazon's great.
So when you're running an actual broadcast you're with Fox, you're also with ABC?
Fox/ABC, those are our affiliates.
Those are your two.
Yeah.
Do you switch back and forth depending on the days or on the story?
It's every day. So we have 3 shows every day, Monday through Friday. 6 and 11 o'clock shows, it's on ABC. And then our 10 o'clock show is on Fox. So 2 of our shows are on ABC and one of them is on Fox.
Is that normal? Do you normally get contracted out with 2 different studios?
So it's our broadcast is under Sinclair, which Sinclair owns like, oh God, I don't know how many, like I think over 100 stations in the US. So we're under Sinclair. Not really sure how that works. I just know we're under ABC/Fox. Don't know the technical background with that, but yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you enjoy doing that? Did you always know you wanted to be a news anchor?
Kind of early on. I know like people when they enter college, they're still lost. They enter like undeclared. But for me, my senior year of high school, we had a video arts program, which thank God I thank my professor every single time because he was so passionate about video art and about broadcast that if it wasn't for him, my high school wouldn't even have that program. And my high school was like very I don't want to say poor, but for lack of better terms, it was we were not in a very good area. So if it wasn't for him, like, oh God, we would not have that program. Um, but we did our morning announcements on that program, and I always volunteered to be the anchor. I loved it. I don't know what it is. Like, I just wanted to be the one to tell everybody what was going on. I don't know. But since then, I'm like, you know what? Like, I kind of want to go in the news route. And thankfully, my cousin at the time, he was dating someone who worked in Telemundo, which is a Spanish news station in San Jose. And for my senior project, we kind of had to do a like a career base theme, like what we wanted to do in the future.
Like after high school.
Yes, after high school, and I chose like anchor slash reporter, and she was kind of like my mentor through that. We called it the capstone, and I went with her down to San Jose like twice, and I just loved it. I loved the busyness of it. Unfortunately, I couldn't do like a ride along with a reporter because if something were to happen to me, like I could have technically sued. So
Liability.
they just liability reasons, yeah. Which was unfortunate, but I kind of saw what she had to do, and she was an assignment editor, so she assigned whatever story was out of the day, she would assign it to the reporters. So I kind of shattered her at that point, and I knew what I wanted to do. But after high school, I went to community college and got my AA in communications. I also played soccer at my community college. Very fun. I'm sad I didn't continue that through my 4-year. But when I got to SF State, that's when I got into the BECA program, which is Broadcast Electronic Communication Arts. And unfortunately, after my first semester there, the pandemic happened. So yeah.
Bit of a wake-up call.
Oh no, seriously. And I was so sad because I never owned like a camera or very fancy equipment. And I know if you want to go into the news, you kind of have to work with that equipment, you know? Unfortunately, even during the pandemic, we weren't even allowed access to the equipment. So, you know, my last 3 semesters at SF State, which was like emphasized in broadcast, I had to do from home. So like half of my my work, my projects, I like paid my little brother with like in and out, like, hey, can you like shoot this for me, please? Like I need to shoot some stand-ups for my stories and stuff. Looking back, I'm like, thank you if it wasn't for my little brother. Which today is his birthday, by the way.
Cut to him like 500 pounds later.
Seriously. Yeah. But yeah, and like I'm thankful for that experience, even though like our professors really had to adapt to the online route, and teaching broadcast online isn't the easiest.
Doesn't seem like it'd be the ideal format.
No, that's why I binged YouTube on tutorials and like how to be a better reporter and how to edit this and how to make better stand-ups and how to tell the story better. So it had to be a lot of like self-taught too with that.
Which probably ingrains those lessons in a deeper way because you had to learn it on your own. It wasn't just inseminated into you, you know?
Yeah, which, you know.
I mean, I'm sure you would have liked to have been able to go to class and
100%.
use the equipment. It wasn't the ideal way.
100%. I think I asked my professor if I could use a mic, because I'm like, I don't want to buy one. So I kind of like, I really asked him, I'm like, can I at least use a mic? And he was like, yeah, for sure. But it was a lot of self-taught for sure. I, you know, coming in here with very little experience, because even my internship was online. So I would never.
You didn't get to do any of that in person?
No, nothing. So coming here as my first like reporting / anchor job, it was my first time reading off a teleprompter, first time being in front of a real camera. It was the first time for everything, so everything was kind of like a shock. And I'm like, I wish I had more experience beforehand, you know, because the first time I was live, like, it was not the first time I was reading a teleprompter, but it was like my 4th or 5th time reading off a teleprompter, which was hard. Because back in high school, when I was doing the morning announcements, we had it on like a Google Docs on like size 60 font, and someone was just scrolling.
Oh, nice.
It was. I'm telling you, we were really.
That's pretty high class.
Yeah. we made do with what we had for sure. But yeah, coming here was a little bit of a shock. Lots of learning I had to do.
This was your first job right out of college?
Not first job, but first like
news
job.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yikes. Yeah, COVID was kind of a wake-up call for everybody in college.
No, seriously. And I mean, my 2 years in community college were in person, but I didn't take any broadcasting classes there. I just did communications and my Gs. And then my first semester at SF State, like, I commuted. I lived like 10 minutes away from SF State. So I didn't really have any friends. I didn't make any friends until like Oh God, January/February, right before the pandemic hit, was when I started making like my broadcasting friends.
Of course.
Yeah, but my first semester, I was still adjusting to the 4 year and navigating my way through college. But when the pandemic hit, I mean, yeah, I just wish. And on top of that, we got a new broadcasting building, so we had got a new studio and everything, and we weren't allowed to use it. So that was very, very unfortunate.
You would have thought I mean, they could have let you guys use the equipment at least, or rent it out on a
No,
case by case
um,
basis. That would have been nice.
that would have been nice, but no, unfortunately, no. I mean, they let me use the mic, so that
I guess
was that
take
was
what you can get.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
take what you can get. Exactly, it was something.
That's one of the things nobody talks about is commuting to college makes it a little
It
difficult to
does,
kind
but
of get ingrained in that society.
it saves you money.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Living on
SF
campus
State.
is a joke. That
Really?
it's oh
Did you
yeah.
live or did
I'm biased. I've gone to 3 or 4 different colleges now.
really?
Yeah, so I bounced around a little bit. But I lived on campus for 2 of them, and it's just so much more expensive
So
than
much more
rent.
expensive.
Than
Yeah.
I mean, you could get an off-campus place that's like a third of the price.
Right. And like if you live 10 minutes away, it's like why would you even live on campus? So commuting was didn't allow me to make as many friends, but thankfully like I'm telling you, the last 2 months of in person, I started making friends, and it was great because a lot of my friends were from LA, so they were living on campus. So we would kind of like get together after class and hang out. Um, but again, after the pandemic, that didn't happen anymore. Um, but yeah, commuting did save me a lot of money, and I'm glad I chose SF State and not any other college.
You're from LA?
No, I'm from San
Oh, you're
Francisco.
from San Francisco.
Yes,
Okay.
South San Francisco.
Okay.
So South City, shout out South City. Anyone out there listening from there? Yeah, great city.
You enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, I loved it. I'm telling you, my life did a 180 when I moved up here. Like being from the city, I loved it. I love being a city girl. But moving up here was definitely a change, and I love it. I love the farmland. I love being so close to the coast, and I went to Ferndale for the first time with, I believe it was my sister and her husband, and there's like a view next to the cemetery. I believe we're on the cemetery, and we were there, and from that view you can see the mountains, like the snow, you can see the forest, and you can see the ocean, and it was just beautiful. And I'm like, you can't get this anywhere. It was so nice. I fell in love with the area. I love it, but of course I do miss the city. I go back relatively often just because it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive away, so
Yeah,
I
not terrible.
not too bad. Yeah, but
Yeah, you don't. It's a trade-off, right? You don't really have any nightlife up here. You don't have the conveniences of the city, which
yeah.
sucks. Especially our age,
Yes.
it
Oh my
sucks.
God, yes. I turned 21 during the pandemic. So I I'm like nightlife I didn't really get to experience until like after everything started opening back up, which was when I was already up here. So I never really got to experience nightlife. And growing up, my mom was really strict. Typical Mexican Catholic mom, like just so strict and not let me go out. She was so strict that like whenever I would go out, I have to like bring my little brother around because she was just so strict. So I never really got that experience of like going out. You know what I mean?
Well, and especially coming from a Mexican household, that's the standard trope, right? Is you don't leave, you can't go anywhere, and if you do go somewhere, especially on a date, you have to take a family member.
Oh my God, yes! I had a boyfriend in my high school, a few of my high school years, and she was like, "No, Dania, if you want to go to the movie theaters, you need to bring Emiliano, or else you're not going." And I'm like, "Oh my God, mom, really?" Like so embarrassing, but
Do you feel like some of that changed after going to college? Now, when you go home, do you feel like they're a little more lenient with, okay, she can
yes,
take care of herself?
yes, and when I got into college, that's when I feel like she started to loosen up more. My dad has always been very lenient with me. My mom was always the strict one. She was like, if you go out, you need to tell me where you're gonna be, who you're gonna be with, who's driving. Like, sometimes she would even be strict to like not let me out depending on what I was wearing. um, but when I got to college, that's when she started to loosen up a little bit more. She's like, okay, like Dania's off to college now, even though she's still living at home. She has her responsibilities because at the time I was going to school full time, um, working part time, and playing soccer. So I was really busy, and she was like, I guess, and later on she tells me she was like, yeah, I saw you were juggling a lot, so I had a lot of trust in you that you would make right decisions. So she did started to loosen up after college for sure. But high school, that was
A little rough.
really rough. for sure.
Yeah, that's just it's ingrained in the culture, right?
Right, it is.
I
It
think it's
is.
getting actually I don't know. I was gonna say I think it's getting better, but
Um, I feel like it's always been rougher for the girls in the
oh, absolutely.
family. The guys, my mom. I mean, my mom is still kind of strict with my brother, but nowhere near as strict as she was with me. But yeah, it really is a Mexican culture thing for sure. For sure.
Yeah, my dad was well, my parents were pretty strict with my sister, and I
Oh, your
managed to
parents are
get it.
Mexican.
Yeah, my
Oh,
dad is.
okay.
My dad is first generation, so he has a
Oh, I'm
lot of
first
that.
generation too.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So he has a lot of that in
Mhm.
him. His parents immigrated here right after having his oldest sister, I believe. So
Oh,
that
wow.
was prevalent. But I got away. They were strict with me, but in a different way, because
Mhm.
I did did things like I did chores, I did manual labor jobs
Okay.
around the house. So that was kind of my role, and then I could go out
Mhm.
and do whatever.
Yeah.
And my sister was more. We're gonna kind of lock her down a little bit more, I think.
Oh, see, that's always how it is. Did you grow up with your grandparents or?
I grew up around them. They actually lived across the street.
Oh,
So yeah,
nice.
so we not across the street from where I live, but in town.
Okay.
So
So
we
you
would go
you
over
grew
there.
up here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm born and raised, and then I went
Nice.
away for college, and then I came back
Where
because
did
of
you
COVID.
go to college?
I went to CR
Okay.
for a semester. I did a semester there, then went
Mhm.
to Oregon State, then went down to Sacramento, and then went to the East Coast and finished up in New York.
Oh, New
So I
York.
bounced around a little
Nice.
bit. Yeah,
Got to
upstate,
explore.
not the city, upstate.
Oh,
But it
still,
was
still.
nice. It was really beautiful out there. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I can
Yeah.
relate with the commuting and having to like try to make friends, and also I'm
Yeah.
not on campus, and all your friends stay on campuses. It can be hard.
Right, right, exactly. But I had a cousin who went to Berkeley and she was in a sorority. So sometimes like I would go visit her and experience the college life through her life. So, but it was again every once in a while, but it's okay. I don't regret it. I don't regret commuting. Saved a lot of money.
Do you
So,
feel like you missed out on anything because of COVID?
yeah, for sure. Of
It was your
course.
first semester at San Francisco?
Second.
Okay. So
Second
you had one,
semester.
and then right as you're starting to
Right.
get
The
your
last three
grounding.
semesters were pretty much online. So definitely missed out on that. Like education is a huge thing. And I feel like I would have learned more, obviously, if I was in class with the equipment and with the people, like with so much talent. So many people I graduated with had so much talent. So I would have definitely like learned more from them. Also, just going out. I consider myself an extrovert. I love going out. And COVID definitely put a damper on that. And on top of that, like, I used to have family parties like every weekend. It was some quinceañera or someone's birthday, and I would always go out with family. So that had a cut. And yeah, but at the same time, there's always like something good that comes out of it because now like I got closer with my brother and my mom and my dad and the people who I was living with. So that was a plus for sure.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, my brother and I we definitely got closer. we God, it's growing up I shared a room with my brother and my sister for the first 17 years of my life up until like sophomore year of high school. I shared a room with them until my sister moved out. But we were always like relatively close. But just during the pandemic, I just feel like we actually hung out more. Like we were like, hey, let's just go to Chick-fil-A. Let's go here. Let's go there. So we definitely hung out more during the pandemic.
That's cool.
Hmm.
That's a good aspect, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Were you guys pretty close growing up or not?
Um,
Not as much.
so my sister and I are 7 years apart.
Okay. My
Yeah.
sister and I are 6 years apart.
Really?
Yeah.
Older or younger?
She's older than me.
Yeah, same. So my
Yeah.
sister's older. I think she's 30 now. We I don't know. I think we're close now. I go to her for so much advice, so much life advice. But living at home, like she would always get mad at me because I would steal her makeup, I would steal her clothes. I wanted to be cool. She was my older sister.
Yeah, we have the same problem.
Yeah, so I would always steal her stuff and like whenever she would go out somewhere, I'd be like, Becky, can you take me? Can I go with you? And then my mom would be like, yeah, Becky, like take her with you. And my sister would kind of hate me for that reason. But I feel like when she moved out, that's when we started talking more seriously and, asking for advice and stuff. But as for my brother,
He's younger.
he's 4 years younger than me. I feel like we always got along, but of course he's like a troll. He just turned 19. But
So he's at that age.
yeah, he's just that at that age. He's just a troll. That's all I can say. But I love him. I miss him. It's his birthday today. I can't really Talk bad about him.
Yeah, not today.
Not today.
He's turning 19 today.
19.
What's
Yes.
his name?
Emiliano. Well,
Emiliano.
his birth name, it's Eduardo Emiliano Romero, but my dad's name is Eduardo, so we call him
Switched it.
Emiliano.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
we
nice.
switched it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be hard. Was he in high school then when COVID hit?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
Yep.
that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was. But at the same time, I feel like I did a lot for him as in terms of like guidance, because my parents didn't go to college, and that was one thing that was hard on me, kind of navigating my way through college, being first generation.
You were the first one to go.
Yes, first one, and counselors can sometimes suck. So it's a lot of
And
navigating.
sometimes be great. I got to say that. I've had ones that are terrible and ones that are
My
pretty
high
phenomenal.
school ones were great. I really liked my high school counselors. Shout out Mr. Navarro, Mr. Flores. Anyways, but my college counselor is not the best. I was not a fan of them, especially during COVID. Hard to keep in contact with them. So it was a lot of self-doing, and I couldn't really go to my parents, and say like, hey, what classes should I take or nothing like that. So it was all on my own. So when my brother was like trying to pick classes for high school, I kind of like helped him with that, and I guided him, and whatever he needed help with school-wise, I would help him. Because my mom doesn't speak English. She does. She can hold conversations, but it's very difficult for her. And my dad works 12 hours out of the day. So I was the one kind of helping my brother most of the time. So yeah.
What do your parents do?
My dad works at a produce company in South City. He pretty much manages like all the truck drivers. Or he delivers to like Safeway and other big box stores like that. And then my mom is a stay-home mom. She doesn't have a job. So yeah.
It's just the three of you, your brother and your sister and you.
Yes, just the three of us. Three, yeah. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's definitely great having my mom at home, and growing up, I'm like, damn, like I wish, because my mom, again, she was really strict with me, but like now looking back, I'm like, I'm really grateful that my mom like stayed at home and helped raise us and stuff. So it was great.
Yeah, being around your parents when you're young is important, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
Having that influence.
Yeah, and I'm so grateful because my parents they still have a very healthy relationship. Like to this day, my dad still flirts with my mom. He still takes her out on dates. They have a very, very good relationship, and I'm very grateful that I grew up with that. Because unfortunately, like for a lot of the cases, kids don't grow up with healthy parents. So I'm very, very grateful for that. Yeah.
That's important.
For
People
sure.
like to talk about privilege, but I think the greatest privilege you can have is having a family that is not necessarily still together, but at least loving of one another.
100%.
I mean, you could have split parents and it'd be a great home life. But I think having that dynamic is important.
Yeah, it really is. And growing up and seeing that, like I really see what to look for like in a relationship. So they were a great example for that. Yeah.
So the south side of San Francisco, is it a little rough down there?
Yeah.
Is that an understatement?
It's
I've never really I've gone through San Francisco. I've hung out
Uh-huh.
for the weekend, but I've never been down there to venture around.
So South San Francisco or South City, it's, for lack of better terms, it's very hood, I would say. A lot of gangs, and of course in every city there's a good side and a bad side, and a lot of the people that I hung out with in high school lived like in the very dangerous hood side, I would say. And yeah, it's just a lot of people that join gangs and go that path. And a lot of people when I was in high school would they were on the gang list, which means like they couldn't even wear in my high school we had free dress, so if you were on the gang list you couldn't even wear like red or blue or anything like that, and our school colors were blue. So it's like you couldn't even,
a little problematic.
Yeah, a little problematic, a little rough. Yeah.
So the watch list, that was specifically for students they were worried about.
Yeah, exactly. And there were cops outside every day at my high school, and yeah, I mean, public school builds character, but definitely saw a lot. But
yeah, you probably weren't thinking builds character when you were going there. Like,
No.
This shit is not ideal.
Yeah, and my parents, middle school, the middle school was even worse in South City, but my parents transferred me to a middle school 2 cities down, so in Millbrae, which was night and day. way better public middle school. So I actually went there, and I did drama there. It was very cool. I loved going to middle school there. But unfortunately, my 8th grade year, they stopped accepting transfers, so I couldn't go to that high school in Millbrae Mills High School. Um, and like my parents heard rumors, and it was true. Like people in that school would follow you home to make sure you lived within that district. So my mom didn't want to take any risks, and we couldn't afford private school. So our only option was going to South City High School, which I don't regret it. I understand, like, it was not the best high school at all. Like, in my 4 years there, we had 3 different soccer coaches. We had the teachers were some were great, some were not. Um, but I don't regret it. It builds character, is what I can say. But yeah.
You seem to have a very optimistic perspective.
Oh, I do.
That seems to be kind of ingrained in you.
I like to think of, what is that saying? Like the half full type?
Oh, yeah, the glass half full.
Yeah, glass half full. It just, everything happens for a reason. So everything negative that's happened in my life, I'm like, you know what? It's a lesson. It's a lesson learned, for sure.
Was it a learning experience to get to this point where now you can say that? Or have you always been pretty upbeat?
I think so. I think I've always been pretty upbeat. Of course, at the moment, I'm like, oh, get me out of here. But I feel like once you go over that hill, you see the beauty in it. So, yeah.
That's one of the stereotypes, right? Of you have that inner city, just terrible public education, and there's no funding, and
on top of
you can't keep staff.
Yeah, and the town next to South City, which is San Bruno, they were paying the teachers like 10 grand more a year. So it's like a lot of teachers would like get like a 1 year experience and then move on. And so a lot of teachers there weren't really like passionate about teaching the students. And then on top of that, like, not even gonna lie, like the students were very ruthless with the teachers. Like I remember sometimes like we would be sitting in class and like the teacher would just start crying because she couldn't control the class.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was that bad.
That's pretty
like
intense.
People would smoke in class, people would do edibles, and I was never into smoking or anything like that. I was a very type A person, and even though like sheesh, like if you would have seen the people I hung out with in high school, you'd feel like, what? You hung out with them? No hate to them, they're great people, but we definitely took different paths. So I saw a lot of stuff in high school, definitely. Yeah, it is what it is.
Do you think that you were kind of attracted to those kids just because they were in your general vicinity?
Oh, for sure.
Because sometimes people rebel against their parent when they come up in a strict household. They start to rebel, and
I was never like that. I'm telling you, I'm a rule follower. I of course I would shoot some white lies to my mom and say, of course no boys are going, and then there would be boys that would go. A little white lie like that. But I've never snuck out of the house ever. I'm just so scared.
Wow.
Yeah, never. Oh God, that belt, the Mexican belt, it's like I was so scared of that. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna take the chances. I'm not gonna sneak out of the house. And my friends, they were rule breakers. They're like, Dania, just sneak out. Like, let's go out. And
you're like, you don't know my parents. I can't be doing this.
And yeah, no, I never went out of the box. I was always a rule follower. So yeah, never did anything too crazy.
That's interesting to hear. I snuck out a few times.
Oh, really?
Sorry, Mom and Dad, if you guys are listening to this. Yeah, I snuck out a few times.
Did you ever get caught?
Yeah, but I was pretty creative in how I spun it off. I told my parents one time. Oh, this is gonna be bad. I told my parents one time I snuck out to go see a girl, and she lived across town, and I obviously wasn't driving. I might have been freshman year, and so I longboarded across town. Got there, yeah, at night, and it was dark, and I was not going through the best areas, so I was like, I don't know about this. And I get there, and we hang out, and then I came back at like 5 a.m, and I think either my parents were up or they came into my room once I got back, and they were like, what? We're going to talk about this in the morning. And so the morning came, and I was like, oh no, a girl called me, and she was drunk, and she didn't know how to get home, so I rode over there to like help guide her home. And they were like, okay.
That was a good catch.
Right. I know, right? I was like, where did that just come from?
See, if I were to say that to my parents would not care. They'd be like, you still snuck out without my permission.
Yeah. But I was a pretty okay kid. Yeah. I never really got into too much trouble.
Yeah, me neither. Like, a lot of people would get suspended in my high school. Like almost every day there was a suspension. and I would cry if I got a detention. So I'm like, I don't want to cross that boundary for sure.
Are you still close with any of your friends from high school?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, a lot of them had babies. One of my friends already has 2 babies. So definitely, like I
Does
said,
that freak you out? Because that
yes,
freaks me out
yes,
when
all
my
the
friends start having
time.
kids. I'm like, what? I could not handle a child at this age.
Exactly. No, me neither. I could barely handle myself. But when she had her baby, we were still relatively close. She had it like less than a year after high school. And that was like before the pandemic. So her and I were still really close. But again, she had a kid, and like she was also not in best terms with her boyfriend at the time. So it was a really like rough patch, but I was still with her, and to this day I still talk to her. She's a great girl, but again, just different paths. And then my other friend didn't go to college. She kind of she wanted to do the esthetician route where she would do like lashes and eyebrows and all of that. I still talk to her every once in a while. It was her birthday a few days ago, I believe. Those two I still talk to. The rest, it's kind of like a happy birthday and
Every
Merry
now and then.
Christmas. Yeah, every now and then for sure. But no one that I'm like really close with. Some of my soccer girls I still talk to every now and then. But again, moving up here, it's I haven't really been in contact with them. Yeah.
It's hard maintaining those friendships when you guys are on vastly different paths,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
And not
it
necessarily
is.
just different paths, but if someone's going down a road that you can't really follow,
Exactly.
even if you guys are pretty close, it's hard to maintain that.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And you know, they say what's that saying? Where it's like show me who your friends are and I'll tell you what kind of person you are. I kind of disagree with that. Because
Okay.
yeah, like, do you agree with that
I
statement?
agree with that 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
I just feel like, again, the people I grew up with, or not grew up with, but the people I went to high school with, rule breakers, didn't really prioritize school, would kind of be like on the boy crazy side. Like, I was never like that. I was like school, soccer, and future. But again, like, I was an extrovert. I loved going out. I loved being around people. Like, to this day, I love being around people. So I guess those were the people in my environment that I guess I not had to be around, but and they're good people. They have good morals and ethics and stuff, but again, like very, very different people, you know. Yeah, so I don't agree with that statement. I don't know. Why do you agree with it?
I think you were an outlier in that regard because I think it takes a certain level of moral integrity maybe to
Mm-hmm.
be in that situation and not kind of succumb to peer pressure, right?
Oh, I think yeah, I guess they would consider me like the mom of the group,
Okay.
and I was fine with that to an extent. So I think that's why it worked out, I guess. But yeah, I don't know.
I agree with that statement. I think there are definitely caveats. I think you are one of those for sure. I've met a few of those people in my life. I think
Mhm.
I could be interpreted as one to some extent. I used to hang out with kids back. High school's like the time you find yourself,
Did
right?
you go to Eureka High School?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. How
Well,
was that?
have you been around Eureka High School?
I've done a few stories
through
there.
that? Okay.
But
It was not bad. I know some
Mhm.
kids that did not like it and did not have great experiences. I kind of kept a low profile. I mean, I
Okay.
knew I was cool with a lot of people. I was friendly with everyone, but I never really didn't really like try to stir up any trouble. That was
Yeah.
my MO. Was just I was never really at school. I would cut class a
Really?
lot. Yeah, my junior and senior year, I cut class a lot.
Why?
Just young, dumb, and stirring up trouble. Maybe I wasn't that great of a kid. Now that I'm thinking about it, I might have gotten into
you
trouble a
missed
lot.
school, sir.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I cut class a lot. I think it was back to your friends. I
Mhm.
think your friends can have a pretty powerful influence on you. And where do I want to go with this? I'm thinking of somebody in particular, and obviously can't name names, but I can kind of
I tried not naming names too.
I had this buddy who he was the first kid that I smoked weed with. I was
Okay.
so going into middle school, super anti-drugs. Like
Mhm.
if you do drugs, you're a piece of
Yeah,
shit.
the Dare program. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
right. I had all that branding in me
Uh-huh.
that you're never gonna amount to anything. If you smoke weed, you're gonna start doing crack, and then it's gonna
Yeah.
be you're just gonna be
It's
in
the
jail.
gateway drug,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
And so I finally ended up smoking weed with him, and from then on, his path was pretty much set down this way. And I didn't recognize it back then.
Mm.
I think my parents did because they did not like this kid.
Mhm.
And I hung out with him for a while, and it got progressively more problematic. I started going down this path with him, and we were wrecking some havoc.
See, parents always know the fake friends or the friends that are not good for you.
Yes.
Always. But
Sometimes. You think always?
my mom has been right 99% of the time. When it
Moms
came
are
to
pretty
fake
good.
friends.
Moms are
Yeah.
pretty good.
Really, really. My mom was always right. But did you end up cutting off your friend later
Yeah, I did
down?
finally. I think it was in some things happened. We got into some spots, and he's he was a he was a good friend. He was a good
Mhm.
friend to me, but I think it got to a point where he had to protect himself more than his friends. Like, he was always his first priority. And me,
Mhm.
if we're friends, I would take a bullet for you. Like, I would
Yeah,
I
yeah,
would do
yeah.
anything. And when I started seeing those colors, I realized, okay, I gotta readjust. But it's hard separating yourself from that, right? It's hard letting go of someone. He was my best friend at one point,
Oh
and it's
yeah.
hard being like, okay,
I'm
I
not.
can't hang out with you
I
anymore.
totally get you on that. Like, I'm not a confrontational person.
Yeah.
Whenever I have a problem with you, and I want to change that about myself. I wish if I had a problem with someone, I could be more upfront about it instead of beating around the bush. Um, it's just something I'm still like learning. Because unfortunately, like to this day, I sometimes let people walk over me, or I think like the best, like maybe they're having a bad day, or I don't know, maybe their dog is sick. I don't know. But I always try to see like why they're treating me that way, and then in my other side, I'm like, no, then yeah, there's no excuse for someone to treat you like that. So yeah, there could be that. Still learning to if a friend did me dirty, trying to be like, hey, like, what's up with you? Like, be straight up with me,
Those are the
right?
worst ones, right? When a friend does something shady. And
Yeah,
you're like, I thought,
exactly.
what?
Yeah, and my friend who just had, or not just had the baby, when she had a baby, like right after high school, huge pothead, huge, huge, huge. I was never really big on weed, but unfortunately, that was like our, like Dania, come out, let's go smoke. And I would hang out with her, but I just wouldn't smoke, and she would kind of be like, Dania, like just take a hit, kind of like peer pressure me, but I was never really into it because I just didn't like the effect weed had on me. I don't know, it turns me into a bitch. Whenever I smoke, I'm like,
That is so funny hearing you say
yeah.
that.
No, seriously, like whenever I smoke, I go from 100 to 0, where I just like I have an RBF, a resting bitch face, and I like
No
and
tolerance for anything.
any noise bothers me, and I just don't like that side of me. So I would never really smoke, but she was really big on it. Um but yeah. But she was really nice, and she did do a lot for me, and vice versa. And I think that's why we kind of still have that tie. Also, her family was really close with my family too. She was also Mexican. Her parents came from a town very close to where my parents came from, so there was that bond. So yeah, I still keep in touch with her, but again, just that weed was never really my thing. So
That's funny to hear. I've never heard of anybody going that way when they smoke weed. How are you on alcohol? Are you pretty
I'm
nice still?
yeah, I like
Okay.
I prefer alcohol over which God, it feels like so weird saying this, but I'm of age, whatever. I prefer alcohol over weed any day. I don't drink a lot. I'm a lightweight, like 2 shots in and I'm already feeling it. But yeah, I with alcohol I'm more outgoing than I already am. So yeah. Only and plus I'm a social drinker. I don't
Mm-hmm.
drink when I'm like
You're not a closet drinker.
no,
Yeah.
I'm like
That's when it gets dangerous. When you start having cocktails at
for
home
yeah, just
alone.
after like after work I'm never like damn I'm craving a beer or like a shot or anything like that. Like no, never. Never say never, but not right
Not right
now.
now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Yeah. Where I was going with that friend, I saw him around the start of COVID, and he had a kid, and his life was just down this different path. And talking to him, I realized, oh, that could have been me. That definitely could have been
Really?
me. Yeah. Have you ever had that moment where you see a friend,
No.
like a young friend from middle school or from high school, and you're like, oh shit, you took, and not to knock his path, he
Mhm.
might be in a great spot.
Yeah, right. And it's not like these people are bad people,
Yeah.
right? But it's just I feel like I'm not heavily influenced. I am very I know what I want to do in life, and it's like no amount of people around me could have changed that. So I think that's why I believe like or I don't believe in the saying like you are who you who you hang out with. Just because, I mean, me personally, like I said, if I have a goal, I'm gonna try to get through it. So
I don't think I would have bought into that idea as much when I was younger,
okay.
like back in high
Were
school.
you heavily influenced?
I've no, I've always been pretty steadfast in what I believe. The
Mm-hmm.
problem is finding what I believe. That's what trips
Okay.
me up. Is finding what kind of person I want to be, what I want to stand for.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Are
always
you
my.
religious?
I was raised Catholic,
Okay.
pretty heavily. Um,
Yes. Yeah.
were you?
Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
it's in the household, right?
Yeah. Totally. I have like a rosary in my car and everything.
I have a I wear a cross all the time.
Me too.
So yeah.
Actually, I had to take it off last night for the show. I don't. I have a Virgencita necklace. But I took it off for the show last night, and I left it in. I shouldn't say this where I left it, but yeah, I'm not wearing it right now. Now that I think of it. But yeah, I also turn to religion a lot. Like whenever I'm lost, I'm like, Diosito, like please help me, like or like I just turn to him a lot. So, in that aspect, whenever I'm lost, I always keep my faith always. So, yeah.
Is your family's probably pretty
Oh
religious
yeah,
as well?
my
Okay.
my family's really religious, and a lot of the time you hear stories where like when you grow up with a really religious family, that's when you move out, that's when you're kind of like the rebel.
Yeah.
That was never really the case for me. I enjoyed going to church and reading the Bible, even though I haven't really read the Bible in a long time. Just finding the time to do so is really hard. But podcasts have also helped, religious podcasts. Um, yeah, just I feel like just being religious and following God has helped me too a lot. Yeah.
It's helpful, right?
hmm
Are you so you would you say you're pretty close with God?
I would say have a good
That's like a
relationship with
loaded
him.
phrase, right?
It
Are you pretty
is.
close with God?
See, here's the thing: like, you could be religious, but have a bad relationship with God, because you can say you go to church every week, but if in that like out of the 6 days you don't communicate with God or you don't pray, it's like what's the use? You know what I mean? And going to church is very important, but I believe like I pray. I try to pray every morning whenever I remember. It's my schedule's busy, but I think keeping a good relationship with God is always good. Even like whenever I'm driving, I'll turn on the music and I'll say a little prayer, and just something like that I feel like would really make your relationship with God better, and you feel it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just a feeling you have for sure.
Did you go through confirmation and all of
Yeah,
that? Yeah,
I
okay,
did the
absolutely.
first communion, confirmation. I think that's it. Yeah, yeah. Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was pretty I was pretty Sunday school. I was pretty into it as a kid. My parents, we went to church every Sunday
Mhm.
and I'd go to Sunday school. I mean, it was all the way through and then I hit confirmation and that's when I kind of backed off a little bit. Kind of fell off. I kind of fell off of it a little bit.
Yeah. Like even I try to go to church every Sunday.
Do you go to Sacred Heart? Where do you go here? St. Bernard's.
So I went to St. Bernard's for like my first 2 months here. I would, because I live in Arcata, and I would drive down to Eureka to go to church. But then my family came to visit, and they found a church, St. Mary's, I believe, in Arcata. So now I go there.
Oh,
It's a
nice.
little closer. So
How do you
yeah.
like that church? I
Oh,
don't
it's
think I've ever been
nice.
there.
It's really nice. The priest always greets me. It's nice. It's definitely smaller because growing up to the church back at home, it was just so
Huge.
huge, huge, huge. And over here, it's a little smaller. And plus, with COVID, there's even less people. So I always say hi to the priest, and he's great. Great lectures. Yeah. I like the church here. St. Bernard's is always good too. Sometimes I'll see Dave Silverbrand in the choir singing. It's always nice, like the first time seeing him there. I'm like, wait, I think it was like I had just started working there like 3 weeks, and I'm like, wait, is that Dave Silverbrand like in the choir? And then after when he came to the office, I'm like, Dave, I saw you singing. You have those notes. Like, I like how you sing. And he was like, yeah, thank you. And then yeah, the Dave says that he like loves that church and all, but it was great seeing him there singing in the
Yeah.
choir for sure.
Have you ever gone to any other churches? Like
Like
besides, yeah,
religious.
out of
I went
Catholicism.
to a Christian church one time.
What'd you think?
Very long, very long, and I don't know too much about the Christian religion, but I think they go like 3 times a week for like 3 hours each.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's kind of intense.
Because my friend was one of my friends was Christian, and I went to her church, and she was like, it's only an hour. It turned out it was like 3 hours. I think still a good religion. I've never really dove into depth with it, but they don't believe in the Virgin Mary, which is I believe in the Virgin Mary 100%. And there's also other factors that don't really align with the Catholic religion.
How does
Yeah.
that come into play with Jesus? They don't believe in the Virgin Mary.
They just believe that like the attention should be to God and only to God, and not. I mean, I could totally be wrong on this, but from what I remember, we should only praise Jesus and not the Virgin Mary, because to them it's like the Virgin Mary was selected just randomly to be the mother of Jesus. It could have been any other girl. At least that's I think how they see it. But mothers play an important role, and the Virgin Mary loved Jesus, so it's yeah.
I went to, when I was living down in Sacramento and going to school, I went to a Christian church a couple times with my
Really?
sister.
What did you think about them?
I thought it was cool. The pastor did a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
He was a pretty good pastor. I think it's Pastor Mike. No, that's definitely not it. I don't know what his name was.
Something.
But they had a band, so they would start with worship for maybe 30 minutes of just them, like a rock band. It wasn't like people singing gospel or anything. It was like a rock band they had for 30 minutes at the start of church. And I walked in the first time, I was like, what is happening right here? Are we taking shots now? Is this church? What? But it was...
Where's the wine?
Yeah. What? Break out the bread. Let's go. The body of Christ. I'm ready. It was...
Oh my God,
it was just interesting seeing that dichotomy. Because I had always gone to Sacred Heart Church here. That was like our home church. That's where I did everything. I think we did confirmation. Yeah, I think we did it all there. And that was just like a culture shock to go from that, where it's not somber, but it kind of has that, it's serious. We're at church.
Yeah.
And then you go to this Christian church and they're just
jamming
out. Like, what?
I think the church that I went to was really, really small. I don't even think they had music. But that's funny. That they were all full on rocking out. Yeah, that's... I mean, I'm like looking back, I'm like, damn, I wish our Catholic churches had that.
I know,
a little
right?
rock band going on.
I think we could get a lot more people on a rock band.
Get Dave Silverbrand on a mic and a guitar.
He
like
starts
it's
rapping.
Oh, that's funny. Just imagine Dave Silverbrand just on the beat. He's great.
Yeah, religion is an interesting thing.
It is.
Because it means something different to every person. What do you take? What is your view of church? Do you think you can find God without church, or do you think church is kind of an instrumental part in that?
That's a good question. Well, like, it's part of the 10 Commandments. Like, you got to go to church. We live every day, and God is only asking you to go to church just one day out of the week for an hour. Like, it's not too much to ask for, and I think church is very important. And also, like, even having, like, the community there, like, worship together, I think that's very important. However, I don't know. I feel like you can still have a good relationship with God without going to church. There's still the Bible, still simply talking to him and praying to him. That's important. So I guess my final answer is technically no, you don't have to go to church to have a good relationship with God, but it is very important, I would say. Yeah.
It is an easier way to connect with him, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because you go to this specific place with this very specific intention of, okay, for the next hour, this is what I'm going to do.
Right, exactly.
I'm not worried about work. I'm not worried about answering emails.
Yes,
We're going to church.
It's kind of like not like a meditation, but it's kind of just like a break for everything and just listening to God and what he has to say. And like 9 times out of 10, whatever the lecture is, it's like I'm relating it to my life. I think when I first moved up here, one of the lectures was like change. Change is good for you. Getting out of your comfort zone is very important. And that was like, oh God, like I was like, I'm not much of a crier, but in church I was like who's peeling the onions in here? Like I was kind of tearing up, just because like moving up here, it was hard. There was a lot of growing pains. For
Subtle
sure.
plug.
Yeah. A lot of growing pains. So like hearing that lecture about how change is important, and as long as you have God in your heart, he'll always make sure you're good. So that was refreshing to hear during that time. So yeah.
Was it hard just because of the culture shock, or just being away from your family?
Oh, everything was a complete 180. Like from paying bills to a new job and living on your own. Like I said, I was sharing a room with 2 other siblings, and now I have my own apartment.
How great is that, though?
It is great. It's a privilege living on your own, especially in this economy. Excuse me, like living on your own is almost impossible. So I'm very, very grateful that I have the opportunity to live alone, even if that means like budget cuts. Like I'm not buying any designer bags or taking exotic trips. Definitely learning how to budget and stay within my means. But again, like paying bills on time, um, electricity, Wi-Fi, all of that, budgeting my money, culture shock too. Like I said, where I grew up, it was like 90% Latinos, and moving up here, yeah, there's still like a heavy Latino community here, but being the only, I think this is what really like got me. And God, I would spend nights crying when I first moved up here because, like, in the office, I'm the only Latina, and I grew up speaking Spanish. Sometimes I can express myself better in Spanish than I do in English. And it's like, I really did feel like an outsider. And it was nothing that had to do with them. They were great. They were very welcoming. I guess I had to do internally. Like, I guess I have to just change my norms a little bit. Just the way I expressed myself and all of that. I definitely had to change. So that was hard. And again, living away from my family on top of that. I couldn't go home and tell like my brother or my mom or anything how my day went because I get off work at midnight. They're asleep by then. I can't really vent to anybody at that time.
Yeah, nobody's awake.
Yeah, exactly. So that was very, very difficult. Just getting used to the different culture for sure.
Yeah, and like you said, then you have a hard day, and who do you talk to?
Exactly.
Everybody's asleep.
Talk to God, literally.
I'm sure there were a lot of nights where you did do that.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of self-doubt at first, and like I said, I was talking to my sister I think 2 months in, where I was just experiencing a lot of self-doubt,
Around the position, around just being up here?
I think like 80% had to do with work because I was very hard on myself, and being at my first job, an anchor/reporter, I guess I had very high expectations for myself, and whenever I would mess up or I would stumble on my scripting or I would say the wrong date or the wrong time on air, like, God, I just wanted to crawl into a hole. And I was just really, really, really hard on myself. Like, I used to be a perfectionist, and after working here, it's like you have to be okay with making mistakes. And later on, like, I learned, like, it's so, like, a good anchor isn't someone that can just read perfectly. A good anchor is someone that whenever a hurdle comes, they can jump over it with ease. And that's what I've been trying to learn. Whenever I stumble on something, just pull it off, just to do what you can. But before, whenever I would mess up, I would be so hard on myself, and I would be like, this isn't for me. And also a lot of just, I don't know. I also, like, I've never been to therapy before too. So I was like talking to my sister. My sister's been to therapy. She was like, Dania, you need to calm down. Like, it's okay. It's fine. It's life. This is your first job. And, it's like, you're going to make these mistakes. And, we call this like the reporter journey, where it's like, you start off at a low market, right? And then you move on to like a bigger market. But to me, I don't care if this is a low market, right? Like, I'm treating this as if I'm working in New York or San Francisco. Like, I wanted to be good. I wanted to do the community justice, And she was like, Dania, it's your first job. Like, you're going to make mistakes. People understand that. The people you work with understand that. And that kind of like took a little bit of ease away from me because I was having a lot of self-doubt where I was like, is this job even for me? Can I handle it? A lot of self-doubt at first, and I still get those thoughts every once in a while whenever I mess up or whenever I don't get something, because I moved up here as a 22-year-old who has never been in the community, and this is a very small, tight-knit community, and not knowing a lot about it and being a reporter and trying to learn more, it's hard, because then there's people that are like, she doesn't even know how to pronounce the streets, so like so that was a little hard to get used to, but I guess learning not to be too hard on yourself is very important.
That's a real learning curve, right?
Yeah.
I get pretty high strung. That's what my parents would always say.
Mm-hmm.
Is you get pretty high strung and you start stressing about things that just are out of your control to some extent.
Yeah.
And in your situation, it's not just, okay, I want to do a good job because this is my work.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the added pressure of this is now going out to the community.
Everybody,
yeah. So if I mess up, okay, now that is just
Mm-hmm.
out in the ether. That's part of it.
Exactly. And I mean, the viewers are very nice for the most part. But whenever I get that one mean comment, it really puts me down a rabbit hole where I'm like, oh,
You got to stay out of the comments. I was just telling somebody about that today. You cannot
Really?
go into the comments. Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta resist.
they're nice for the most part, but I remember it was my second night anchoring by myself. So now I'm
So pretty
anchoring
new.
really new. I was so nervous. So nervous. Like you can just feel my anxiety through the screen. And I was, God, I messed up a few times. I stumbled. And then during our break, we got a message from a viewer. And this was on the North Coast News Facebook page on the Messenger. So all of my coworkers could see it. And it said, this girl needs more media training. I can't understand her. Someone like, I forgot, it was like a paragraph. I don't even remember what the guy said, but that really tore me down. And then he sent the same message a day later. And then I ended up messaging him directly, like privately through my account. And I was like, hey, I appreciate you being a viewer. It means a lot to us. However, like, please be patient with me. This was when Nazi recently left. So like, I had to do more in the it wasn't even just anchoring, it was stories, it was helping produce, and I had a lot on my plate, and on top of that we were really short staffed. So it was just a lot of anxiety at the time, and I was like, hey, please be patient with me, like I'm still learning. And then that's when he was like, oh, I'm sorry, like I seemed really harsh. And that's when he like kind of apologized. And then later on, like a week later, he sent me a message saying like that I was doing a really good job. So but again, like, but when I got that message during break, the first one, when he was like,
So you got this, and then you have to go back on air.
I was like, and coming up next, like, I was trying not to cry. But after the show, this was our 10 o'clock show, I cried. It was my first time crying at work. I cried. My producer came out, God bless him, like he was really helpful. But when someone tries to make me feel better, I just start bawling even more.
It never helps, right? You're like, no, just ignore me for a few seconds.
Exactly. No, I appreciate him. He had good intentions, but again, like I was just a mess. And on top of that, 30 minutes later, we had an 11 o'clock show to do. So that was really hard.
That's hectic.
That was,
try to pull it back in and go back. No,
seriously. And of course, it's like I had makeup on. My mascara was running, so I had to like do touch-ups while I was crying. Oh God, it was that day was really bad, and on top of that, like I knew I was doing a bad job, and then that message just solidified it, and it just made me feel even worse. But yeah, I had to pull it together and do the other show, and I did it, even though I wanted to go home and cry in my bed, and that's exactly what I did after the show. But that day was rough for sure. Yeah.
I think those moments are important.
You think?
As much as they suck. Listen, I will be the first one to admit it'd be nice if we never had to have those.
Yeah.
I'm sure in that moment, if I would have said that, you would have just been like, no, I don't think so. I could have done without this message. But I think, look at where you are now. I think, unfortunately or fortunately, those play into it. Mm-hmm. I think those make us have thicker skin, if nothing else. I don't know. Right. Maybe that's just me trying to be optimistic in that situation.
It really does. That night it was like do or die. Either I
because you stayed, and think about how many people would have been in that position and had that comment and just threw in the towel and said, I can't do this.
And then on top of that, I didn't want to let my team down. Like they produced these 2 shows and they put a lot of work into this, and I was the only I'm telling you, we're really short staffed even to this day. I'm the only talent in the night side or on the night side. So if something were to happen to me, no, there would be no newscast. Unless because we have also Michael Patterson and Austin Castro, but of course it's like they're not working. Who wants to get out of bed and run and do 2 newscasts? I don't want to bug them if I'm like my stomach hurts or like something going on. So I really had to like suck it up and go through it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So
that's what they say. Yeah. That is what they say.
Yeah, so it definitely made me stronger. Now when I read those comments, I'm like, you know what? It's fine. And I get it. Like if I'm watching a newscast and, like someone's stuttering or, it's like, I would want to watch a clear newscast. I get it. But at the same time, it's like I'm still delivering the news. Like it's not like you can't fully understand me.
I think I can understand you fine. I don't understand where that comes from.
But, oh no, actually growing up, I had a really severe stuttering problem.
Really?
Really bad. I'm like looking back, I'm like, why didn't my mom take me to like speech therapy? Because my stutter was insane. Like Spanish was my first language. English was I didn't learn
Was
English
it stuttering
until,
going to English? Did you stutter in Spanish as well?
Both.
Oh,
wow. Really bad stuttering problem. And I guess I just grew out of it. I still have it. Didn't fully go away, but not as bad as it once was. And all of my cousins, when they found out that I wanted to be a news reporter, they were like, honey, you're gonna stutter. Like you're gonna be like, but breaking news. Like they were like making fun of me because like my stutter was really bad. And sometimes, like when I get really nervous, I will stutter on air. That's when it comes out. But I'm hoping in the future, once I get better, it'll go away for sure. Yeah.
And you never did anything? You never saw a speech
Mm-mm.
pathologist, nothing like that?
Nothing. Mm-mm.
Is that normal? Do they normally, can you grow out of them?
I don't
Or is
know.
that,
I never really looked into it,
hmm,
honestly. Never looked into it. I'm sure you can grow out of it. I didn't fully grow out of it. I
yeah.
still have a stuttering problem, but um I don't know.
Now it's
I
more like
really
a
don't
nerves
know.
thing
I
if
guess
it
I
gets
guess it
you.
is. Anxiety and being in the spotlight can sometimes trigger it too.
Do
So
you get pretty nervous when it's time to go on air? Yeah.
I gotten a little better at it, just a little bit. It's just because like all those lights on you, you're right there by yourself on the desk, and I get to this day, I get really nervous with street names. I get so nervous, or even like people's names. I get really nervous when I see it on the teleprompter. I'm like, I hope I pronounce this right. I really do hope. So whenever I'm reading and I see a name pop up, that's when I start getting a little nervous because I'm like, I don't want to. Who wants their names mispronounced?
Mm-hmm.
So I try to do my best. But yeah, I still get nervous at the start of the show. I think that's never gonna go away, no matter how many years of experience you have. I feel like you're always gonna be nervous.
Always get those jitters right
Yeah.
before.
But pretty soon, Austin is going to be anchoring with me.
Oh, that'll be
So
cool.
so fun. Me and him, we have really good chemistry. I'm really excited. He's great. I've learned so much from him. We're gonna be anchoring together. So having someone else on the desk and kind of and that's
Will
not
be
like
helpful.
yeah, it's more traditional too. Usually on the news, there's two people on the desk, so you guys can talk back and forth. And when you're up there by yourself, you're technically whenever I ad lib, it's just me talking to myself.
Yeah, you can't really crack jokes by yourself, right?
No, at all. And on top of that, I suck at jokes. So having Austin there is going to be great. So I can't wait for him to come on board and anchor with me.
Was that just a staffing thing? That it was just
Staffing
you?
thing,
Okay.
yep. Mm-hmm.
How many anchors do they normally have in rotation if they were fully staffed?
Oh, just
Just
two.
two.
Because I
Okay.
feel like we try to brand ourselves where it's like the night side with Dania, or like, Dania's in charge of doing like the late shows, but then now with Austin's gonna come on, it's gonna be like Austin and Dania doing the late shows. So there's never really a rotation, and we kind of like stick to the same people.
And
So
that's
yeah,
just to build that recognition
yeah,
for you guys?
somewhat,
Okay.
yeah. That's why we have like promos, and stuff like that. So yeah,
That'll be exciting.
yeah. No, it really.
You'll get to riff a little bit more with him up there.
Yeah, no, he's great. I love Austin. Actually, graduated from SF State with me too,
Oh, wow.
but I never got to meet him because again, it was all
Online
on Zoom,
classes.
and we only had one class together, I believe, on Zoom. So we knew of each other, but we never actually like hung out. And actually, like when Nazi told me that like Austin was gonna be working with me, I got so excited but so nervous because Austin is so talented. I'm sure you've seen his work. He is so talented, great reporter. And although I was really excited, I was so intimidated because I'm like, oh my God, like, and I don't look at him as competition at all. Like we help each other, if anything. Like he always helps me out. Whenever I have a problem, he's like, how can I help? Let me help you. Great person to work with. But I was intimidated because I'm like, oh my God, like I'm going to compare my work to his and it's not going to be as great. And there's also that too, a little self-doubt. But again, I just know, and I'm so grateful because I've learned so much from him. I just know that we two on the desk, we're going to be great. It's going to be great.
Well, there's that trope of steel sharpens steel, right? So if you guys
Never
are
heard of
oh,
that.
you never heard
No.
of that's one of my favorite ones.
What?
Yeah,
What does
so
that mean?
it's if you were working with somebody who's really good, it's gonna make you better because
Yeah.
you're gonna have to rise to the occasion,
Mhm.
and then they're gonna have to get better because they're gonna want to keep up with you. So you guys are working together
In a healthy way, though.
in a healthy
very,
way.
very
That's
healthy.
the thing,
Never,
right? If
never
it starts
competitive.
getting negative and a little toxic, that
Yeah,
becomes
that's-
problematic.
It really does. It really does.
And
But
you guys
yeah.
are really, I mean, you're a team up there.
Yeah,
You guys have to have
exactly.
each other's backs.
Exactly. No, never had a problem with anyone that I worked with, thank God. Because I always hear horror stories about like my coworkers suck and I hate going to work because of them. Not the case here. We're all very helpful. We all understand the situation we're in. We're short staffed and we want to produce the best newscast ever. So we all come together. We all help each other. I like feel bad because I'm like I'm always asking for help and I'm like, aren't you? I feel like you guys are being too nice to me. Like, be mean to me. It's fine. Like I know I'm bugging you guys. But no, they're always ready to lend a helping hand, and I'm very, very grateful that I get to work with these people for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. There's that weird stereotype, and I don't know how true this is of news anchors kind of being against each other because you're trying to get to that prime time spot, right? Is
Yeah,
that true?
not I guess it's true when it comes to moving to other markets. That's when people get competitive, and
Because
that's when
you're trying to get in there. You got to get your
yeah.
foot in the door.
But luckily, like here in the news station, we're not competitive at all. Like whenever there's a hard story, or a story that's going to get a lot of views, or a very important story, usually Austin will take it because he works dayside, so his shift starts at 10:30, and he pretty much has like all day to turn in a package for our 6 o'clock show.
10:30 in the morning.
10:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So he has like all day, and it's fine. He's in charge of that story, and plus every story that he's done, he's just executed it perfectly. I can rant about how great of his stuff is all day, but he's kind of in charge of those stories. Whereas me, like, I come in at 3 in the afternoon and have a story done by 6 o'clock show. So my time frame is a little like it's just crunch. So I don't really get like the really big stories, or have time to produce the really big stories like he does. But again, whenever there's a big story, like it's like he doesn't, and that's totally fine, because in other cases, like, other reporters kind of fight for that story, but I know, like, he has more time. I know he can tell the story better, so I leave it up to him for sure.
How does that work when you're deciding what story to run with? Are you coming into the office on a clean slate?
Oh God, no! That
deciding?
at
That
first,
would be terrifying.
it would give me so much anxiety, because as a reporter, sometimes you have to work off the clock. You kind of have to scroll through and try to find a story, and hope that, like, you get that interview right. And there's been times where the story's going great, and then the interviewee cancels on me, so then I have to cut the story, which is unfortunate. But so, like, for me, I try to have a story by 3 o'clock when I come in, but it's hard. So Michael, thank God, Michael is our new news director. Great. I've learned so much from him. I even told him, like, I've learned more from you than my professors in college. I've learned so much from him. But usually he'll have a story prepared for me, since he knows, like, it's hard to come up with a story, to get the interviews, to shoot, to edit, to write the scripts, all before our 6 o'clock show, which is in less than 3 hours. So usually he'll have me covering like elections that are coming up, and other events that are going on in Eureka and in the North Coast. So yeah, that's usually how it goes. And then sometimes when there's like a bigger story, like, I remember I covered this one Latina who opened her business at the Bayshore Mall, and I covered that story. And I had from when I started at 3 until like the night side, so I kind of had time to kind of like really focus on that story. So it's great when I have more time to do a story, obviously, because the product will be better. So yeah, that's usually how it goes.
What happens in those situations where you have an idea for a story, you get the interview booked, they cancel, and then it's 3 o'clock?
Then in
Does
that
Michael
case,
have that backup story?
usually they just cut it, and then they just add another national story that's going on in the world. They'll cover it to make time. But sometimes whenever interviews fall through, we just cut the story. We have to. It's no point if we don't have another voice in it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's gotta be frustrating. Does that happen a lot?
It's happened a few times, or sometimes they'll reschedule where they're like, "Oh, we can only talk after 5," and I'm like, "Well, our show's
That
at
doesn't help me.
6."
Yeah.
But I'll still do the interview, because we always want to get that voice in. But it'll just be for our 10 and 11 o'clock shows.
So you have to have it. You have to have it completely done by 3 or by 6. Ideally by 3.
Ideally before 6. So I come into the office at 3.
Okay.
And then we don't have our meetings until like 3:15ish, so we really don't get to start working until like after our meeting, like at 3:30. So it's that, to do a whole story in under 3 hours, it's tough.
It sounds like it.
It is.
So
It's
you have
very
from
stressful.
3:30 to 6 to polish it all up.
Yeah, but
And you're editing, you're clipping it, you're putting it how you want it.
Exactly. It's
That's a lot.
It's crunch time. It's anxiety provoking, and I didn't have much anxiety before coming here. But with this job, it's like I started getting more anxiety, but however, I've learned how to control it. And it's just like, at one point in life, everyone goes through anxiety. I feel like it's not natural, but like I feel like at one point everyone goes through it. So I started going through it when I moved up here, but I'm slowly trying to learn how to control it, if that makes sense.
How do you work through that anxiety?
Breathing.
That's
Literally,
that's a useful trick.
Like, I'll just be like on the desk, and my producer would be like, "Dania, you good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good. I just need to breathe. Everything's gonna be okay." Um, just breathing, honestly, and caffeine. So.
Do you ever have a day where it's just not going great and you have no idea what your story is going to be and you don't know what you're going to pick up and you're kind of
um, at first, yes, and I still do because I always want to look for stories here, and unfortunately, Eureka is a small city. Not much goes on here. That's why I love breakers. Whenever there's something going on, whenever there's unfortunately,
breaking
when there's
news?
breaking news, when
Okay.
there's a fire. Sorry, we
Breakers,
call it
yeah,
breakers.
I'm not in the
Breakers,
system. I just had
breaking
to
news.
clarify it.
Yes, when there's like fires or car accidents going on. At first I was so scared to cover them because I'm like, oh my god, like I don't know, this is breaking news. I'm nervous. But now whenever we hear stuff on the scanner, like, oh, there's a car accident here, go cover it. I'll rush over and do it, and then that sometimes will be like what I type up in the show. But yeah,
Do you ever go live from the scene?
yes,
Oh, you
Facebook
do.
Lives,
Okay,
yes.
Facebook Live.
And again, at first I was so scared because people don't understand like where we get there and we're like in real time. We don't know what's going on yet. Officials are still investigating what caused the accident. Like we know as much as like the viewers know. We're just here to show you what's going on and gather as much information as we can. So sometimes comments can be like, what happened, what caused this, and then I'll be like, hey, like I'm gonna wait till officials are done assisting with the scene. They're done speaking to the people involved, and then I'll ask. But yeah, as soon as I get on scene and I see two cars crash, I'm like, that's when I start the live, and I'm like, hey, I'm on Boone and I Street. I don't know. I'm like, I tell them the cross streets. I tell them what time the call came through, the cars involved, how much damage. I tell them what I see. And then sometimes if I'm lucky enough, like recently a few days ago, Eddie, which is Nazi's husband, he's a sergeant for the Eureka Police Department. I saw him on scene and I was on Facebook Live and I'm like, okay guys, there's an official here. He looks like he has time to talk to me. I'm going to go ask him what's going on. So then that's when I ask officials on Facebook Live, like, hey, what's going on? 9 times out of 10, they'll say, like, oh, we're still investigating. But it's just that confirmation to the viewers that, like, hey, they're still investigating what happened. Because I get it. Like, whenever there's a car accident, I'm curious. Was the DUI involved? Like, did someone run a red light? Like, but again, I feel like you run with what you have, and yeah, like sometimes the viewers are just they want to know more. But unfortunately, I'm like,
I know as much as you guys.
I can't make this up. I can't
Yeah.
say Superman came in and like I can't make anything up. It's all what officials say and what I see. So yeah.
Is that your favorite part? Is going out
Yeah,
on the scene like
I
that?
started to like it a lot more. Just because I'm curious. Whenever something happens, I'm like, what happened? Like I'm gonna rush out over there and see what went on. And like 9 times out of 10, I feel like the accidents are on Broadway, which is a very like notorious street
Hotspot, especially down by Broadway Medical. That place is always getting hit.
Always. And I a few months ago there was a car that crashed into the Pine Motel, and I felt so bad. It was like an old person who I guess not sure if he fainted on the wheel or knocked out. I don't know what exactly happened, but he essentially just like crashed into the Pine Motel, and that was my story for the day. I did a live shot there, and yeah, but breaking news is a good and bad thing. I remember there was one in Trinidad. There was a fire, and we believe it was a coroner's case. We believe someone like passed away in the fire. And it was over in Trinidad, and it was I was gonna anchor with Michael. That was when Nazi was still here, so we were double anchoring. It was Michael and I. And when we hear breakers like that, we send someone out, no matter what, no matter how. I think it was, what time was it? I think it was like 9:30, and our show's at 10. And we heard this call that there was a fire in Trinidad. I rushed over there. I did a live shot, but before the live shot, it was so hectic because a lot of the neighbors did not want me there. They were like, this is tribal land. We don't want media here. And thankfully, there was a lot of sheriffs there, and they confirmed that it is public land and that I was able to like film and do a live shot there. But unfortunately, the neighbors were very like against it. They did not want me there, and it's I get it. I get it. If someone is in danger, you don't want media covering what's going on, and I get it. But at the same time, like people need to understand, like it's my job. It's what I'm here for. It's people notify the public that there's a fire going on here, to not access this area, and so that was really hard. And thankfully, the sheriffs kind of like guarded me while I did my live shot, because there was people threatening me to like take out their dogs, and someone was waving, like some lady was like waving around her cane, saying like threatening me that she was gonna hit me with it. that was hard. And doing a live shot when all of that is going on in the background is intimidating.
Trying.
Yeah, but yeah.
Was that your sketchiest moment, would you say?
Oh, one of them. I've had because again, as an MMJ, whenever you see a reporter do a live shot, well, most of the time they'll have a photog, right? Someone in the back holding the camera. But for us here, since we're really short staffed, the reporter is in charge of the camera and everything. So when I do live shots at night, it's just me by myself at night. So it's I think the scariest situation and the one where I was very, very vulnerable. Again, it was in Trinidad. It was when Hunter Lewis, I believe he was 19 years old, from McKinleyville, I believe. He went missing. He went missing out of the Trinidad harbor. He was kayaking and then.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did a story how agencies stopped the search, and this was for a 6 o'clock show, but this was before daylight savings. So this was when it was getting dark at 5 o'clock. So when I got there before the show, it was already pitch black, and I was in an empty parking lot. I was setting up, and this truck rolls by, and it's this dude, not much older than me. He goes, "Hey, you're really beautiful," and I'm like, whenever that happens to me, I'm like, I kind of go into like shock mode because I'm by myself in an empty parking lot, and this truck rolls by with some random dude. And I'm like, I automatically pull out my phone. I start like looking for Nazi's contact, my news director, just to have someone on the phone with me. And then he's still there as I'm like trying to like call her. And he goes, do you got a boyfriend? And I didn't even look at him. I was like, oh my God. I was like shaking because I was so nervous. Like to this day, I'm like looking back, I'm like, I shouldn't have been out there alone. They shouldn't have sent me out there. But he stayed there for a cool like minute or so and just kept making comments like that. And luckily he saw that I wasn't paying attention and just drove off. And Nazi answered, and I'm like, hey Nazi, I don't like this guy came up to me. He started making like comments, and Nazi was like, if you don't feel safe, you can leave. However, like he had already left, so I'm like, okay, I think I'm good to do this live shot. I don't see him anywhere around anymore. So I ended up doing the live shot, but I feel like I was so vulnerable where he could have just picked me up and taken me. So I like looking back now, I know not to go anywhere where I know it's very like alone and dark. I will now ask for someone to come with me in those scenarios because that was really scary. And then another one where it was scary but not as scary because there was a lot of officers on scene, so I didn't feel as vulnerable. Was when someone crashed into the Don's Rental on Broadway, and that happened like 30 minutes before our 10 o'clock show. So it was like 9:30. It was like the same time. It was like at night, and I was setting up for the live shot and I was waiting to go on air, and this one lady comes up to me and just starts screaming in my face, just screaming. And I'm like trying to flag down officers, like, hey, like help me, like this lady's, and this is like as she's like screaming in my ear, and luckily like one officer came, like shoot her away. But like that was scary to me because I'm like, if she touches me, like I'm gonna throw hands, like I'm gonna fight someone before my live shot. But luckily she didn't touch me, but she was like screaming and like damn near spitting in my face. But
Yikes. So
not
it can
the
get
best.
a little dicey out there.
Yeah, and I was by myself, so it's not like someone was there to really help me. So that's.
Is that just standard protocol, or that's again because short-staffed?
Short-staffed, and
would they normally send you out with someone to do the camera or something?
Yeah, typically, if we have enough people, even if someone who's not trained with the camera, as someone in our production can like at least come and just be there with me, because again, like in that case, like I will always refer back to the case when I was in Trinidad by myself. Like that was not safe whatsoever. Someone straight up could have just abducted me. Like.
And how long had you been here at that point? A few months?
Oh God, when did the Hunter Lewis situation happen? Before daylight savings? Was it last year? I lose track of time.
I know. Time is.
I lose track of time. But I was there for probably, I would say, more than 3 or 4 months.
Okay, but still pretty new.
Still pretty new. When that happened. So yeah, it was really scary.
And do you carry any pepper spray?
No. Oh,
wow.
I was covering a story at the courthouse, and when you cover stories at the courthouse, you have to go through security. I had a pepper spray with me because I always carry, or don't carry it anymore because they took it from me. They confiscated it because I was not allowed to enter the courtroom with pepper spray. So ever since then, I just was too lazy to buy a new one. So I should.
But you're gonna have one after this
I-
podcast comes out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gonna head out to
Yeah.
Walmart and go buy one. Yeah, I was not strapped. I did not have anything on me.
Strapped. That's what.
Yeah.
Strapped. Carrying my pepper spray.
Yeah. Yeah, no, did not have anything on me.
Yikes.
Yeah. And plus, on top of that, like, I'm also thinking, like, the camera, the tripod, it's so expensive. And I was like,
That's a big thing too, right?
You're responsible for that. And if something were to happen to it, it's on you, and it makes you look bad. And unfortunately, relatively recently, God, I hate to admit this, but I dropped a camera, and it was a month ago, I believe. I was setting up for a live shot in front of the newsroom. I was doing a weather shot, telling everyone, like, oh, it's raining outside, because it was raining pretty heavy. But luckily, we have, like, a little, like a, what do they call it? Like, the roof that extends a little bit.
Oh, like an awning?
Yeah, an awning. There you
Okay.
go. We had an awning, so, like, my camera was there, but unfortunately, the sidewalk, like, curved a little bit, so my tripod wasn't stabilized all the way. So as I turned my back to turn on my live view kit, which is what we use to go live, I turn my back, I'm turning on the live view kit, I just hear,
Oh.
and I turn around, and the camera is just, and the thing is, the camera was on the tripod, so it was even, like, a bigger impact. It was just so bad. And it was in front of the newsroom, so of course everyone saw. And I'm like, great, this just had to happen in front of everybody. But thankfully, like, everyone rushed to the rescue. My producer came, like, Dania, do you need help with anything? Like, Austin came out with his camera. I used his camera. Again, very helpful team. Even though I completely messed up one of the most expensive equipment we have, they still came to the rescue and they still helped me. Still did the live shot, holding back tears because I'm like, great, I really just dropped this camera. God, you have no idea what happens behind the scenes before a show. Still had to pull it together. Did the shot after I kind of explained to Michael, like, because he's at the time Nazi had already left, so I was talking to my news director, and I was like, hey, like, it was completely my fault. Like, I'm not trying to make up excuses. Like, I should have adjusted the tripod to, like, the surface of the sidewalk. Like, it's completely my fault. And I no one to blame but myself. And he was like, I get it. He tried to make me feel better. He was like, this happens to a lot of reporters. Like, a lot of reporters drop their cameras. Just don't let it happen again. And I'm like, okay, I'll try. But now, like, he kind of gave me an update. Apparently, they're fixing the camera. It's gonna be all good. The camera's just under surgery right now. But that was bad because again, like, you're in charge of that equipment, like.
And everybody's there. It's not like you're out in the field and you're like, I don't know what happened. I just went back to my car and.
No, I can't lie either. Like, I suck at lying. So I just told him straight up. I was like, I turned my back and it just fell.
Well, I'm sure he appreciated that.
Yeah, I suck at BSing. So I'm like, I'm not even gonna try to lie. It was all me, and I will always admit when it's my fault. Even sometimes when it's not my fault, I'm like, I could have done this. I could have done that. But in that scenario, it's like, as a reporter, as an MMJ, like, you're in charge of the camera, you're in charge of the mic, everything you're in charge of. So if you feel like that's like your baby, it's like, it's not like dropping a baby, but it's.
Well, that's your lifeline to everything, you know?
Exactly. That's how you do your stories. But thankfully, we had another camera on deck that I'm using now. But that was definitely
a
scary.
moment. Yeah.
That was definitely like, damn it, I really just did this. Felt like I took an L for sure.
It's part of the learning curve, right?
Yeah. And again, he was just trying to make me feel better. And I hear a lot of stories, like, reporters dropping the cameras or for messing up this and that.
I'm sure it happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it does happen a lot. And then just recently, I guess someone's camera, like, got stolen at another station. So it's there's going to be more stricter protocols when it comes to equipment, for sure, and totally understandable. Like, those cameras are really expensive, and it's not like we're like we're a big station that has a lot of resources too. We need to take care of what we have. We're even, like, blessed to have another camera as a backup. So I do understand that. And now it's like a lesson learned where I try to make sure everything is in place before I do a live shot. So definitely like a lesson learned for sure. But unfortunately, a camera had a break because of that.
Those painful lessons, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've had a lot of those in my life. I feel like if it...
Biggest one.
Yeah. My biggest one? I this was one of the more painful ones.
Mhm.
I had just bought in this 75 Camaro.
Oh, nice.
Just bought it.
Uh-huh.
Had it for 10 minutes. Drove over to my buddy's house to show him it. And I take him and his brother around the block and pull back up in front of their house. And I wasn't going to get out, but we were talking. And I was like, oh, I'll pop out because I was going to show him, maybe pop the trunk or do something like
Yeah.
that.
How old were you?
It was my junior year,
Okay.
I think.
You bought a 75 Camaro?
I bought a lot of cars.
Damn,
I was
okay.
not good with money back in the day. Thinking back to when I said, I was a good kid, I don't know. That might have been an
You're
exaggeration.
contradicting yourself
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
But
Not doing
anyways.
any justice. Anyways, open the door, and I've had the car for 30 minutes. Open the door, and a car is going by, and it just crunches the side. Because this is a 75, so it's an all-metal
No.
door. It's heavy. Nothing happened to my door,
Mhm.
but the side of her car, there's a indent and a scrape all along, and it was probably like an '04 Camry or something, and it
Uh-huh.
scratched the whole length of her car. I was just sitting there. I didn't even get out of the car. I just sat there for a second. I was like, this is happening. This is happening.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're just paralyzed.
Yeah, because
I'm
you're like,
just-
what do you do? What do you do? It's already happened.
Trying to take
You've
it
already made the
on.
mistake.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be a painful lesson. That was a rough one.
That
That was a big
oh
one.
God. But then again, here's the thing. Same thing with the car. Of course, it's different. But with the car, with the camera, they're all materialistic things.
Mm-hmm.
What's important is that we're safe. And that's what I always tell myself. Like, a camera is replaceable. A car is replaceable, but we're not.
Yeah.
As long as we're safe, our sanity is in place. That's all that matters, really. Of course, it sucks that your 75 Camaro got damaged, but again,
Mine was fine, which almost made it worse. Because if it was damaged to my car and not hers, that would have been ideal. 'Cause then it's like, okay,
Mm.
I'll eat that. It was my lesson.
okay.
It sucks that she had to be a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually worked out because we know a guy who owns a body shop, so we just took it over there and he
Okay.
buffed it out, and then I think I paid the lady off, so we didn't have to.
nice.
Yeah, I allegedly paid her off, and
Okay.
she just took the money, and that was that. But that was a rough lesson.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I mean, it could always be worse. I could have
It-
stepped out and
it-
gotten,
yeah.
ate pavement, and that would have been a problem. But
See, I always try to see. I always say it could have always been worse.
Mhm.
It could have always been worse. Like, thank God that the camera is repairable. The camera could have literally fell onto the street and someone could have ran over it, or like.
and then you
I
have a
don't-
liability. Somebody
that-
crashes their car, and then
Oh no! Don't even. I didn't even think of
Yeah,
that. Oh
right?
God. It could have always been worse. That's what I always tell myself to try to make myself feel better.
but that's true, right?
yeah.
It could always be worse.
It really could. so.
Perspective is important.
Yes, it
Perspective
really
is very
It
important.
Really is. Mentality on everything is really important for sure. Like if I looked at the negative on everything, I would not be here for sure. So
That's a good mindset to have.
Mhm.
I think it's helpful.
it is. It is helpful when it comes to a lot of situations, whether it be like work, relationships, day to day. Always good to have. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you get sucked into the negativity, I'm sure you know people. I know people like that where it's just they're just negative,
Mm-hmm.
or they complain about, I'm not where I want to be in life, and I'm not.
Yeah,
not-
and they're not doing anything about it.
That's
So-
that's my biggest pet
Mhm.
peeve. I can understand we all have a different deck of cards
Yeah.
that we're born into,
Exactly.
and nobody can knock you for that. But when you complain consistently and do nothing to change what you're complaining about,
Mm-hmm.
then it's like, oh, well, I can't if you are looking for help and you want to better your circumstances, I will be right there to help
Yeah.
you, whatever I can. But if
Exactly.
you're complaining and I'm trying to give you solutions or help you or say, hey, we could do this, and you don't want to do anything,
Mm-hmm. It's like you're offering yourself as a resource and they're not taking it.
or
I
even
totally
just
get
help.
that.
Just-
Yeah.
like if I don't even know how to help you, if there's time I can give you or something, like,
Mm-hmm. Or I can direct you in the right direction.
or just be a shoulder to lean on if you're struggling.
I totally get you on that. Like work ethic and just having that mindset is very important. And I thank my dad for that a lot. My dad, like, oh God, like he really is everything to me. He grew up in a very small farm in Mexico, moved up here when he was like 11 years old. The first in his family to graduate high school. Went to college, community college for a little bit. Unfortunately, financial problems came. Couldn't finish his
Sounds like
college
my
path.
dad.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but my dad, like, God, how he's in his mid 50s, but still working that like 12-hour shift, that
Hard worker.
2 a.m. to like sometimes doesn't get home till like 1 p.m. and um having that like working mentality. My dad, he comes home with a smile on his face. He's not like, my mom's name is Mouty. He's not like, Mouty's make me food or anything like that. He's always comes home smiling. Um Sometimes he even cooks for himself. Like he's not a machista, like, you know, a lot of Mexican dads are. Nothing like that at all. But just his mentality, his work ethic, like I look up to a lot and I admire so much.
Do you think that comes from the culture, that work ethic?
Yes. I think, you know, the stereotype like Mexicans work a lot.
It's a stereotype, but it's kind of true, right?
No,
It's
it
kind
really
of
is
true.
It really is true. Like I have a lot of tios uncles, sorry, tios, that came to this country and have been really successful again for that work ethic, just hustling and investing money to where it grew, and they're doing great. So I think so. Like a lot of my tios, a lot of my cousins, my brother is a really hard worker. Um, yeah, I think it is in the culture. Honestly, I can't think of one uncle or cousin that I have is that's lazy. Honestly, I mean sometimes we're all lazy once in a while, but everyone in my family, they're all hustlers for sure. I mean, imagine coming to a country not even knowing the language and making a living, and that's also another thing that pushed me and that kind of gave me like that tunnel vision where like I need to be successful for my family. Like my family just sacrificed so much for me to just throw it all away. You know what I mean? So you know, through college, even though I was struggling and sometimes I took the wrong courses and just navigating through college can be tricky. But I pushed through it because you know I had my dad in mind. Where like, you know, if he grew up with the same resources as me, I can't imagine he could have been at a better place. You know, being like making a career for himself. You know, but um, you know, I always do it for my dad and putting him in a better position in life. That's my goal, to be successful and helping my dad out and helping him when he retires. So that's my biggest goal for sure.
I think about that a lot in terms of pursuing passion
Mm-hmm.
because they didn't have that opportunity.
Yes,
Like that's my
exactly.
view is
Like I
you
get emotional just thinking about it. Like
you almost owe it
truthfully,
to them because they
yes,
didn't have that opportunity.
exactly. I guess that's like another like I almost feel guilty in a way where it's like, damn, like I really grew up with these resources. I grew up with the English language. I grew up with school and education, because education in Mexico, you can only imagine. Like my parents grew up in a really small town in Mexico, tiny. Love it though. Shout out Mezcala. I love that town, but it's super small. Not a lot of resources. So for them to come out of that and provide a living for not only me but my siblings, it's a lot. And I sometimes feel guilty because you know I'm here. I have this career, but it's not me. Like I owe it all to my family. I really do. It's all
Does
them.
that weigh on you?
A little
Thinking
bit.
about that?
A little
I think about that. I think about that in terms of I see the work that my parents and my grandparents had to go through.
bit. Mhm.
And then you compare that to the work that you like this
They,
is my work and I'm like, "What? Like how does that
exactly.
stack
Like
up?"
they
That's a
they
hard pill to
really
swallow sometimes.
they really set us up because my parents didn't grow up with generational wealth. Like you know, like a lot of people that have been in this country for a long time, they generate that wealth. My dad had nothing. My dad literally had nothing. My When he moved up here, my mom was still living in Mexico. She didn't move up here until they got married at. My mom was 20. My dad was like 22. That's when they moved together in the country. Um, and my mom was pregnant. My dad was just crunching numbers. My mom tells me like we had a budget like crazy. Like you have no idea what we had to go through. Like it was a lot. So just imagine just making minimum wage with a newborn and not really knowing the language. It's just so
Being in a
hard.
foreign country,
Yes,
away
exactly.
from your home, away from your friends, away from your family.
With a newborn. So it's crazy. And whenever like I think I'm having a bad life, I'm like I didn't have it nearly as bad as they did. You know, that's I always try to put perspective, and you know, if they got through it, I could go through it too. So,
I think the thing I struggle with the most in terms of perspective on that issue is when I hear people complain again that they're not making enough, that they're not where they feel they should be,
mhm.
and then they try to diminish other people's experiences for where they are. It's like you don't know what they had to work. You don't know how they got there. Like you're
Exactly.
mad because you're not there, but you don't know. you didn't see the
You don't know the hustle
you
they
don't know
had to
the
go
80-hour
through.
work weeks that they
Yeah,
put in, and you're over here working 40 and complaining that you're not there.
exactly.
I struggle with that sometimes because I want to be compassionate and understanding, and
Yeah, of course,
it's
of
hard to
course,
just say, oh, well, work harder.
of
But
course.
sometimes that comes into play, right?
Mhm.
Sometimes you do have to work harder.
Also, I mean, there's a lot of factors that could play into it. It could be like, mentally they're not doing well, or, um, maybe they have to take care of their sibling and their parents, and there's a lot of things that they have on their plate where it's kind of holding them back from
That's almost
succeeding.
only an excuse, or not even an excuse. That's almost only a viable option for us now, though, right?
Mhm.
Like, I think to my parents, I don't think I ever saw my dad take a sick day.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like he
my
would
dad
come home at
either.
lunch and try to maybe sleep for 20 minutes on lunch and then go back to work.
Yeah,
It's like if I stay home because I'm sick, I'm like, oh, I
straight
feel
up.
shitty. Yeah,
Honestly, straight up. In
I should be
my
working right now.
exactly in my 9/10 months here, I've only ever and recently I took another day off because I had to go to my cousin's quince. But before this past weekend, I had only taken 2 days off, and one of them was to visit my grandma, and then another day. Oh God, I forgot what I took the other day off for. But I've only taken 2 days off in the 9 to 10 months that I've been up here, that I've been working. And keep in mind, we don't have holidays off, so we still work holidays. Um, and again, it's just I feel guilty when I call off work. Even I could be sick. And when I got COVID, I woke up and I couldn't even talk. Like I woke up with this sore throat, fatigued, and I texted Michael and I was like, "Hey, I like physically can't get out of bed. I can't talk. I will still work from home." Like I still offered. I'm like, "I will work from home." And he let me. I was in charge of writing the articles, but I always find a way to
You
like
worked.
keep.
You worked from home. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard, but I still did the articles and all the digital stuff. Um, but I still offered my services because I'm like, I just hate calling off work. And again, my dad, he's in a better position now, obviously, but he still picks up calls when he's off work. Like he's still working when he's not working, even though sometimes I'm like, Dad, take it easy. Like you don't gotta pick up those calls. You're off work. But I do the same too. Like whenever there's a breaker when I'm off, because I start at 3, but something goes on like at 12 or 1 in Arcata, Michael will sometimes give me a call saying, "Hey Dania, can you go check this out? There's a lot of law enforcement in this area." I'll run out in my pajamas. I'll try to change, but I'll run out and check it out. I'll always be available when it comes to work for sure. So gotta
That's the mindset,
hustler
right? You
hustler
have to
mentality.
hustle.
Yeah.
Some people are not fans of that.
No, and I get it. I mean,
Because there's a balance,
capitalism,
right?
whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right?
capitalism. And I get it. There's always a boundary too. You got to set a boundary. Whenever you're on vacation, you're on vacation. You don't. I don't want to be checking emails on vacation. Um, but I guess it also comes with being passionate about what you're doing. Like I'm passionate about reporting. So of course, even though I want to finish watching my Netflix episode, if you call me and there's something going on, like I'll go check it out. Like I genuinely want to do that. Same thing when I was sick. I genuinely wanted to help. I still wanted to keep up with what was going on in the news. I did the articles. It's something that I wanted to do. So I get it if you're working at a job where you're not passionate and it's like you gotta it's hard for you to go to that job. I do get it why people don't have the same mentality where they'll take
That's
the
when
sick
it comes
days.
into play.
Yeah, for sure.
Passion.
But even I guess it depends with everybody. But even then, when I was working part time, back at home, I still did not like taking sick days. I still did not like calling off, unless it's for like special events. I will obviously. I still want to have a life outside of work. But yeah, it's hard for me. I have to have like a good excuse to call off work. So yeah.
I would say that COVID's a pretty good excuse.
Yeah. So I ended up taking up 2 COVID sick days because COVID hit me hard and I was boosted too. I had all the vaccines.
So
I
you
was
had all
boosted.
3.
All 3. Hard, like bad. I couldn't talk. I thank God I didn't get migraines, but it was hard for me to look at light. I was just it was like a flu times 10. So two of the days I physically could not even like stare at a screen. So that's when I told Michael, and he understood obviously. But out of the 5 days, I worked the 3 that I had COVID. But again, I physically could not do it. If I felt up to it, of course I would have still continued to help. But now I'm like, you gotta sometimes put your body first. If your body's like, Dania, you need to rest. Sometimes if you don't rest, your body will make you rest. So it was like a calling. I'm like, okay, I need to sleep.
I'll take this as a sign.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
slow down for 2 days.
Exactly. And it was fine. After those 2 days, I went back to work and it was fine. So yeah, still coughing on the newscast a little bit, but it was good. It was
That is a
manageable.
trooper mentality.
Yeah, gotta. And I owe it all to my dad. I grew up with that hustler mentality, so I owe it all to him for sure.
I think that can lead to a lot of success in life.
Hmm.
That mentality. I think it does come at a cost.
Burnout,
Burnout
burnout
and
for sure.
sacrifice. You
Yeah.
sacrifice time with your family, time with your friends,
Mhm.
time pursuing things that just bring you enjoyment outside of work, you know?
Exactly.
I think it comes at a cost, and sometimes people aren't willing to pay that cost.
Yeah, and it's understandable.
Cuz it's hard.
It is. It
It's
is
hard.
hard. It is really hard, and for me, like I consider myself like a family-oriented person. I love family. Like I took a day off to go to my cousin's skiing sick because I grew up with her, and you know her family had been planning the skiing sick for over 2 years, and even though it was in LA and that plane ticket was not cheap, still went out to be there on her big day. So, it definitely comes with sacrifices for sure. Um, God, I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? Oh, when you mentioned losing interest in stuff. So those 2 days that I took off when I had COVID, I like kind of like got into things that I like kind of put off doing because I worked so much, like reading. Oh my gosh, I put off reading for so long ever since I had started this job because I got COVID like 6 months into the job, 6 or 7. I got it like 2 months ago.
Oh, so pretty
So
recent.
pretty recently.
Two
Feels
months
like
ago, we're June. I was trying to figure out where are we.
oh yeah, wait, did I get it? I got it before my birthday, after my birthday. I don't remember. It was this year though, not that long ago. I got back into reading. I did skincare. Oh my god, I did a face mask. I hadn't done a face mask in so long, and I'm like, this is why my skin's bad because I just haven't been taking care of myself. All like that. It's just been work, work, work. And on top of that, we wear so much makeup. So I started like getting into skincare again. I did face masks. Cooking. Oh my god, I like cooked during those 2 days. I suck at cooking, but I tried. I did things to just take care of myself and sleep too. I slept good during those 2 days. So I mean, not too good because I was sick, but like I rested well, and I felt refreshed for sure after that. I'm telling you, I just needed those 2 days to just get better and
Recharge.
yeah, recharge for sure. But in terms of sacrifice, yeah, like I feel like a lot of people. That's why there's not a lot of people kind of aren't going the broadcast route because again you kind of have to move away from home to start off your career in a lot of cases. You know, it would be great if I started off my career in San Francisco. I wish. Fortunately that was not the case, and I did have a position that I interviewed and I got an offer for, and it was a part-time position at Cron 4 News in San Francisco, and I could have very well still been in the news industry, not necessarily be a reporter, but still have my foot in the door and live at home. So that was so convenient for me. But I was like, no, like I really want to be a reporter. And to be a reporter, you need to report.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I got the offer here and I ran with it. I hit the ground running because I'm like, I really want this opportunity. Even though it would have been so convenient to live in San Francisco and work where you grew up.
And you're comfortable.
And exactly. But again, gotta go out of your comfort zone sometimes. So yeah.
That's something that really scares me, is staying in that comfort zone.
Yeah, and I love it. Like it goes with anything. Food. If I know I like a certain food, I will stick to that food until someone's like, "Hey, Dania, you should try this." And I try and I like it, and then I go to that food. But it's kind of like the same thing here. It's where I'm comfortable, I like to stay at. But again, I had that tunnel vision. I knew what I wanted to do, so that definitely helped. Being here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's human nature to be comfortable.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
just stay in that. I don't want to go outside my comfort zone.
Exactly. I agree. But again, like if my parents would have stayed in their comfort zone, I would have been in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You know, nothing wrong. I love going to Mexico. But not it's not enough privileges out there. It's definitely
It's a
harder.
different world.
It is.
It's a different world.
It's a different world out there. But again, if my parents would have stayed in their comfort zone, I would not physically would not be here. So, got to take risks, got to take chances for sure.
Did they have any hesitations about coming out here, or they were pretty hard set?
Pretty hard set, I would say.
Did they land in San Francisco? That was their first spot?
My dad, oh god, I don't even know too much, but I know my dad, when they first moved up here, him and his family, they lived in Chico, in a ranch in Chico. I think it was near Willows, I believe.
Okay.
Over in Chico. Moved over there when my dad was 11. My mom still was living in Mexico. And my dad went back to visit Mexico when he was like 15. fell in love with my mom, and then unfortunately like had to come back here because he was still going to school here. But my dad would still make the trips to Mexico from Chico driving. Really loved my mom. Like I have high standards because of that. But so when they were ready to get married, that's when my dad was like, well, and my mom was on board too with moving up here. So when they got married, that's when they moved up here, and my dad lived. When they got married, they moved to Pittsburgh, which is about an hour and a half away from San Francisco, and that's where they lived and for like a couple of years, and they found a home in San Bruno, which is closer to the city where my dad was working because my dad was commuting from Pittsburgh to San Francisco. So they found a closer home, moved to San Bruno, and then from there moved to South San Francisco and haven't moved since. So yeah.
Did your dad know your mom when he moved up here from
Um,
Mexico, or no? He met
I don't
her
think so. My
down.
dad was 11.
Oh wow.
I don't think so. I think my dad.
So his family moved up here
yes.
with him. Okay.
It was oh god, I don't know the whole family background, but I know my grandpa stayed in Mexico. My grandma moved up here with 7 kids. So it's my dad and 7
Wow.
others.
That's my dad has 7 siblings.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
He's yeah, in a family of 7.
I feel like Mexicans always have like the biggest families.
Right?
Yeah, so it was him and 7 siblings. They moved up here. Not really sure why my grandpa didn't come up here. I don't know why. But my mom stayed in Mexico, and when my dad went back down to visit, I don't know how the whole story went, but saw my
They
mom.
found each other.
and-
Wow.
Yeah.
And then he started driving down to see her. That is
Yeah,
commitment.
true. That's
That's
from
not
Chico,
a 30-minute trek. That's a long
minute.
drive.
That's a minute. Like, and my dad, I think he was only like 18 at the time making those trips. And imagine like from Chico all the way down to my family's from Jalisco, Guadalajara, which is not even like, it's like mid Mexico. It's that drive. Yeah, my dad was committed for sure.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow,
it was
good
a
for
lot.
him.
Yeah. Seriously. Yeah. Long distance, like that's a long distance relationship.
That's long distance back when it actually meant something, because you're not
Yeah.
FaceTiming. You're
No,
not.
they wrote letters to each other.
That's old school.
Really old school love for sure. Yeah. I mean, it was worth it.
Yeah, it
So,
worked out. I mean, they're still
yeah,
together.
exactly. So, but that's kind of their like migration journey for sure. My mom, I feel like was more sad about moving up here because again, she grew up in that really small town. And my dad had already like gone to high school here. He kind of got that American culture in him.
Yeah, if he came up when he was 11, that's pretty young.
He definitely had more of that American culture in him, and so it was a little harder for my mom to adjust. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a different side.
Yeah.
Do you
for
guys
sure.
go back to Mexico a lot?
Often, yeah. Didn't go last year, but I before the pandemic, I would go like every year for like 3 weeks at a time and just
Oh, that's
love
perfect.
it. Oh God, I love Mexico.
Do you guys go back to Jalisco or?
Yes,
Okay.
Jalisco. We're from a small town, Mezcala. It's like an hour away from Guadalajara. So we land in Guadalajara and then we drive down to Mezcala. But beautiful town. I love it. It's like you just get a break from everything. It's all farmland and it's all family and it's beautiful. Like I'm not describing it good. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just it's like once I get there, it just feels like home. I'm like, damn, I'm home, and it's a beautiful feeling. And I'm going back down there in August, and I can't wait because it's been like 2 years since I've gone, so I'm really excited. Have you been to Mexico?
Yeah, we used to go every year when I was growing up as a kid.
Really?
I'm trying to remember. My grandparents are from a small town outside Guadalajara, and I cannot think
God.
I cannot think of the
Can
name
you
of
like
it.
message them or
I
something?
know.
I'm
gonna
really
just say,
curious.
Listen, where?
Because there's
And
been
he said it to me
times.
so many times, and I cannot think of.
Because if it's in Guadalajara or near Guadalajara, like
I want to say it's like 45 minutes or an hour outside too.
Oh,
and
oh
that's
my
what was
God.
tripping me out, and I'm trying to. I can't.
Could it
remember.
be because Tepa? Could it be Tepa? Because that's also like near.
I don't know. I'm
Find
trying to
out
rack-
for
I
me.
know. I'm trying to rack my
Because
brain.
no joke, I did an interview with some couple in McKinleyville, and it was a story on beach accessibility because she had a husband who couldn't access the beach because he had a wheelchair.
Okay.
So and recently they were opening up like an accessibility trail in Clam Beach, and I kind of wanted to talk to her how it was important for her and her husband. And at the end of the interview, she goes, "Hablas español?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're white passing, so I'm like, I never thought they would be Mexican. And she started telling me how like she has a lot of family in, oh God, I think it was Bigueros. It was a town really close to where I was from. And I would have never thought, because Bigueros is just as small as Niscara, and it's literally, it's like from here to Arcata. It's really close. Like it's a 10-minute drive. So it was really shocking. Like I'm like, watch us be related, because her last name was Gonzalez, and my mom's last name is Gonzalez, and a lot of people in that area, if they're Gonzalez, are related to each other. I'm like, watch me be related to this lady. But it's a small world.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, when they tell me they're from a town near Guadalajara, I get really excited. I'm like, oh, like,
yeah. Where are we talking?
Where exactly? But how often do you go down there?
I haven't been. When was the last time I was there? Maybe 2018 was the last time. So it's been a few years.
And you went to
because
that
I was
town.
going to college. No, we would go to like Puerto Vallarta, because my mom loves
yes.
going there. That's like her favorite spot.
Same.
I think we've gone to Cozumel. I think we've gone to Baja California a couple times. Gone down there to like Cabo.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of the more touristy spots.
Yeah.
We've never really branched. I wanted to go inland. My dad, when he was out of high school, I think took his summer, because he was really close to our side of the family that was still down there.
Okay.
And so he went and just went around with his uncle for a few months and just toured Mexico. Because with him growing up, they were down there like every summer, because it was still direct connection to the actual family that was still there. Yeah.
I'm hoping my kids, I'm still going to take them down there.
Yeah. It's an amazing country. It gets a lot of shit for the corruption.
It does.
But there's corruption here. There's a lot of corruption
It's
here.
everywhere.
And nobody likes to make that connection. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's
you just have the cartel aspect here. Here it's suit and ties, and there it's the cartels.
Yeah.
That's what people don't seem to grasp.
Exactly. And like when I'm down there, a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, aren't you scared? It's super dangerous." I'm like, "No, I feel free. Like I love it. Like it's great. It's just nothing like like when I say back roads, I think of like countryside here, but really in Mexico, the back roads are just amazing. You're just sitting on the trunk of a pickup and just driving out onto the ranch, and it's a different type of like freedom feeling, and just like the smell of like cow poop and everything. It's like I love it. Like that's me. I really do love it. So whenever I go down there, I make the most out of it, because it's only for like 2 to 3 weeks, not that much. But I'm like, I really wish in the future I can go down there just for like a whole month at a time and really enjoy it.
I'm trying to convince my dad to get his citizenship so that I can get mine, because I want to buy a little place down there.
Oh, your dad isn't a citizen?
He is not. He has to file the paperwork for it. Because
so he was born.
No, his sister was born there, and then they came up and had 4 other kids, and then had him.
Okay.
So he was born up here.
So
he was born in Eureka.
Okay. So shouldn't he?
He is technically a citizen.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have his paperwork because he hasn't filed.
Oh.
So he has to file.
Okay.
It's not like he's not going to get approved. He's a citizen.
So when you travel down to Mexico, I'm assuming it's on a
U.S. passport.
Okay. It's not like a visitor pass or whatever they call it. Because there is that option.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where you can go, you just say, "Hey, I'm going for a few weeks." And
yeah.
It's like not a contract, but something.
That little paperwork you fill out on the plane.
Yeah.
I don't know. That is a good question.
Yeah, I really don't know how that works. Like
Yeah,
the legal aspect
of
it.
The borders is.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, I don't understand it, but oh God, you have to go to like the.
I want to. Yeah.
You need to go to at least Guadalajara, even though it's a touristy spot. It's more culture there. Because I've been to Puerto Vallarta and Cancun.
It's a completely different vibe.
It's different.
You go inward 30 minutes and you're in a different world. Yeah.
It really is. But Puerto Vallarta, it's one of my favorite vacation spots for sure. And actually, my family and I have plans to go down there in August. So, and Puerto Vallarta is only like 6 hours away from my hometown, so we usually just drive out there.
I want to go to where my grandfather was born. Just
you need to find out, because I'm really curious.
I know.
Genuinely curious, because I'm like, watch me be from not the same town.
I would have
known. I would have known if we were from the same town, because I'm telling you, everyone knows everyone there. That would be cool.
Yeah, my grandmother, her family used to own a Greyhound bus service down there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had Greyhound buses over there.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was the branding was Greyhound.
I know they have buses that travel from Mexico to the U.S. I know they have that transportation.
I don't think
system.
that was what it was. Around Mexico transportation. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just attribute it to Greyhound. Yeah. That's what I know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I cannot think of the name of the town. But they were both from there.
I'm telling you.
I know.
You need
I'm
to
gonna
find
text
out.
them.
You need to find out.
But
Yeah, Mexico is great, and I love my culture a lot. And moving up here, and it's even like saying my name like Dania Romero for the first. Oh God, I started saying Dania Romero like 2 months ago, I believe. But even then, I was like, should I do Romero or should I do Romero?
oh, did you kind of
And then,
whitewash it a little bit?
yes, at first, because I was like, I'm in America, I'm not gonna roll my R's. But there's this one reporter over in Reading. Her name is Daisy Caballero, and she pronounces her name Daisy Caballero. Shout out to Daisy. I love Daisy. She sometimes does our weather here. She kind of influenced that, where I'm like, okay, if she can do it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say Dania Romero. And ever since then, I've been rolling with it. And even when there's like a Hispanic name popping up in a story, I'll pronounce it how Hispanics pronounce it. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever feel any tension because you are fair complexion? You have a fair complexion. Was there any ever tension with that, or did you feel like you were perceived differently? Because looking at you, I knew right away that you were Hispanic. But do you
really?
pass?
A lot of people think I'm white passing. A lot of people do, and
yeah, that's what I mean with the fair complexion is you can kind of
I
would imagine swing either way.
Yeah, I mean yes, and I do recognize that although I am 100% Latina and I love my culture, I do recognize that I do have white privilege. Like I do recognize that, and it's like, come on now, like how are you about to say that like a Latina with pale skin, blue eyes, blonde hair, gets treated the same as a tan Hispanic with indigenous features. Like I do recognize in the sense that I do obtain white privilege. And I feel like that goes with it. And I know a lot of Latinos, it's a lot of backlash. Like, I'm Latino, I do not get white privilege. But come on now, you have pale skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair. Like, come on. But even then, my parents, it's I do recognize I do get those privileges, and I do get that like passing card. But I am very much involved in my culture, and I love it. So, and again, when I was doing the news at first, I was not shy to say that I was Latina, And when Nazi was first doing the Facebook lives and getting to know me, and because she would do the Facebook lives and kind of introduce me to the community, I kind of mentioned like, yeah, Mexican food. I grew up with a Mexican mom. Like I love Mexican food, and that's when people were like kind of like telling me, oh, you need to go to Ralibertos and other Mexican spots here. I was never afraid to say that I was Mexican, but in that sense, there's a lot of Mexicans that are fair skinned, and it's important to say that like, some of them do have white privilege. And it's not. It's sometimes people don't want to admit that, but I'll admit it. It's true. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about that? Because you're white passing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I feel like I'm in a weird bubble where I'm white to brown people, and then to white people they don't know what I am. They're like, "What are you?" And I'm like, tan. I don't know.
Do you ever get like that kind of like culture shock where it's like you're too white for the Latinos and you're too Latino for the whites?
Absolutely. Yes. I feel like a man without a country in that regard because I don't. It's like, and I'm not fluent in Spanish, so I've missed out on that realm. So there's that language barrier of I can understand more than I can speak. Everybody says that though, right?
Yeah.
But I can understand more than I can speak. And so there's like that weird tension there where, oh, well, you're Mexican, but you're not really Mexican. So you don't fit in with that crowd.
That identity crisis.
Yeah, and then you don't fit in with the white kids because there's that cultural difference. And you're like, what the hell? Where am I?
Here's the thing, too. Like, I consider myself fluent in Spanish. Spanish was my first language. But when I'm speaking Spanish to my cousins in Mexico, that's different where I'm like, oh my God, I don't get your slang. I don't say that. Like they're talking a different language. So here in the US, like I consider myself fluent, but again, when I go down to Mexico and I'm having conversations with my cousins, I'm like, what does that say?
Yeah, say that again.
Yeah,
what is that?
So yeah, and then like working in the office, like again, like I grew up in a Latino community, and people would call me white, like in the Latino community, and coming out here, people are like, you're the Latina, like you're, so it was definitely like a culture shock, because again, like I'm Latina to the whites, but not Latina enough to the Mexicans. So yeah, definitely. It's weird.
It's
a identity crisis. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. And again, like I kind of want to touch on imposter syndrome, but I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
I feel like an imposter in every aspect of my life.
Let's get into it. Okay. And I didn't even know what it was until I had like a breakdown after work. I believe it was during the time when I got that message
up here.
Up here. When I got that message saying like I I sucked at being a news anchor. I called my sister and I'm like, like there's not a lot of Latinas in this industry. Like I feel like I don't belong here. And I genuinely felt that. Like I really did feel like I was taking up someone else's spot. I'm like, someone else could be in my position doing a way better job than me. And that thought would come through so often. And my sister was like, you have imposter syndrome. Like, you definitely. And I was like, what is that?
I don't even know what that is.
I literally, Googled it. I was like, what does this mean? Like, is this a real thing? Because even the name imposter syndrome sounds kind of, like,
fake.
funky.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You just
what
made that up.
Yeah, exactly. But I read it, and I watched videos on it, and a lot of successful people, a lot of lawyers, even some of the anchors that I saw, like they talked about imposter syndrome and how, a decade into their career, they still feel that imposter syndrome. And that's exactly what I was feeling. Exactly. And like she hit the T on that when she told me that I had imposter syndrome. And like to this day, I still feel like that way. Like, I'm like, someone else could be in my position doing a way better job than me. Why did they even hire me? Like I still have that thought process in me. But again, the thing that keeps me going is everything happens for a reason. God put you on this path for a reason. You're here, you're doing your job. And it's like, always like if you weren't doing your job, they could have fired you, so it's like you're there for a reason. But yeah, imposter syndrome was kicking my butt at first. A lot of self-doubt, a lot of self-doubt. But again, my sister, she does HR work at some very successful company over in the Silicon Valley, and she told me that she worked with people that went to USC, UCLA, all these really prestige schools. My sister went to East Bay, Cal State East Bay, which shout out to Cal State East Bay, not a bad school, but again, she was working with these people that came from very, very privileged backgrounds, and she tells me like she felt like she didn't belong, and she had imposter syndrome, and she had to get through it. So she was like, Dania, you're in that same boat, but you're there for a reason. So that definitely helped. So yeah, definitely had to get through
balancing act.
Yeah. What do you have experience with that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In every aspect, right? I think I got my first big dose when I went to New York for school, because that was a private school that was uppity for the East Coast.
Okay.
It was pretty uppity.
Mm-hmm.
And here I am, this California kid, and they were like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "I don't know. I might be in the wrong place."
Uh-huh.
So that was a hard adjustment to make. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what made it worse, unfortunately, because I instantly I hadn't been to the school before I went out there. My parents just dropped me off. I'd never been there. I'd never seen the campus. I was like, I guess this is happening.
Why did you choose New York?
I needed a change of pace, and it was a really good school, and they threw some money at me, and I was like, I guess.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
I went out there, and my first week was kind of the orientation week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was this Latin American club, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to find my people here. Like, obviously, I don't fit in with these other kids because they're wearing, like, Gucci bags and, have these nice cars and just have this money, and they're just, like, flaunting it. And I'm like, that's not me. Like, I do not fit in here. And I went to the Latin American club, and I was there for probably 30 minutes, and it became very apparent that I was not like these other people either. So I just was kind of in the back and talking to a few people. And I was like, I got a class assignment, and so I left, and that was another little culture shock.
But you still stayed. And
I stayed at the school, because at this point I had transferred 4 times, and I told my parents, I was like, what, I should just drop out. I actually talked to one of my professors, and I was like, I think I should drop out, and he kind of gave me some clarity in life
and a little push,
Yeah. And my parents were like, you are not dropping out. You're not transferring because this is it. This was your 4th time. You're good. You're going to graduate from here.
You got to get through it. I totally get you on that. And I think imposter syndrome comes a lot with comparing yourself to others, and a lot of just comparing yourself to the background. You're seeing these people with designer bags and stuff, and you're like, God damn, like.
And just different mentalities, and just different. Just different.
Yeah, like they're not worried about bills and worried about what they're gonna eat, and like it's that, and it's like that. It is privilege, and you don't grow up with that, and it's not like you're hating on them, but it's just like, damn, like they had more of a like a push, and then oh god, I'm like really bad at explaining, but it's like they were like meant for this, and it's like you kind of
That's part of it, right? You feel like they've almost been groomed to go
There you go.
down this path, and
Yeah.
you're like, I don't. I mean, I almost. This is ironic. I almost didn't graduate high school because I missed so much class, but I was still on the honor roll. So I was like, I was doing my
Oh,
work,
what?
just was not going to class, and these kids are all 4.0s go or 4 point, whatever,
Yeah.
how it gets higher than a 4.0, and they're
Like
like,
I'm gonna
yeah,
take AP courses and
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
and they're doing all of these projects, and all the freshmen have, volunteered at hospitals and
Oh my
have these
gosh.
senior capstone projects
Yes.
that are insane, and I'm like, I am just here. Do they know? I was joking with some friends for a while, and I was like, I think I just like my application just slipped through because on paper these kids and me are not on the same playing field. I was like, am I the token Mexican here? Because jokes on them, I'm not even that Mexican, and I don't know if they looked at a picture of me before they invited me out here, but it was a culture shock.
Oh my god, that was funny.
Yeah.
That you said that. Same thing, because I even again, like I didn't have a lot of experience, and I again, like I whatever everything you just said, I totally relate to that. Because again, like Austin had so much talent, and I'm like, oh my god, like he has so much experience, so much talent, and like I don't. Like I had did everything online, and I never really had that like that extra resources, and then also just comparing myself to like other reporters, because Michael at the time he had came from like a larger station over in Reading, and I'm like he has so much more experience than me, and just comparing myself to other people that had worked there before me, and how they have master's degrees and so many internships under their belt, and with me it's like I didn't have all of that, so I'm like, did they hire me by mistake? Did they hire me because like the token Mexican?
Yeah, right?
A lot of self-doubt and comparing myself, where it's like, am I really meant to be here? um and again, being the only woman there, that's on air, because it's only me, Michael, and Austin. So I'm the only like female reporter slash anchor. So I'm like, did they just hire me because they needed a woman on the team? I don't know. It's definitely a lot of self-doubt when it came to that, but there for a reason. So getting the experience and learning a lot. So yeah, it's good.
Does that thought ever bother you when you think about, am I here because of how I look or my background?
Yes and no, because I know that I worked my
Your ass off to get
yes
there.
my that's my dad calling. Yes, I worked hard, and I do believe I deserved it. However, I'm like, they could have hired someone with a master's degree and way more experience than me. It's like, why me? It's always that feeling. But um and it's always good to hire someone who's bilingual. So I think I had that kind of like
It's definitely a plus.
yes, that little extra little spaz that I had, that I was bilingual. Um, but then again, I don't know. Could be. Never asked. I've never asked, hey, why'd you hire me? But yeah, I don't know.
Do you feel like you get through that imposter syndrome just by leaning back and saying, I've worked, I
Hmm.
put in the time, this is why I'm here, and I'm gonna do the job they hired
Yeah.
me for.
Also, yeah, and also my sister said, it's like whenever those thoughts go through your head, she's like, has someone gone up to you and said like, you're doing this wrong, or like has someone ever like fired you or threatened to fire you or given you a warning? And I'm like, no, that has never happened. And she was like, okay, then you're doing your job, and you're doing a good job, because if you wouldn't be, they would have said something.
You would know.
Yeah, I would know. So she was like, this is all in your head, unless someone tells you like, hey, if you don't do this, you're out the door, like you're doing good. So yeah. And of course there's Michael and other people have said like, hey, Dania, you could have fixed this or done that better. It's always like for improvement,
Yeah, to
obviously,
be
but
better.
never. Yes, and I always take constructive criticism, because if I didn't, I would not be in this industry. Oh my god. But yeah, like that's definitely helped, just keeping that in mind. Like if they didn't want me here, they could have fired me. So have that in mind. Yeah.
I think I worked through it through suffering, as sadistic as that sounds.
What do you mean?
Like physical exertion, like working out has been a big one for me.
Mm.
I don't know if I've worked through it in the sense that I rest on, I've worked hard to get there, wherever there
Mhm.
is. I mean, I'm sitting in a garage doing a podcast with you, so I'll take this with a grain of salt, right? But I've always, and shout out to my parents again for this, but it's through that work ethic of just being able to endure.
Yeah.
I think that has helped me.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I hit those spots where I don't feel like I belong in this room, I guess you could say, I work. I'll go work out, and I'll like.
You
It
have that
sounds sadistic.
outlet.
Yeah, I don't know how to
Yeah.
like phrase it, and I've thought about this because people have asked about it before. But it's that like physical. That's what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Physical punishment, I guess, in a sense, but it's not punishment. It's like
not. It's
physical
better.
exertion.
See,
It's
and
working
that's
through
a
that.
healthy way to kind of like let off steam.
Yeah.
And I love going to the gym. And even though I don't have as much time as I want to go to the gym, again, I played soccer for.
Which is right up the alley.
Yes, I played soccer up until community college. And even then, after I stopped playing like relatively competitive, like I would still play like other like pickup teams, and whenever they would need me, like, hey Dania, we need an extra player, come out, I would go.
What position did you play?
Forward.
Oh, okay.
Forward, yeah. Loved it. I love soccer. Soccer was a huge part of my identity. Like, you know, Dania, the soccer player, like she would play soccer. So definitely that was like another switch too, moving up here and kind of like stirring away from soccer. But then again, whenever I would be stressed, even though the gym membership here is so expensive, but it's worth it. It's a very nice gym. I go out to the gym and I work out, and I never regret a workout. And you know, whenever I'm like on the treadmill, I'm like just thinking about those mean comments, like
Using it as fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So I get you on that.
Yeah.
Like, having that outlet, but it's a healthy outlet because a lot of people turn to alcohol or drugs and food. As much as I love food, you know, it's you know, a healthy way is working out. So I try to do that. Either working out, even like talking to my family helps a lot. But just try to steer away from anything that's harmful for sure is important. So I mean, at least you have a healthy outlet.
Oh yeah.
You know. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Healthy
good.
to an extent. My parents would probably argue that it's not.
How often do you go to the gym?
Every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
No rest
I
days?
try to take rest days.
Yeah, rest days are
Those hard for
important.
me. Yeah.
Rest days are important. God, every day that's a lot.
Yeah.
I try to go every other day.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't gone today.
I think it's more therapeutic in that regard. It's like facing your demons, as cliche as that sounds, right? When you go to the gym.
Yeah, it could very well be true. Pushing your limits too. You know, lifting more than you did back then. It's also you know, even though like when you go to the gym, when you're mad at yourself, you come out feeling stronger too, because you're like, damn, I just did those reps.
Mm-hmm.
I did that set. So it's definitely like rewarding after too. Even though you go in there with when your mindset's not all the way there, you leave feeling satisfied for sure.
Yeah, you might not want to go, but you always leave feeling better.
Exactly. It's the same thing with work. Like sometimes, you know, I'd rather sleep in than go to work sometimes. But you know, after work, after you knock out those 2 shows, you feel great. You're like, damn, I did that. It's like crossing a finish line almost. It's really rewarding, you know. And you wouldn't have felt that way if you were in bed. So.
And it's weird how mentally you can psych yourself out, and then you do the thing,
or you come
and
up
you
with
feel
excuses.
so much better.
You're like, you know, like.
Or reasons not to, like, oh, I shouldn't do this because X, Y, and Z, and then you do it, and you're like, it was amazing.
Exactly. Like there was a point where we were so short staffed that I had to come in to work an hour earlier every single day just to make sure our show was ready to go. And my excuse would be like, damn, I lost that extra hour that I could be working out, so I'm just not going to work out. Because again, it's like, you know, when you're living alone, it's like you got to prepare your food, you got to take a shower, you got to do your chores.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. So like fitting in a workout, it's definitely hard. So on top of that, getting an hour less of personal time definitely impacted that. But I just woke up an hour earlier and I went to the gym still, even though like at times where that could have been an excuse for me to say like, I'm not going to go to the gym because I work earlier today. So it's definitely having that mentality. Again, I owe it all to my dad. My dad has really, you know, again, even though my dad worked those tough hours, he would still make time for us and still make time for soccer. Even though my 50-year-old dad still plays soccer, he still made time for everybody. So I always refer to him whenever I'm feeling like I can't do enough. He did it. So, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite memories with my dad is we used to go play catch, or he would like pitch baseballs to me when I was like, you know, 6, and we just go do some batting practice.
Oh,
Family time is
quality
important.
time with
it's
your,
important.
Yeah, it's so important. And my dad was those Mexican dads that would like scream at me on the sidelines whenever I would do bad, and it's like, my dad is the most calm person ever. He has so much patience. But when it came to soccer games, oh my
Got a
gosh, my
little heated.
dad would yell at me until I cried. Like, Dania, you
Oh
should have passed
damn.
the. No, yeah, my dad was so. He was, and again, it made me a better player. I was not to toot my own horn, but like I was relatively good at soccer. I would consider myself really good. You know, I broke some high school records, and I won awards and stuff. And I do recognize that I was a good player. But again, my dad would he would lose it after games. Like, Dania, you should have passed the ball. You should have taken that corner kick. You should have told the coach to put you in. Yeah, my dad was crazy. Not crazy, but like definitely like that one dad screaming on the field.
Passion.
Yes, for sure.
Why didn't
Yeah.
you play at San Francisco State? You
Um,
played JC.
Yeah, I played
Okay.
JC. So for my high school, not a lot of again, my high school was not a good high school, and not a lot of recruiters came to my high school to recruit players because I also didn't know that the college process on how to play soccer. Um, I played on a club team, relatively good, but not at a great level. And then for high school, the only coach that came to recruit was my community college coach, and recruited me, and it was a community college right up the street from my house. So I went there
Oh,
to play soccer.
perfect.
Yeah, I went there to play soccer. But again, in that community college, great soccer program, great coach, but not the best team. So when I wanted to play, and I went to the ID camps at SF State, but little did I know, like 4 years start recruiting like years ahead. So even though they have those ID camps, they know who's on their roster. So I tried out, didn't make it, and um, didn't continue playing. But then again, I feel like if I would have, and this is what I say, even though I would have died to play for SF State, I would have loved it. I feel like I wouldn't have focused on my career and my broadcasting career. So everything happens for a reason because again, those practices are intense. Like sometimes they practice twice a day. So it's like I feel
And
like
for hours.
for
This isn't like,
hours
oh yeah, it's
too.
an hour a week. No, this is a
Exactly.
lot.
Exactly. And I know that I wasn't going to continue playing soccer for the rest of my life. And I would have, in the long run, done reporting. So, although it sucked and I really wanted to play soccer at SF State, everything happens for a reason. And I know that if I would have played soccer, I wouldn't have focused on my career. I would have focused on the sport more. So, yeah, I'm glad it turned out the way it did in the end. But I wish I could still play soccer because moving up here, I mean, not that I know of, I don't think there's soccer teams that I could play on, at least for like pickup
I know
purposes.
they do pickup games. I don't know if there's any
Like
any
for
like
women
sanctioned.
too, because
I think so. I'm pretty
really.
sure. At least when I was going to college and coming back during the summers, I remember I had some friends that would go to pickup games at like Zobarnum, I think is where they used to. The one
I don't know
by
where that
Zobarnum
is.
over by Winco. I don't
Mm,
know if they still do that. Not the new Zobarnum over by the Shell. Um,
I don't know.
I don't know. I would have.
I
There's a
would want to look into it.
yeah.
It would only be for weekends, but yeah, I would love to
If
still
they
play.
don't, they definitely should. I
Yeah,
think a lot of people would do that.
like sign up petitions
Yeah, I
for
know they
free
do like
girls team. Excuse
softball.
me.
Softball's the go-to, right? There's
Oh, I
always a
never played
pickup
softball.
softball.
Soccer was my sport. I did ballet for a few years. Dropped out of that to focus more on soccer more because I just couldn't do ballet and soccer at the same time. Two completely different sports, I would say, if you consider ballet a sport. Yeah.
Doing multiple sports is hard.
It is. And oh my God, if in high school, there would be girls that would do like volleyball and softball and all of that. And not me. Soccer, that's it. I cannot do that. That requires too much talent that I don't have. So, yeah. I mean, though I would have loved to, like, learn a new sport, nah, I stuck to soccer. Yeah. Did you play sports growing up?
Yeah, I played baseball, basketball, and soccer steadily for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think I stopped in middle school. I stopped it all. I had some health stuff going on, and I had terrible. I had some great soccer coaches,
Mm-hmm.
but some terrible baseball and basketball coaches. I
Mm.
had a baseball coach that left. We were in a tournament,
Mm-hmm.
so we had like 3 games to play this one day,
Uh-huh.
and he left 2 innings into the first game.
You just walked out?
Left, yeah, he was like, "You guys suck," and was like cussing at the parents, and left to go to a bowling tournament. Our baseball, and this is like minor B's, maybe, or like I
Oh
don't think
my
it was little D,
gosh.
minor A's or something like that, like lower
How
level.
rude.
Just left, I think he cussed out one of the players. It might have been his son.
Oh
I
my
think was on the team.
gosh.
And I don't think we had an assistant coach. It was just him. And then cussed out some of the parents on the sidelines and was like, "F this, I'm going bowling," and went to a bowling tournament.
Okay, that's I had bad coaches, but not that extreme.
Yeah, he was
That's
pretty.
See, I think the worst thing that's ever happened, I had in my 4 years of high school, not to toot my own horn, but I made varsity my freshman year. Only freshman to make varsity. But
Casual shout out.
casual shout out, whatever. But in those 4 years on varsity, we had 3 different coaches, so it was never really
No consistency.
yeah, no consistency. And I remember my senior year of high school, like I was on a roll. I was scoring at least a goal every single game, and unfortunately, there was a mom who was the assistant coach, and one of her daughters was on the team. I like to think of the best in people. I don't want to say it was jealousy. I don't want to say anything like that. But it got to the point where even like, and I hate confrontation. I hate it. But it got to the point where I told my dad. My dad ended up having to talk to her because she would tell the coach to take me out even though we were losing, and even though like they needed me on the field, she would tell the coach to take me out, and it would kind of, like, why are you taking me out?
So her daughter could play or something?
Sure, I don't want to say that, but sure, I mean, if you said it, it kind of, I guess. But there was this one game where I made an assist. I passed the ball, the girl shoots, scores, and then we make a sub, and they sub me out, and I'm like, why are you subbing me out? I just made a good play, whatever. I didn't say anything. I subbed out. I sat on the bench, and she goes, Dania, good job. How do you feel about that play? Like, totally being fake. And I got that vibe from her, and I was like, I played soccer. I did a pad. I wasn't even the one that shot. I'm like, I did what was the best thing I could do for that game. I was pass the ball and have her shoot. Like, feels good, I guess. And then she kind of got offended that I kind of like shook it off. Like, I guess I don't know what she thought, but she went up to my coach, and I didn't know this at the time, and I knew she was like saying like, don't put her in. But apparently after the game, the coach, and thank God, Coach Sal, I love him, came up to me and said, yeah, like, she told me not to put you in for the rest of the game, but I still put you in because we needed you out there. But just to let you know, like, she told me not to put you in. And I cried, and I don't like crying in front of people, but I after the game, I didn't even like go to the team meeting. I just went straight to my dad and started crying. And that's when my dad was like, what's your problem with my daughter? And the next day, we kind of like had a meeting, and then she was like, no, I love Dania. Like, Dania's a great player. Like, we love her on the team. And I'm like, great. No, that's not the case. I know you don't like me. But there's been those coaches where they try to make you look bad, or they don't want you on the field. And again, don't know why. I never really confronted her about it. Just kind of like ran to my dad after that. But then, in community college, I also had this other coach who pulled me 10 minutes into the game, knowing that there was a scout there at one of the games. I think she was I forgot what college she coached at, but we did have a scout for one of our community college games, and he knew about it and still took me out. I don't know why. And he was the assistant coach. I told him, the main coach, and I was like, hey, do you know why he subbed me out? And the coach was like, I have no idea. And I'm like, okay, like, why did you sub me out if you knew there was a scout there and you knew that I wanted to play at a 4-year? So there's been those coaches where I feel like, make you look bad, and I don't know why, but definitely.
Yeah, it gets a little dicey, right?
Yeah, it does. And looking back, I'm like, I could have stood up for myself more. And
yeah, but you're a kid. You would expect these adults to be better than
but
that.
But when you're in that position, you don't feel like a kid. You don't feel.
Oh yeah. But it's always weird, especially when it comes to parents doing that sideline coaching. You're like, what is happening here? Especially the weirdest one is when it's a coach and their kid is playing and their kid's not good, and the coach is like, no.
That's kind of it. That was like kind of like the case.
Yeah, that's problematic.
But again, like, I never had a problem with her daughter either. I loved her daughter. Her daughter was a great player, so I don't know why she would kind of like single me out and take me out. And it was my senior year too. That was the time when I wanted to play as much as I could, and have her take me out every like 10 minutes definitely put a damper on things. But still broke records, so her doing that didn't really change a thing other than cause me emotional distress. But it's fine, whatever.
Just small downside.
Yeah, small downside. And it got to the point where like, oh, this, I remember. So we have this thing called blanket awards. I don't know if every high school has this, but it's they gave it off to seniors, and there's like all these qualifications you have to do, like be on varsity all 4 years, have a certain GPA. God, I forgot what it is, but it's called a blanket award, and it's not even offered every year. It's whoever matches these, and they give the award, and usually it's a big thing. Like I remember,
Like a big ceremony.
it's not a ceremony, but it's kind of like an announcement. And last time they had given out a blanket award was my freshman year. So there was like 3 years where they hadn't given one out. And I remember my coach saying, there's a lot of envious people. I'm going to give this to you in silence. So he gave me the award in silence and he didn't make it a big deal. And
That's crappy.
it is that he had to do that. At least I got the award, but it would have been nice to get some recognition, you know?
Yeah, but it's not like you're getting an award for not doing anything. Like you achieved
it was just
something.
People would have been envious, and the thing is, I sound like such a bitch saying that. Like people were just jealous of me, but like it was the fact that he had to give it to me in silence behind closed doors and not in front of the team, said a lot.
Yeah, that's shitty. That's not a great coach.
Yeah, I mean, he was a good coach, and he got along with my dad. But looking back, like if I was a coach and there was a lot of people hating on this one player, I would still give the award in front of all of them, you know?
But it's one of those things where you can use that as fuel, and that's how you should.
Yeah.
If you see a teammate hitting all these milestones, you should say, okay, I need to rise up to that level.
Exactly.
But some people don't like that. They see that and they want to pull you back with them.
Yeah, and like looking back, like actually now talking about it, I'm like, he probably didn't give it to me in front of everybody because that the assistant coach probably told him like not to give her the award or something like that, or it would have upset her, which, you know, like F her feelings, you know?
Yeah. Well, again, especially in a sport pursuit like that, you didn't just get it. You had to work to get it.
I suffered through my dad yelling at me all those years.
Yeah, traumatic experiences.
Yeah, I had to go through all
You
of
should have
that.
said, listen, I've been yelled at. I don't know if you've seen my dad at these games. Do you understand what I've gone through to get this?
Exactly.
I want a public announcement. I want it to be over the intercom during first period. Like, people need to hear this.
Oh, you're going to make me cry. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Yeah, no. I want a public announcement right now. You know how many tears I cried for this? Exactly. But, oh God, that's funny. Public announcement. But it's fine. I mean, he gave it to me behind closed doors, and although I would have wanted some recognition, it's fine. Still got the award, still earned it. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't get that mentality of trying to pull people down to your level.
Yeah,
That is a weird concept.
Yeah, whenever I see someone who's smarter than me or anything like above me, I see it as motivation. I don't see it as like, oh my God, this girl thinks she's better than everybody. Like, no, I try to see it as I want to get to that level. I see it as motivation again. Like example, like with Austin sitting next to me, so much talent. I see what he does and I want to be on his level. Like I want to be as good as him. I see it as motivation, and again as a resource. He is always there to help me, and vice versa. If I can help in any way, I do the same. But you know, there's no reason to hate someone just because they're better than you.
And it doesn't take away. That's the biggest thing, right? There's enough to go around. There's enough shine. There's enough achievement. Somebody excelling at one thing doesn't mean you can't excel at that as well. It doesn't mean you can't get better. It doesn't take away from your achievement.
Exactly. And
everybody's on their own path.
And everyone's different. So, yeah, I completely agree with you on that. Yeah.
You got to go back to that high school. Say, hey, listen, here's my award. I want my announcement.
Yes. And here's the thing. I went back because I picked up my brother from his soccer practice.
He went to the same high school?
Yes, he went to the same high school as me. And whenever I would go, I would kind of like walk by the gym to see if my name was on the wall, because if you get those blanket awards under the women's soccer team, they have your name up there, and it's going to be there for years. They didn't have my name up there. So I'm like, since he gave it to me in silence without telling anybody that he gave me the award, I guess he didn't even tell the school that I won the award. So my name wasn't even up on the wall.
Did you go talk to the school?
No.
Dania.
No.
Oh my God.
I didn't, and like I was like, I told my brother, I'm like, hey, do you want to tell one of the counselors to like put my name up there? But my brother's like, no, you do it. I never did it, and I think it's too late now, because I think a couple of years ago, another girl won the blanket award, and now her name's there. So it would be weird.
They could just shift her down. They could shift her down.
Maybe, but yeah, my name's not up
cheesy.
there. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice, but yeah.
I think you got some phone calls to make.
Do you think?
I think so. Yeah, you're a reporter now. Start kicking up some dust.
I know.
Like, listen, if you guys don't want any
Holding
bad
people accountable.
shine,
Like,
yeah.
hey, this girl won this award.
I'm
She
pretty
deserves to be up
prominent
there.
up in Humboldt County.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything, but
Got some steam up here. Yeah, no. I mean, it is what it is. It would have been nice to have my name up there, just for bragging purposes. You know, got my name up in my high school.
and just for recognition, you know,
Yeah.
just for recognition of what you went through
Exactly.
and the hard work.
Exactly. Damn. Gotta do that now.
I
Thank you
know.
for the heads
You're
up.
welcome.
Like, you're motivating me to contact the principal now.
I'm partial to that because my dad has his picture up at Zane Middle School.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For what?
He was a football player. I don't know if they won a champion. They didn't have a football team for very long, so it could just be he's up there because he was one of the few on a team for that school. I don't actually know. He might have, maybe they went to a championship or something. I never actually looked, but I just always remember looking up and seeing him and laughing because he's got this big afro. It was back.
But it's
when
cool.
he
It's
was a
like,
kid.
that's my dad.
That's my dad.
He's
Yeah.
like, he made his mark on the school. You know, like if, you know, maybe my future kids or whatever, if they were to go to South City, I would want them to see my name up there. Like, that's cool. Like,
It means something.
It does,
It's a sign of
and it's
achievement.
not
Think of all the
easy.
kids that went through that school and how many
yeah.
get an award like that.
Exactly. It's not easy. It wasn't an easy achievement. I think you had to win like first team all league, and there was a lot of things. There was boxes you had to cross to get that. And looking back, I'm like, oh, it would have been nice to have my name up there for sure. But might be too late now. I'll try. I also don't want to be stuck in high school.
Yeah,
you know?
right?
I also don't want to.
That is another thing.
Much. Yeah.
That's one of those tropes of, yeah, you don't want to be the person who never leaves high school.
Yeah. That was another reason why I didn't want to bug them about it. But it's important. It's really important. And it also like for future people, they see like, oh my God, because you know, the women's soccer team in my high school when I first got there was only it had started maybe 8 years before me. So the women's soccer team at my high school wasn't even, it was pretty recent. So it's like seeing all these women players having these achievements, so, you know, more names, it's more motivation. So, you know, it could also serve a purpose for future players too, you know, to try to achieve that milestone and having their name being up on that wall. Because I think before me there were only God, I don't remember how many other names were up there. Maybe 4 or 5 other names that were up there, so not many. So yeah,
People get weird when it comes to trophies and people achieving something. People get weird.
Yeah, even it doesn't even have to be a trophy. It could be like a new job offer. Sometimes people just some people like the silence, like achieving things in silence, like not announcing a job announcement or not announcing
I'm that way. I like moving.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like, even my birthday makes me uncomfortable.
yeah. Oh my God, birthdays.
That one kills me. I always wish, I need to figure out how I can remove that from Facebook, because that's like the last that's the last stand, but that always gets me when
Oh my
people
God,
are like,
same.
oh, happy birthday, and I'm like, oh,
I
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of iffy. Like I'll do like a little birthday post, but I will never tell anybody like, hey, it's my birthday. Like, or I'll never wear like the birthday slash, or like the birthday week thing, or I will never plan anything extravagant for my birthday. But that's funny that you say that. I feel like a lot of guys are like that too, where it's like, I don't know,
Yeah.
don't tell me happy birthday. I don't know how to say thank you.
Yeah, if everybody could just forget, that would be like my ideal world. Nobody knows when my birthday is.
That's funny. I had to remove it on Facebook because that's every year on Facebook, because I don't really use Facebook as much except for now when I post news. But before then, like in high school, I would never use Facebook. But when it came time to my birthday, it's always those aunts and people from middle school that will wish me happy birthday that I don't even talk to. That's funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah.
I think my birthday's still up there too.
That was always my thing. Maybe I'm weird in that way, but all of my, whatever success I achieve in whatever form that takes, I always try to keep it to myself, just because it's weird. It gets weird.
I feel you, and it could be interpreted as like showing off in a way. I definitely am guilty of that. But however, I didn't post that I got this job as a news anchor / reporter until like 2 months in. That's when I like first like made the announcement, like, hey, I'm starting this job here. I didn't announce it until then, because a lot of people announce it when they got the offer. When they get an offer to a job, that's when they announce it. Like, I wanted to be
Make
set
sure
in
you were
stone.
like a fit for it.
Yeah, make sure, because it would have been so embarrassing if, like, you know.
Hey, I got this job.
and
Oh,
then it
next
ended
day
up,
I
like-
got fired.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to solidify my position there before I made the announcement. Yeah, because I also don't want to look dumb, you know. It's like, what if I am showing this off and then I didn't even like earn it, or it doesn't work out? It could always be that. So yeah.
And it's weird when you tell people you're working for something, because sometimes they try to shit on it.
Yeah, my Oh my God. My mom is a great role model. But when I first got this job, when I first got the offer, she was kind of like, "Are you sure they hired you?" Like,
She said
was
that. Are you
yeah.
sure? Is this actually for
Yeah,
you?
my mom did not. Even when I was in college studying journalism, she did not. She never said don't do it, but she didn't want me to because she knew it required me to move away. And again, typical traditional mom, the only way you can move away is if you get married. So
Mm-hmm.
me moving away definitely like went against her norms. But she when I was so happy. I'm like, Mom, they just hired me. I'm gonna be a news anchor, news reporter. She was like, are you sure? Like, are you sure it wasn't a mistake? Like, they hired you? And I remember I was in LA at the time that I got the offer, so I was with family, and my tias were all really happy for me, and my mom was the one that's kind of like the Debbie Downer. But now, and this was relatively recent, I feel like a few months back, that's when she was like, I'm so glad that you took this decision. You have grown so much. 'Cause she knew that I couldn't even cook when I was living at home. So she's like, I know you're responsible. Like, you haven't asked us for money. Like, she's like, I know you're taking care of yourself and budgeting correctly, and I know this job isn't easy and you're handling it well. So now she's like, I'm glad that you listened to yourself and not me, and you took the job.
Oh,
So
that's awesome.
yeah. And my dad, on the other hand, was supportive with whatever I wanted to do, but my mom was kind of like that. Just
Wanted to keep you
wasn't
close.
on board. Yeah, and I get it. Like, if I have a daughter, I wouldn't want her to move away either. But again, it's for a purpose. It's not for nothing. It's not like I'm running away and not doing anything. It's like I have a purpose, and I have goals that I want to achieve. And she recognized that after, but at least now she gets it. So yeah.
There's a quote, and I can't think of exactly how it goes, but it's something like, "It's the people that love you the most that will hold you back the most."
Mm-hmm.
And it's not necessarily for nefarious purpose. It's because the people that love you want to spend time with you and they want to be
Yeah.
around you,
Exactly.
and all of that takes away from whatever you're working on
Yeah.
inadvertently.
And my mom had said, like, because she saw how much I love like family and family events and being close to home, and she just knew that I would not suffer, but she knew that I would have a hard time adjusting. Which she wasn't wrong. I had a really hard time adjusting to everything. And like I said, my life did a 180 when I moved up here, um, and she knew that I would go through that. Um, but now that I went through it and I got through it fine, I'm all in one piece. She now sees that like I handled it right, so she's grateful now that I
Oh,
took the
that's
job.
awesome.
Yeah, and like even when she moved up here, when we were looking for apartments, she was still giving me that like, Dania, are you sure you want to do this? Like, are you there's she knew that I got the offer in San Francisco to be a part-time production assistant. She was like, you could still be that, like kind of like
Just
nudging me
nudge it.
back
Yeah.
home. Um, no, I had a hard head, so
It's a good
yeah,
quality to have.
it is. Most of the time. I mean, it's worked out for me, but I know having a hard head can be negative too
Well,
sometimes.
hard head, I don't know if it's necessarily a hard head or being knowing what you want
Hmm.
and striving for that.
Yeah,
I
but
think
sometimes
that's
a lot of people think they know that they want something and then have it not work out or not be for them. So it could be a negative and positive thing, but
mm-hmm.
in my situation, thankfully it was a good thing. Good that came out of it for sure.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
working out. Look
Yeah.
where you are now.
Still trying, still learning. I'm not the perfect anchor slash reporter. Haven't even been in the industry for a year yet, so definitely still learning a lot. And I'm just really thankful that I got this opportunity. That I'm so thankful that I had the privilege to even go to college and get a degree and have this job. Like, I recognize that I have so much privilege, and I had like a stool that led me to this, and it was my parents and my education and all of that, and my wonderful coworkers that have so much patience when it comes to me. So very grateful for that. It's worked out. Yeah.
Do you have a plan for where you want to go from here? Or are you just trying to take it
Um,
one day at a time?
I'm a type A person. I like having a plan set out. So I do have a plan, but I do recognize if it doesn't work out, it's for the better. So my plan is for the future. Reporters have contracts, and my contract is 2 years. Could always renew it after that, but Sinclair, which is the company that I work for, they have this. It's not necessarily a program, but it's like an upward mobility type of situation for reporters, where if you do your dues in a year and you want to move up to another station, you can do so. So my 1 year is coming up in August, and I love it here, and I want to stay here. I want to move closer to home. That's really my goal, and I'm telling you, like I like to consider Eureka kind of like an island because you're so far away from everybody. You're far away from Reading. You're far away from San Francisco. So I'm like, if I can just take Eureka and move it closer to home, that would be perfect. But I really want to move either to Chico / Reading, that area, because I have a lot of family in Chico. Also a little bit closer to home. Also, I would just be open to anywhere in California, if that makes sense, because I know San Francisco is a very high market, and I know even like when you're applying to stations in San Francisco, they require like a 5+ year experience, and so I do recognize that, and I do need more experience under my belt before I hit those high markets. So definitely do want to stay here for as long as I can, and then move away to either maybe Chico or Monterey, maybe even Palm Springs. I don't know. Definitely still up in the air, but want to stay in California for sure. Don't want to move to any other state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know a lot of people after college move to like Texas and other states like that, which good for them, but not me. I like to stay in California. But,
Is that just because they want to get away, or are there better markets in those states?
I think in Texas there's a station that's a little bit higher than Eureka, but again, like I feel like all small stations are within the same realm, where it's not much higher than Eureka.
You're just
but
getting
again,
your foot in the door.
yes, to get your foot in the door. Everyone's different. My friend that moved to Texas loves it out there. I'm so happy for her, but I feel like that would not be the case for me, because again, if I wanted to go back home, I would just have to make that 4 to 5 hour trip, and I'd be home.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Texas would be
easier.
a little bit
a
longer.
little bit longer than that, a plane ride away. But yeah, that's the goal, to just try to get closer to home as much as I can. So yeah. How about you? Do you plan to stay in Eureka?
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
What is your goal?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I'm more of a day by day guy at this point in my life.
Understandable.
I think I'll be here maybe till the end of the year, and then I don't know. I've been saying that for a couple months now, so I'm trying to figure out what my plan is.
Till the end of the year? So, I mean, what's maybe top 3 places you would want
to go?
Yeah.
Texas seems like it would be cool.
Really?
Yeah, maybe like Houston or Austin. I also really like the idea of Colorado.
Okay.
Like Boulder would be fun. But then I also want to go down to LA. It's all up in the air. I'm not really sure what I want to do with my life yet. I'm in that weird spot.
We have time.
Yeah.
We have time to figure
People
it out.
say that, right?
No need to rush things for sure. But why Texas and Colorado?
I like my end game, I've realized, is I want to have a ranch somewhere.
Oh my god.
So yeah,
same.
that's my end game. And I think a ranch in
Same.
Colorado, like maybe in a valley somewhere with mountains, because I love the aesthetic of here.
I mean,
like,
here there's ranches in
yeah.
McKinleyville. I drive by them all the time, and I'm like, damn it, I'm like, do these people want to adopt me?
Yeah,
like,
I know, right?
Can
I just live maybe just like on the property somewhere? Like I won't make too much noise. It'll be fun.
I feel you on that, seriously.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, like whenever I go to my dad's ranch in Mexico where he grew up, even though it's a very poor ranch.
Does your family still own that ranch?
Yes.
Yeah. That's cool.
They still own it. Unfortunately, we had to sell a few horses because a lot of my dad's brothers and sisters live up here, and they can't take care of the ranch and all the animals. So right now it's just the ranch. I believe there is 1 horse and a few like pigs and chickens that my cousin takes care of. But again, there's like no toilets, no running water. Like it's a ranch. Like it's an OG
like an
ranch.
Actual ranch.
But the land is it's a really big property. I mean, if we really wanted to, if we had the money, we could fix it up and make it really nice. But until then, it's the OG ranch. Mm-hmm. Nothing's changed since my dad's family moved out of there. But yeah, like a ranch out here, a nice one, like with horses. I love riding horses. That's like my goal. It's like when I'm rich and famous, like I'm totally putting that out there. I'm totally manifesting that. My dream world, beach house and a ranch like that. Like that would be great. That would be great. But ranch is definitely a priority. Like, would love that if I had the opportunity to have a ranch. Have my own horse. Like, horses are so expensive, by the way.
Yeah.
Horses can cost more than a car, which, like, I didn't know until
just
a few years ago.
Just the initial cost can cost more than a car. That's not even talking about feeding them, taking them to the vet.
I know, but...
It's on the bucket list.
It's on the bucket list for sure. And whenever I go down to Mexico, that's what I do. It's like, the plane lands, I'm on a horse. Like I just love riding horses. Something about it's just so freeing to ride a horse. Kind of like driving. You know, like when you're stressed, you're like, I'm just gonna go for a
Driving,
drive.
but better.
Driving, but
Listen,
better.
I love driving. Is like
Yes.
my therapy, but riding a horse
Riding,
is a
it's
little
just
bit better.
it hits different. It hits different for sure. Love it.
We
Yeah.
grew up riding. My grandfather on my mom's side has a ranch out in Fortuna, and when I was
Oh.
growing up, we used to go out there and ride horses like every
So
weekend.
nice. When my sister came up here to visit, apparently I think it was in Fortuna or Ferndale, somewhere more down south. They have like this thing where you can ride horses. And my sister tried calling and like booking an appointment, but I think they were like filled up that day or something. We didn't end up doing it. But there are places you can go and ride horses.
I think there's a place in Oric that like will take you out on
What?
trails. Yeah, I've been wanting to check that out. I haven't gone yet, but supposedly they'll take you out on like a trail and like you can actually go for like a full day up into the mountains.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I need to look into that.
I know.
Definitely
I
want
want
to
to say
do
it's
that.
Oric.
Okay.
I think.
Definitely need to check that out because
How sweet would that be?
That would be great.
Yeah.
Imagine just whenever you're on a weekend when I'm bored, I'm like, I feel like riding
What
a
a-
horse today.
yeah.
Let me book my appointment right now. That'd be great. And I'm sure there's other resources, but I'm also sure you have to book in advance to book that.
Yeah, I wonder how
Um,
busy they are.
I mean, they were busy that Saturday when my sister tried calling. But yeah, that would have been great. And I don't know. You grew up here, so I feel like you would know. You can ride horses on the beach.
Yep.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Where?
I think you could do it at any beach.
Really?
Yeah. I
I
don't
need
know
to-
about.
I need to look into that. Because I know there's some beaches in. Sorry, my eyes are like getting really watery right now.
No, we've got bright lights.
I know.
So it's
and sometimes like
understandable.
literally in the show, because we have lights like this too.
You guys probably have more extreme.
oh,
This is
yeah.
like low level for you.
This is actually kind of like the same. Actually no, maybe it's a little more extreme in the studio, but I actually have to have eye drops where sometimes during breaks I'm like, oh, I need to put on eye drops. I have really sensitive eyes. But anyways,
Do you want me to turn the lights
no,
down?
it's fine, it's
okay,
fine.
because I can adjust those. I've turned them down for other people if they're too. You want me to
maybe
turn them
just a
down?
little bit,
Okay,
just a
you have
little
to
bit.
keep talking so we don't have dead air.
okay, for sure. Yeah, there's a place in San Francisco where you can ride horses. I believe the beach is Pacifica. Pacifica or Ocean Beach? I think that's good. That's good. Yes, that's good. I mean, yeah, maybe that one just a little bit more. But yeah, just riding a horse on the beach, I've never done that. And I can only imagine how fun that would be. So if any listeners out there that are hearing this conversation, please let us know if there are any places that we can go to ride horses on the beach, because I would love that. But again, I know it's a hot commodity, I bet. So gotta book in advance.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a lot better.
I
Thank
know.
you.
Sorry. I wish you would have said
You're
that
good, you're
earlier.
good.
I need to ask people. Say,
No,
hey,
I have
how's
really, really sensitive eyes where sometimes, like, I'll put on eye drops before show, and I do this before every show, 10 and 11 o'clock show, even though they're only, like, 30 minutes apart. I always put on eye drops. I just always look high. Always. And I think I don't know if it's a...
Like, I'm not smoking weed.
Yeah,
it's
no,
just the
seriously.
lights.
Even though, like, we're in Humble, I know, but... no, it's my eyes always get like really red and watery, and sometimes like when I'm doing the show, I'm like, okay guys, my eyes will start
Like, I'm not crying. I'm not crying.
Yes, exactly. But then and during break, I'll sometimes I'll be like, okay guys, I'm gonna go put on eye drops.
Yeah, eye drops are probably a good call. I should probably carry
Yeah.
those in the studio just in case. I had Stacey Eads, I believe. Do you know
Oh
who she
yes,
is?
the
yeah.
DA.
Yeah,
running for
candidate.
DA,
Yeah, I had her on, and she walked in and instantly was like, those are some bright lights. And I was like, I can turn them down.
Does she
I
have
can turn them
colored
down.
eyes? Does she have blue eyes?
I think she has blue eyes.
Okay, I don't know.
I think it's a sensitivity with blue eyes, right?
Could it
All
be?
of them.
I don't know. I think so, because a lot of my cousins that have colored eyes, it's the same problem. Their eyes are just really sensitive. And my dad too. My dad always looks high too. But again, I don't know. It could be.
I think blue eyes are the most light sensitive.
Probably.
I want to say.
Yeah, my eyes are like blue green, ish. But I feel like colored eyes. I mean, I think you have colored eyes too.
Yeah, I've
right?
got brown and green.
Yeah, like do your eyes get sensitive?
I think I'm just used to it because I just stare into them.
Oh.
I just burn out my retinas a little bit, and then it's like, okay, I'm good. I can't actually see you. You're just like a black blotch. So I've just been looking in your general direction the whole time.
I'm like, it could also be because like I got hit in the face with a soccer ball during one of the games that like scratched the cornea. I think
That could
that's what
do it.
Scratched the cornea, but it was just in one eye, and the sensitivity is on both. So I'm like, it could be that.
I
don't
had
know,
a
but-
girl when I was in middle school spray me in the eyes with perfume.
Yikes!
That was, I think
Did you have
that
to go to
was-
the hospital for that?
No,
You just cried it out.
I didn't even cry. I should
What?
have cried.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
would have been
like,
better.
would've
I don't
been
even think.
better to
I
clean
think
it
I
out.
rinsed my eyes out. We were going to gym, and she was like, "Hey, smell this perfume," and I bent down to smell it, and she just
Yikes! As a prank?
I think so. I think
Oh
she
my
thought it would be funny.
god.
It was not. It wasn't funny.
Maybe she was like trying to flirt with you.
I don't know.
That was her way of
I don't know.
flirting.
That was a rough way of flirting. And I was so mad. I've since moved on. I've accepted life is life.
Mhm.
But I had to get glasses because of that. So I wear
No
contacts. Yeah, it
way.
fucked up my
After
vision.
that?
Yeah.
I
And I
would have.
remember I
Oh
was losing my shit because I
no.
was like, I don't even think I told the PE teacher, but somehow the principal found out. I think a buddy of mine told the principal, and we got called in, and the principal had us sitting there, and he's like, "Did you spray him in the eyes with perfume?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Yeah, my eyes are kind of messed up." I told him, and he's
Yeah.
like, "Okay, well, she needs to apologize." And she was like, "Oh, sorry." And then he's like, "Okay, you guys can go." And I was like,
No
"What?
detention.
No."
No
And I told my
punishment,
parents, and they
sir.
were like, "Okay." I was like, "What is happening?" Yeah.
Very bad discipline of it.
I know. It was an interesting experience for me, but I
Because
think
she
it was a
admitted it. It
growing
wasn't an
lesson. Yeah,
accident. So.
it was intentional, but I've accepted that.
Jeez. Yeah, I
I'm a better
thankfully.
person because of it.
A better person. Oh no, I would have been pissed. But honestly, since I hate confronting people, I would have probably done the same. So I don't blame you. But yeah, no. Luckily, I don't need glasses right now. Knock on wood.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Have good vision. It's just the sensitivity that beats me up. Because
Hmm.
even when I wake up, my eyes are red.
It's just like in broad daylight
Yeah,
as well.
and I'm hydrated. I carry this water bottle with me everywhere I go, and I drink. I go to the bathroom so much, but I drink so much water. I eat relatively healthy. Have my moments. But and then I've gone to the doctors relatively frequent, and it's nothing. The only thing that helps is eye drops. But again, I don't want to rely on eye drops my whole entire life. You know,
I know,
they're
especially in
expensive.
your career where this is what you're going to be doing.
Exactly. Also, eye drops are expensive, so I'm like, I don't want to keep purchasing that. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is just a colored eye thing.
I wonder if
I
there'd
don't
be a
know.
way to mitigate that somehow.
I don't
I
know.
mean, it's not exactly like you
maybe
can wear
that's something.
sunglasses during your
Oh
broadcast.
no. I wish. Imagine. I'd look so much more cooler. No, imagine just going on air, just chilling. That
Some
would be funny,
aviators just
right?
mid-broadcast.
Yeah. Guys, welcome to this cool edition.
Yeah,
Of
this is the new and improved
Yeah.
television. We're gonna
This
do
is
some
to
real
accommodate,
news.
Yeah, that would be great. Oh, sometimes. Oh my god. One time I went on air because I have blue light glasses. When I start.
Oh, to block the
Um.
like screen light.
Yes. Whenever. Cause
Do those work? I've heard.
So they work for me. I feel like they've worked. I don't know like the statistics behind it if it actually does work, but I use them whenever I stare at screens for that same reason. My eyes are just really sensitive, and I remember when I first started being on air and I would be in the middle of a newscast and my eyes would start watering, I would put on those those glasses, and it would help me. However, I never received the comment, but there was a comment made to my news director saying how it was like distracting that I start off the newscast without glasses, and then in the middle I come on air and I have glasses on. So it was kind of like a distraction thing. So I try not to put them on for newscasts unless I really, really need to. My eyes are really bugging me, then I'll put them on. But yeah.
That sounds like someone that has way too much free time on their hands
Yeah.
to say that. That is my interpretation of
Yeah,
that.
but it comes with the job. I mean the same thing. It's like I'm not allowed to wear anything distracting, anything with lots of patterns when I'm on air. So I can't.
They
wear,
want like neutral colors.
Yeah, I mean like
Or
there's
solid colors. At
yes,
least.
exactly, solid colors. It I guess like vibrant is a thing. There was like a pamphlet where you couldn't even wear white on air. It was
Why not white? That's
I
weird.
don't know. And a lot of people like they look good in white, so it's like I don't know why it would be a problem. But there's a lot of things that reporters can and can't wear, and of course those rules sometimes get broken. Like I remember you on the thing it said you can't wear like cheetah print or zebra print. And there was like a reporter that I saw on air, like she had like cheetah print like sleeves, and that wasn't distracting to me, you know. So I do get that although we're communicating with words, we're also communicating with what we wear. And again, it's like it's not like I'm gonna do a newscast in a tank top while it's raining out there. You know, it's you need to dress appropriately. And I try to accommodate those rules as much as I can. But of course, it's like if I have a cute white top, I want to wear it, you know? But yeah, I feel like what you wear is also very important. However, it's not really a top priority because a lot of people think reporters take like an hour getting ready before a newscast, and we get ready while we're on the clock. That's not the case at all. Like I get ready before work. So I take that extra 40 minutes to do my hair and makeup before work because I know that I'm not going to have time to do my makeup when I'm at work. And a lot of people think that we have like hairstylists and makeup artists. No, that's not the case. I think that's the case for like New York and LA markets, but not
Like if you were primetime news.
yeah,
you would have that.
exactly, of course. But not up here. So definitely physical appearance isn't a top priority. At least for me, I just try to follow the rules. I don't really, I care about how I look, but it's not like if my hair's messed up, I'm not gonna go on air type, you know. I unfortunately don't have enough time to get fully ready and pick out my outfits, but it's fine. It's fine. As long as we're delivering critical news, it's all that matters for sure.
Yeah, that's the main point, right?
Yeah, and of course it's like sometimes I'll go on air with like a hair sticking out or like oh my god, there was this one time where we were at the end of the show, and this is why I don't wear fake lashes, because for some reason they just never stick on my eye. It was at the end of the show, and my eyelash was just
Oh no.
it was just hanging by a limb. And I was like, okay, guys, we're going to show you something good. And my eyelash was just about to fall down. Pulled it through. Right after the show ended, I just yanked it off. But it's, I definitely had wardrobe and makeup malfunctions on air.
Growing pains.
Yeah, growing pains for sure. You learn what works for you and what doesn't.
Yeah.
So I definitely done that with makeup, because I wasn't really much of like a makeup guru before. I enjoyed makeup, and growing up into this day, I had a lot of acne, lots of acne. So I would cover that up with foundation. So foundation aspect, I was a pro at, but eyeshadow and lipstick and blush, I was not a pro at all. I definitely had to learn that coming up here. So yeah, definitely what looks good on camera and what doesn't. Because what looks good in person sometimes doesn't look good on camera. So makeup wise, yes. Like for example, like blush, I would never wear blush. And when I first got on air, I would put like a dash of blush, and it wouldn't even pick up on the camera. So now before air, I just smother my brush in that blush and smear it on, so it'll pick up more on camera. So definitely adjusting makeup.
I don't know what blush is. That's the stuff on your cheeks?
Oh my god,
okay,
yes.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
blush is like the red stuff.
Okay, I just had to ask because I was like, I'm not 100% sold on what that is.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, blush is the
That's what I
red
thought.
stuff on the cheeks.
I just had to double check.
Okay, it's okay. It's good to ask
Yeah,
questions.
right? Just to make sure.
I do that for a living. I ask questions. It's totally fine. Yeah, blush is the red stuff that goes on your cheeks that I would barely put any, but it's very important because it's a difference. You know, you always want to highlight your cheekbones when you're on air. So definitely.
I should start doing that.
Yeah.
Just to highlight my cheekbones.
I will tell you what products you need. I got you. No, and then
I have
also,
sensitive skin, so I'm gonna need like light stuff that doesn't affect my skin. So.
For sure, I got you. And also, like, men wear makeup on air too, which I
do they really?
I didn't know that either. When I first got there,
like all of it, like
no,
okay.
Obviously
I mean, are they going on with like eyeliner and like?
Not
how far are we going?
It's honestly, I think a protocol for men, because I also read like the men pamphlet. It was foundation for sure, concealer, maybe bronzer, and then like to maintain your eyebrows. I think that was it. They don't have to do the whole mascara and eyeshadow thing, but they do have to wear makeup still. So
is that just because it looks better on camera?
Yes, because again, you don't want to highlight your like any imperfection at all. You want to cover that as much as you can, which I try to. But again, like whenever I do my makeup, it's at the start of my shift, so I start doing my makeup at like 2:00 or 1:30. And then I have to anchor the 10 and 11 o'clock shows. So that's
like a full day.
I can't do math. That's like over 5 hours of just like makeup sitting on my skin. So sometimes like my makeup isn't always flawless when I'm on air because it's been sitting there for hours. So yeah, still learning how to fix that.
Keep it on there. Don't they have like a setting spray?
They do.
Look at me.
My God,
wow. I don't know what blush is, but I know what a setting spray is.
Yes. So I
Does that work? That like keeps your face on? I don't understand.
Again, everything
makeup.
has a time limit, and when you're running around shooting stuff and doing interviews and
actually moving.
Yeah, moving. Like it sometimes doesn't stay on all the way. And I do the setting powder, I do the setting spray, but even then I do touch ups whenever I before show. But even then, it's like this makeup has just been sitting on my face and my skin. I have a lot of acne, so it's
does that mess with you at all?
Oh my God! Don't even.
I could
talk about this for hours. No, I had really severe acne, and I don't know if you heard about Accutane, which is a very intense drug. It's
isn't that like the?
It's a pill. Like, it's a pill that you take to reduce your acne, but it is so strong that if you're a girl and you want to go on Accutane, you need to be on birth control 3 months before, because if you get pregnant while you're on Accutane, I'm not. This sounds like I'm making it up, but literally on the pamphlet, when you get Accutane, it's like your baby comes out like distorted, and like it's like, and you have to do pregnancy tests every month when you're on Accutane. It's a big deal. It's a huge intense drug that like it's even led to like a lot of people being depressed. So it's like you kind of have to like sign stuff saying like you're okay with that. It's a really intense drug. And my acne was so bad that I was willing to like take those risks. I'm like I don't care. My acne is.
Did it help?
It did, temporarily. So I went on Accutane 2 times, and usually you're just on it for 1 time and your skin is clear for the rest of your life. But I had to go
Is
on
it
it
like a
twice.
short duration, like you take it for 3 months and then you're good forever?
Some people take it for 3 months. Usually it's 6 months. So I
6
took it
months.
for 6 months 2 times. So in total, I took it for a whole year, and my skin was clear. And then a few months later, when I was off of it, my acne came back. So I don't want to go through that again. So right now I'm just like suffering through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a major insecurity that I had. Acne is just really, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It definitely my self-esteem was really low when I had really bad acne, because when I would play soccer, a lot of people would be like, why is she wearing foundation while she's playing soccer? Like, she just cares about her look. She doesn't care about soccer. No, I was just really insecure about my acne. Like, if I have pictures of when it was bad and it was just all over my skin, and I didn't even look like myself. So I had to cover it up with foundation. And now my acne has gotten a little better, and I've gotten a little bit more secure with myself. And whenever I go to the gym, I'm not wearing makeup, because at this point, I just don't care. So of course my face is still all red with the acne. But I've just learned to live with it now at this point, because I've tried everything. I've tried eating. I've tried changing my diet.
I was going to say, is that like a dietary
I don't
thing?
know. I cut out dairy. I cut out processed meats. I cut out fast food for a while. That didn't help. I do green juices every morning, so that's definitely like, I think green juices has helped a little bit, not all the way, but it also has to do with genetics and hormones. And I even went on birth control. I talked to my doctor. I'm like, I know this could do with this could have something to do with my hormones. She recommended a birth control that will help balance my hormones. Went on it for 3 months. Nothing changed. So it wasn't my hormones. And at this point, like, I just think it's genetics, because my dad had really bad acne. So, and I look just like my dad. So I'm like, I think those genetics really came through. So I really do think it's just genetics at this point. Because I've tried Curology, Proactive.
Curology, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I've tried everything.
Or Proactive. One of the, Those are like the face ones now.
Yes.
There's like some celebrity always endorsing that.
Oh, I know. Oh, my cousin. Yeah, nothing has helped. Nothing. And I'm like, if any of you out there listening, recommend some skincare products, because your girl needs it.
Do you eat a lot of grains or processed carbs? Like oats, pasta, breads?
Not like an everyday thing. Probably like once or twice a week. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think.
I don't know what would cause.
I mean, I do eat fast food. But I'm like, I eat fast food like once a week. I don't think it's that's causing.
What's your go-to?
Oh, Taco Bell for sure. You're gonna judge me. I literally had it last night. I felt so bad because I never DoorDash for money purposes, but
because it's ridiculously expensive.
So expensive.
You get a $20 meal and then it comes out to $80.
Oh my god, I know. Literally, I had a $9 meal. It came out to $20. But I was craving Taco Bell really bad, and I just came back from work, and I'm like, I don't want to go back to Eureka and get Taco Bell. So I DoorDashed it. Had Taco Bell last night at like 2 a.m. My DoorDasher got lost while she was delivering the food, because I live in an apartment complex and it's a little complicated. But I felt so bad for her, because I'm like, this girl, like, she's really suffering just to give me Taco Bell at 2 a.m. But yeah, Taco Bell is my favorite, my go-to. And then McDonald's here and there, but Taco Bell #1. What about you?
I like In-N-Out. In-N-Out's pretty.
And didn't they just open In-N-Out here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, down on Broadway.
When did they open that?
It might have been the summer of last year, 21.
Okay.
What year are we? We're 22. Wow.
Wait.
Are we 20? We're 21. Are we 22? Wow, I definitely
Wait,
should know this.
I
What
just
year is
turned
it?
23.
You're 23. What year? We're in 2022.
2.
Wow.
2022.
We're gonna edit that out.
Yeah. Wait.
Wow.
Yeah, 2022. So
time is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe 2020 now that I'm. No, I think
years ago. Because I know they opened KFC last year.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, so maybe 2020 was In-N-Out.
Okay, so recently they just opened In-N-Out. Yeah. Damn. So before, what were you doing?
Taco Bell. Taco Bell was a good one. I like Wendy's too. Wendy's isn't bad.
I just when I moved up here, I had Wendy's for the second time, 'cause before moving up here I only had it once, and then now it's really good. I love that 4x4. That one hits.
That's my go-to.
That hits.
With some animal fries is.
Animal fries. Never had animal.
From In-N-Out?
I've never had animal fries from In-N-Out.
Oh
I always get the regular hamburger.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're missing out.
I've tried it because my brother has ordered it before. I've gotten a fry, and
the fries by themselves not
Here's
great.
the thing: you get the fries and you dip them in the shake.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's
okay.
go-to. But McDonald's is the best for that.
Really?
McDonald's
No,
fries?
McDonald's fries with ice cream.
Yes.
Yes, when you dip them in the ice cream, that's good. A lot of people don't like it. I'm like, what?
It's amazing.
It's sweet and savory in one. It's amazing. Yeah, never had the animal fries. Never been a fan of them. I haven't had In-N-Out in a really long time.
My go-to, this is going to be so bad. I think I've already said this, though, so I'm going to say it again. My go-to at In-N-Out is a 4x4 with 2 orders of animal fries. And then I'm secretly a fat kid at heart. That's why I work out so much.
No, I don't know if this is a stereotype, but I feel like every guy who goes to the gym very frequently and...
Secretly a fat kid.
No.
Oh.
It's not even that. It's... Well, maybe.
Maybe.
But,
That goes into play.
But they love In-N-Out. They like go to In-N-Out after and before workouts. Like that's like their go-to. And I feel like I've seen it with like 4 or 5 guys, or that when they go to the gym, they have to have In-N-Out after. I don't know if that's a thing.
Probably. Typical gym bro.
Yeah.
One of those tropes.
Gym bros. Yeah. A lot of people that I've met, they just love In-N-Out. That's like their protein intake and all of that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Like I love
Taco Bell's solid, but Taco Bell at my age now, Taco Bell, you eat Taco Bell. And
How
then
old
you're
are
pretty
you?
much, I'm 24.
24. Okay.
Yeah, so that like I'm 30, but
Yeah.
I'm 24.
I mean, okay, I know you say you work out a lot, but do you also like diet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't diet like. That's a loaded question because my diet is kind of all over the place right now. I have food allergies. I'm not.
No.
Yeah,
What
so
food
I don't
allergies
really-
do you have? Is it like
Well,
nuts and stuff?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was basically allergic to everything, and then
Uh-huh.
I just decided that wasn't how I was gonna live my life, so I just started eating everything again.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm not really sure what the cause is right now. I know dairy has some stuff. It's not like I can't eat it; it just messes with me. You know, I don't
see
feel
what you
great.
mean. So stomach problems.
Yeah,
all
so
of
that for a while I was just for like the past 3 weeks I was just eating a protein, olive oil, and then fruit was all I was eating, and I was feeling so amazing. But then
Amazing,
yeah, I was
really. I feel like
feeling-
I
I
feel
was
like you would
feeling
feel very
great.
fatigued and.
no, I felt great. My energy was
What?
so consistent. I felt just like mentally clear
Oh my
and
god!
focused.
I
I felt
like, maybe
it was
I need to go on the
amazing.
diet.
But of course I'm a big fan of cheat meals. So
Mhm.
like if I'm doing that diet, I'm still going out like once a week and
You gotta
hitting.
have that balance.
Yeah.
You gotta have that balance.
Now it's just kind of clean foods. I'm doing a lot of sweet potatoes, protein, some asparagus, some
And all
fruit.
you make that all at home. You
Yeah.
meal prep.
I'm not that great of a cook, but I can
Mhm.
if it's on the grill or the crock pot, which is just
Mhm.
a give me. I mean, you can throw anything in there
I
and it
never
turns
used a
out fine.
crock
Oh
pot.
my
I'm an
God.
air fryer.
I
Fan.
just started getting into air
I
frying,
love
and
air
it's
fryers.
amazing.
Yes, that's where I put all my veggies in there whenever I cook. And yeah, I feel like I only ever make like chicken, rice. That's the only thing I know how to make. Honestly, I don't. Recently, you're gonna kill me, but I recently learned how to make lentejas.
Okay.
Recently, and I
That's
love.
better. I can't make them. I wouldn't even try.
It's very simple, and ever since I learned how to make them, I've just been making that almost every single day. But yeah, it's just like usually chicken, quinoa, rice.
Quinoa's amazing.
Quinoa's great. Quinoa's great. And then veggies, and that's it. And that's how I've been living life. But of course, I would love to learn how to make like enchiladas and chilaquiles and all that good stuff that my mom used to make. But I don't have the patience or the time for that, so I just don't know how to make it. So I just stick to the basics.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I would eat a lot of rice because it's just so easy
It's
to
so
make.
easy to make.
Quinoa.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with lentils. It's relatively easy to make lentils. What else do I make? Pasta, but pasta again, you just boil the pasta and the
Yeah,
sauce
pasta's
I
kinda
buy
hard.
from
Yeah,
the
pre-made, that's
from the
me.
can. So it's
Yeah, I haven't even delved into trying to make the sauce, like where you're
me
just
neither.
mixing.
That's beyond me. That's
I'm all store bought.
yes, same. Speaking of that, I need to go grocery shopping. But yeah, I literally just buy the ingredients that are already made, so it's just less of a hassle. And of course, whenever I go grocery shopping, I'll buy that frozen pizza for rainy days when I'm like I literally don't have time to cook or something. I'll just
Because you know
take
what's gonna
that
happen.
frozen pizza with me. Yeah, do that more often than I should. But again, my mom, every time she tells me like Dania, my mom even made me like a recipe book.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but
You're
it's
like, I'm never gonna use this.
no, the only one I used was a lentils one because I was craving it one day. I'm like, no, I'm gonna push myself and try to make this. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of recipes on there that I have yet to make. But maybe one day I'll get to it, but until then, like, I'm just sticking to the basics and what's convenient for me, honestly. Because again, I don't even have that much counter space in my apartment to even
Start delving out.
do a full on.
Because it takes up. It's not just cooking. It's cooking, getting all the stuff to cook, and then the cleanup.
Yes, the cleanup was what kills me. I'm thinking about buying just reusable plates at this point, so I don't have to do the dishes. Because I don't know, like whenever I can't work or be in like dirty spaces, I love like my clean apartment. Like if my apartment's not clean, like I can't focus on anything. And sometimes like whenever, even if there's like a few dishes, like it bugs me, like I have to do them. So I'm like, maybe I just need to like buy paper plates or something, so after I eat I just throw them away. But that's not really resourceful, so until then I'm just stick to doing dishes, unfortunately. And I don't have a
dishwasher.
I don't know why I was playing on the word. I don't have
it's
a
okay,
dishwasher.
I didn't know what year it was, so
Yeah.
I think we're in the same boat.
Oh god, yeah, brain farts all day. Don't have a dishwasher, so that's unfortunate. So I'll hand wash, but it's fine.
When I was living with my sister, we had a dishwasher, but she is not a fan of using it, so we just hand washed everything.
Okay, my mom has a dishwasher, and maybe it's just like a Mexican mom thing. A lot of my aunts have dishwashers; they never use them.
Yeah, use it as a drying rack. That's what we did.
Yes, I don't know if your family does this either, but they store their pots and pans in the oven.
Yeah, on the bottom. Yeah,
yes.
the bottom of the oven.
And here's the thing: when my mom hasn't came to visit me in a long time, but her first time visiting me, I think it was in November, November or October. I had my pots and pans like in a cabinet, and when I came back from work, I was like looking for a pot. And I'm like, where are they? I was looking for them. And then I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, like, ¿dónde están? Like, where are they? She goes, oh, they're in the oven. And I opened the oven and I just start cracking. I posted a story on it. I'm like, my mom really just put all my pots and pans in the oven.
Of all the things. She's like, no, this is in the wrong spot.
And ever since then, I keep it there for storage purposes. It's great. It's great.
I think there's actually like a utility purpose to that spot. I think it's
really
supposed to keep food warm or something. Like if you pull it out of the oven, you put it. Supposedly, I don't know, but
could be right.
Everybody I know does that.
And it's whenever I would go to my my friends' houses when in middle school, I had a lot of white friends in middle school. They didn't do that, and I was like, what? I thought everyone.
Where you guys pots and pans? What is happening?
Yeah, that wasn't a thing. Great for storage because my little apartment doesn't have much storage, so. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. Like I grew up with putting pots and pans in the oven, and I didn't even think to do that in my own apartment. But thank you, Mom, for sure.
Yeah. It's weird little things that people do like that, and it just catches on.
Yeah, for sure. And I just want my mom to come visit me more because I know my mom is great at like just keeping things organized and all of that. So I definitely need a little more guidance on that. Just organizing my room and what looks good and what doesn't look good. So, yeah, definitely.
And cooking. Was she a pretty good cook?
Oh, my mom's an amazing cook. Amazing cook. Unfortunately, I didn't get that from her. I suck at cooking. Literally, I'm on top of, like, not knowing how to cook, I'm very clumsy. I'm super, super clumsy, and I have no patience. I want something quick,
like the
fast, and easy. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm just not built for cooking. So like my life, I'm telling you, 180 in every single aspect, like food. I love food. I just wasn't eating the same as I was when I was living back home. I did lose a lot of weight, which was like, hey, plus.
Because you're not eating.
Because I'm not eating, yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
Glass half full, I guess.
Yeah, I was getting, losing weight, but yeah, no, I definitely miss my mom's cooking for sure. And whenever I go down there, I'm like, Mom, can you make ceviche, please? Like, that's like my go-to because I don't know how to make ceviche, and it requires too many ingredients for me to even count. So, whenever I go down there, my mom knows. She knows the protocol.
That's the go-to.
She knows to make ceviche whenever I go down there. It's a plus for sure. Does your mom cook really good?
Yeah,
wait, your mom is.
She's Portuguese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a mix.
Oh.
But my dad doesn't really cook. He's good on the grill.
Mm-hmm. I think that's every dad.
That's a solid staple.
Honestly, I think that's every dad. But my dad still cooks. Like whenever my mom would go down to Mexico to visit my grandma a lot. So sometimes I'd be like just home with my dad. He would still cook, even though it'd be like mac and cheese and spaghetti. But
yeah, my dad can do simple things. He's got a few recipes like his go-tos. Like if he's cooking something, he's got this really good soup that's got so many different things in it. It's amazing. But my mom does a lot of the cooking.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does your dad make any like Mexican dishes?
No. I think the only thing Do you know what chiotes are?
Chote.
Yeah, it almost
No.
looks like a how would I describe that? It's almost like a potato crossed with an artichoke. I'm not doing it any justice as I'm saying this. It's a weird.
I
It's
don't
got
know.
spikes on it. It's green. It's got
What?
spikes. Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
cactus.
I don't
Think of
know.
like a mango that is green with spikes, like a cactus.
Okay.
It's really good. That's probably the most
I've never heard of
Mexican thing
that.
that he's made. Yeah,
Hmm.
my grandfather used to grow them, and so we went over there one time, and you
The
boil them
only thing
like
I
a
could think
potato.
of is tunas, which is the
I don't know
fruit
what
that
that
grows
is.
from cactuses. That's the only green thing with spikes that I
They're
can think
weird.
of.
I've never. I don't know if
Um,
because I've asked a couple of my friends who are Hispanic, and they're like, I don't know what that is. So I don't know if he
yeah.
just found these somewhere and was like, I'm gonna grow
I'm
these
gonna
in my
roll with
backyard.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I have no
But no, he
idea.
doesn't like. No, my mom was the cook growing up, so we didn't really have a whole lot of. I mean, we would do tamales occasionally, but it
Mm.
not like homemade. We would buy them. So
What?
I know,
Excuse
I
you?
know, I know.
No,
Like
no,
a
no.
cardinal sin.
No, exactly. But no, I'm not judging you. Whenever it would be time to make tamales, usually during Christmas time. Um, my mom would kind of like almost beg me to help her, but again, I just don't have the patience to just like get the masa and put it down. Like I just don't have the patience. Again, I was really clumsy, so I would drop it all the time. No, I'd let her do it. So no judgment to buying
Yeah.
tamales.
We would do
But
like Portuguese wine cookies. I don't know if you know what those are. Like we would make cookies and stuff. That's what I would help make
oh,
growing up. Like around Christmas, we would do Portuguese wine cookies and then Christmas cookies, like sugar cookies, we
ooh,
would cut out.
that's good. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was no use in the kitchen. Still no use in the kitchen now, but I do think it's important to learn how to cook, you know, and
It's nice
it
being able to eat
is.
things that aren't chicken and rice. You know, it's a
Exactly.
nice
Oh my
change of
god,
pace.
exactly. And like before I would hate when my mom would make albondigas, which is I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
I
It's
don't
like
think I know what those
oh
are.
god, I'm not gonna describe it right, but it's like meatball soup in a way, with veggies and stuff. And I would hate when my mom would make it. I just was not a fan of it. It was I was just not a fan. Whenever she would make it, I would like literally drive to McDonald's and buy food. I would not eat it. And then now I'm like, damn, I really took it for granted. I really took her cooking for granted. Now I'm like, I would kill for albondigas, but fortunately, I took it for granted. And my mom to this day, she was like, I don't know why you would always like go out to eat whenever I would make food. Like, do you regret it? I'm like, yes, mom.
Yeah.
Shut up. Like, no. Like,
I learned my
please,
lesson.
please don't rub it in my face. I learned. Yeah, definitely food. Adjusting, like living alone and making your own food. It was hard. It was really hard. Yeah, and again, like it's my first full time job, so even having the time to cook,
It's a lot.
it's a lot. It is a lot. But meal prep. That's I found meal prepping on Sundays is a big help. So I try to knock that out so I don't have to worry about food during the week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I try to do.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday's like my cooking day.
But do you still live with your parents?
Yeah, I do. I moved
Okay.
back home because I graduated. I graduated college in May.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, congrats!
moved back
Recently.
home. Thank you. Yeah,
Nice.
you too. You graduated
2021.
or not?
So
Oh, my
it's
bad. Not May of this year. May of 21.
21. Yeah.
20
So last year.
21.
21.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
what
I
am I?
graduated last year.
Yeah.
Time does not exist. Anyways.
Jesus, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, I
today.
graduated last year. My ceremony was actually last week, but I didn't go because it was on a Wednesday and I was not gonna go down.
Was it in person?
Yeah, it was in person. Because they had to keep pushing it because of COVID.
Mhm.
So finally they had it last week. I didn't even care to go, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't
as
go
long
to
as
mine
long as I
either.
have my degree.
Days.
Yeah, I'm good. But yeah, no, that's nice that you still live with your family. And
Yeah.
does your mom still cook for you?
No. No, I do.
Really?
Yeah, I've been pretty self-sufficient since high school.
That's good.
Yeah.
But again, nothing like your mom's cooking.
I mean, she'll make dinners, and well, the thing is, I eat differently than my parents eat because I meal prep.
Right,
So
yeah.
like, I'm never really home. I'm
Mhm.
here at work or at the gym. Though, like,
Only two spots.
yeah, I'm the only time I'm really at home is if I'm sleeping.
Mm.
So I kind of miss that side of being
Yeah.
around them, you know. But yeah, I will check in for a few dinners when I know because I'll see that she's cooking
Your
something. I'm
favorite
like,
food.
oh, I'm gonna be home for this one. Yeah.
I totally get you. What got you into podcasting? I know you say you're really busy, but like what got you into doing this? And
that
you just
is-
graduated, right?
in last year. Yeah.
Oh, last
Yeah,
year,
May of
not
21.
this.
No.
Oh, so we graduated the same year.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So did you do this before you graduated or after you graduated?
I did it after I graduated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What gave you the idea to do this?
I That is probably the most loaded question we've gotten to tonight.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't
'Cause
know if I have a great answer for it. I'll be honest. What I've been telling people that have asked this far,
mhm.
and I'm trying to think about how I want to phrase this. And I'm
Take your
struggling.
time.
I know. I'm
Take your
trying
time.
to. I've only
Yeah.
answered this question like 5 times now, so I should have it queued up. I did not like who I was.
Okay.
I think that's the most concise way to put it. I had been, I had come back from school because they closed the school,
Mhm.
and I was here, and I never really thought I'd be back here after I went away to college. I never thought I'd be back, so that was hard. And this was right at the start of COVID. I had been on a flight and had been notified that there was a potential COVID case on that flight, and this was back at the start. This is like March 2020.
Oh, okay.
And they notified me a few days after I had been back. So I had already gone out and seen friends. I had hung out with a friend whose girlfriend at the time was pregnant, now wife, who was pregnant.
Oh.
And so when I found that out, I just felt like a piece of shit. I was like, oh my God, imagine if I get them sick and
And at the time,
something
COVID
happens
was
to the baby.
really new.
Yeah, nobody knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And so I was freaking out. So I really didn't leave my house for like the next 3 months. They closed the gym,
Wow.
so I wasn't
Okay.
working out, which is not.
Mhm.
I can go like 3 days without working out, and then I start getting a little dicey.
Mhm.
So I wasn't working out. I was going to class in my bedroom, Zoom
Yeah.
University.
Mhm. Zoom University. UC
And,
Zoom.
yeah, and all I was doing was consuming social media, and I
That could be
just
damaging.
and the news,
Mhm.
and the news is sometimes toxic,
Yep.
and I just did not like who I was becoming. And I
Mhm.
think some part of me subconsciously recognized that in order to get out of that, I needed to start talking to real people and not just living through that
Mm.
medium on my phone.
Okay.
And so people seem to want to come on. I mean, I'm surprised you're on right now. Like
No, seriously. Like
it's
that's crazy how
weird.
like that was your backstory. I would have never thought. I thought this was something that you would always wanted to do because, like,
Yeah.
honestly, I'm not just saying this because I'm on here, but like you're like a natural. Like this is I feel like you were meant to do this. And I saw one with Karen Paz Dominguez, and you were hitting those questions, and same thing with I believe it was Stacey Eads. I watched a little bit of hers. You're like a natural at this, like really good, and I can tell you do your research too, and you're very familiar. So I would expect it like yeah, I always had this in the back of my mind, but no.
Okay, we can end the podcast right there. Thanks, God. No.
No, but
Let's
seriously,
leave it at
like
that.
this is great. The whole setup, like,
It's
excuse me, this is
it's
like a
taken a few
professional
iterations.
setup.
I mean, it started on a pool table at my parents' house. I'm glad that you're seeing it now because it was a little rough back then. Yeah, I mean, I had always thought it would be cool. Like back in high school, I kind of had the initial idea of, oh man, it'd be cool to do a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost started one with a friend of mine I say almost started one, but we just talked about, oh man, we should look into the equipment.
Ideas,
Yeah, one of those college ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I think in a unfortunate way, because obviously COVID's not good. I think it was a blessing that it happened because I don't know if I would have actually started
Blessing in disguise.
had it not been that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a beauty in everything. That's what I like to think about. But this is great, and I don't know any other local podcasters out here that I know of.
I don't know. I know Lost Coast has one.
Really?
I know they've started. I think they started one maybe a little bit before
Hmm.
I started mine back in 21 or 20.
Oh.
Yeah, because I started mine in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, yeah. Oh no,
I don't.
I did start mine. I start mine, and I think I was still going to school when I started mine. I think it was around May of 2020. Yeah, because I've been
Okay.
doing it for 2 years now, I think. And I think they started sometime before I did.
This is honestly really really great, and I think podcasts are like the new big thing because like for busy people, sitting down and watching YouTube video isn't really that possible. And when you're listening to a podcast, you can listen to a podcast while you're driving. Yes, and podcasts are really becoming a really big thing. Same thing with news. Sometimes I'll like listen to a news podcast instead of like watching the news because I'll do it while I'm cooking or I'm doing something where I can't physically watch it, like driving, for example. Podcasts are great and they're a great resource and they're entertaining too. I love it. I love podcasts, and I'm like I need to listen to more podcasts. I don't have too many on my plate right now. Because I was more of like a YouTube girl, and up until like a year ago, that's when I started delving more into podcasts. So this is great. I feel like I'm on a professional setup right now.
Yeah,
Like,
you feel like it's professional, and then you see the bar, and you're like, oh,
hey, what
where are we?
that's professional too. Excuse me. You had
Yeah.
drinks for your guests. That's great.
We're trying. It's
Yeah.
it's always a work in progress, which is part of the fun.
Well, this is great. You have a couple of nice cameras over here too, and everything. I don't even know what type of camera that is, honestly.
It's a Lumix G94.
Nice.
Not. I mean, you guys have some serious equipment. This is like.
I don't even know what type of
Podcast
cameras we have.
yeah.
Honestly, I'm when I wanted to become a reporter, I did it in the interest like for the people, like telling like my favorite like beat and what I love to do is features, like learning about someone and their journey. That's what I love reporting on. But unfortunately, that's considered more like soft news, you know, someone's journey. But I love talking to people and what they've been through and what they've experienced. And that's why I wanted to do the job, was, you know, give these people a voice and a platform. I don't want to say give a voice to the voiceless, because everyone has a voice, but give their voice more of a platform, you know? But when it came down to like the technical aspect of it, oh my God, I was like nervous. And like even now, whenever I go do interviews, I have no problem doing interviews. I love interviewing people. I love asking like the tough questions. But it's just, I'm always worried, like, is the camera in focus? Is it in frame? Like, is my SD card in there? Like, am I pressing record? Like, it's always, like, in the back of my mind. I'm always really nervous about when it comes to the technical side of it, for sure. But gotta learn that it's important. I always say, like, I want to start my own YouTube channel. But, of course, if I want to start my own YouTube channel, I gotta learn how to work the camera.
You should.
So,
I think you should. I think
really
you would be a natural at it.
I've always wanted to. But again, just the editing part of it. Like if I had enough money to like afford an editor, like great. But until then,
It's
a
not.
dream.
It's not terrible. Once you get over the learning curve, it's not. It's just time consuming.
Yeah,
it just is time consuming.
Definitely. I feel like if I knew how to do it, I would do it despite how long it. Because when I'm passionate about something, like I'm telling you, like if I do a story about something that I'm very passionate about, I will not take my break. I will do that story until it's like perfected. If that means me not taking a break, whatever. So I just know that if I knew how to like work a camera and correctly and professionally and and know the back roads of an editing software, I would do it for sure. But until then,
I could help you out with the editing software. I mean, I don't know. Really? I do not know. Listen, I said that like I'm a professional. I'm not a professional. But if like you needed critiques or like to be steered in a general direction, I could help.
Yes, please. Any
but
help
again,
that I can get.
I'm a podcaster, so you have to take that with a grain of salt. It might look like both of us YouTubing something because I don't know. So,
yeah,
but I could. DaVinci is a really good video editing software.
DaVinci.
It's free, which is why I use it, because it doesn't cost anything.
Also,
it's like the Premiere alternative to Premiere.
Is it easy? I imagine you just do cuts, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, that's all I do for this is I just put in the video and the audio and I sync it and then I just cut back and forth.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah,
but you should start a YouTube channel. You should do that.
Really?
I think that. I mean, you're clearly a natural in front of the camera. You have no problem talking and communicating, which is
sometimes I don't know how to talk. Sometimes I stumble over my words all the time, but yeah, it's definitely something I would want to dive into. Who knows?
You should do it.
Who knows? Subscribe to my future YouTube channel.
We'll plug it by the time this is out.
Yeah,
we'll plug it.
I'll have one
put
out
it in the
already.
description.
Hopefully, yeah.
But yeah, you could do a little short, even if it's just
like
to
a
like
little vlog,
promote,
right?
yeah, or to promote like you on the news. You could do a little morning vlog of me
Yeah.
getting ready or me interviewing this person outside of work.
Exactly. And I know there's this one YouTuber literally recently, a week ago, she recently quit her job as a news reporter. But I would watch her YouTube channel all the time, and it was just literally be her, like a day-to-day vlog, like, hey guys, this is what I do in a day, and it was entertaining.
And they make so much money.
Yeah, she had like 500,000 subscribers, and it was just like a day in the life. However, she did have really cool like transitions and effects and all of that. I'm like,
you lost me. Once you get into the cool transitions, I don't know.
Same. Like I can do cuts. I can edit audio into tracks and all of that. But when it comes to like cool transitions and effects and all of that,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't even know how to blur a face out. It's I don't know. Not a lot I need to learn for sure. And again, I'm sure there's a lot of YouTube videos out there, like tutorials to start your own YouTube channel.
It's all out there.
It's all out there. Just a matter of time and dedication, which I definitely need to do if I really want to do it. But again, just the editing gets me all the time. So, and then kudos to those that do YouTube videos and have full-time jobs and all of that, and you doing, even having podcasts, and you do other things with your personal life too. Like that's amazing. Like that's admirable, because with me and my job, like I just do my job and I come home and I slump. I'm like, I don't even think about doing anything else. Like it's anything else like that seems like a hassle. So, I give props to everyone that does this. Yeah. Ooh, wow.
That's gonna be you. We can
Oh
go
my
ahead
God.
and we've done.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You want to keep going?
How long have
We've done 3.5. It's 7:20.
You're
So,
lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying.
Yeah.
What? There's no way.
I know. It's kind of spooky how you can get into a time warp.
That is so weird, because I'm like, after this, I'm just gonna go to Winco and go grocery shopping. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 7:20.
That is insane.
I know. It's kind of trippy, huh?
How long are your podcasts usually?
It varies. Some of them are. I think I've done ones that are half an hour, and I think my max is 5 hours.
5
so I've been
hours.
locked in before,
Gosh.
yeah. Which are probably. I feel sorry to the people listening to the 5 hours.
No.
It's a lot.
It's entertaining though. It's entertaining. Like sometimes when I finish a podcast, I'm like, damn it, I wish it could have been longer. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Well, 3.5 hours. I thought, honestly, if you would have asked me how long we've been on here, I would have guessed like an hour. Honestly.
It's a trip, right?
It is.
I keep telling people it's like a casino when you get in here, because there's no clocks, there's no natural light, and
Nothing. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I'm sorry that I rambled too much.
No, that was great. We could we could do a little more if you want. I have to get better about telling people, hey, do you have anything you have to do after this? Because I don't know how long.
No,
this
it's
is gonna
fine.
be.
I just had to go grocery shopping. I can always do tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. But when I'm in Eureka, and living in Arcade is great, but everything's in Eureka.
Do you like it? I've thought about moving to Arcata, but
It is beautiful. It is so beautiful. I had an option to rent out an apartment in Eureka, but it didn't appear to be like in a really like a
Great
nice
area.
neighborhood. And rent was more expensive. It was like $200 more expensive a month. And although it would have been more convenient living near the station, because everything happens here in Eureka, it was cheaper and in a really nice area. I love the area that I live in Arcata. I don't want to say where exactly, but
yeah, I would not put that.
no.
I would not. Yeah.
But Arcata is a very, very nice town. Very beautiful. Don't regret it at all. So in my apartment complex there, I don't have any rowdy neighbors, so it's great.
Oh, that's
it's great.
awesome.
Yeah. No, nothing too crazy. It's a great spot for my first place for sure.
Oh yeah,
Very
because
nice.
this is your first time. This is your
Yeah.
first time living out of your parents' house.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
First time. I didn't move away for college.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's my first
Which is
time.
smart, because then you're saving money again.
Yep, save that money, but got to spread my wings over here and live on my own, and it's a great spot, great community, great food spots too. There is this one breakfast spot, Big Blue, I believe it's called, in Arcata. Big Blue, I think that's the place. Great spot. It's like my guilty pleasure. They have like this breakfast sandwich that's French toast, but like a sandwich. It's like,
Oh, I'm sold.
and,
I'm gonna have to
and
check
you
that
like
out.
dip it in the maple syrup. It's great. I've never heard of it.
What is it called?
Big Blue.
Big
I'm
Blue.
pretty sure it's what it's called. That's like my favorite spot. I literally walk over there. Also, I'm very, oh god, I can't really say where I live. Never mind. Scratch that. I'm not gonna say where I'm close or near. But yeah, great spot. Have you ever thought about moving, like, just in the area, or
Yeah,
comfortable
well,
here?
I'm in a interesting spot. And I can tell you off air what that means, but I can't
Okay.
exactly say what that is.
No,
on
no
air.
worries,
So,
no worries.
but yeah, I've considered. I really like. This is gonna sound so lame. I really like the gym in Arcata that is a member to where I go to. It's
health sport.
Oh my god!
Yes,
I love
yes,
it. Yeah,
health sport.
I love it. I go to the
Yes.
one. I go to the one here, but on the weekends, oh my god! Or like a Friday night, if I'm like ready to get in the zone,
Uh-huh.
I go to the one there because it's got like a grunge feeling
It
that
is
I love it. Is that where you work out?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It is so expensive. But again, because it's so expensive, it motivates me to go to the gym even more, because I'm like, I'm not paying this much for nothing,
Yeah.
So it's really nice. However, on the weekends, I'm like kind of like the opposite. On the weekends, I go to McKinleyville because
I've done
it's
that.
empty.
24-hour access.
Yeah, 20 exactly. And on top of that, it's like it's usually more empty.
I can't believe I've never seen you where we both work out at Hellsport.
I mean, I work out in the mornings because that's when I can work
What
out.
time?
Between 9 and 10.
This sounds like I'm gonna stalk you. Now.
Yeah.
Now if we see each other, it's gonna be like, oh, listen.
It's like the
9 and
Spider-Man
10.
meme.
Okay, I go at
Um,
like 5. But if it's McKinleyville, I could be there at 9 at night or 2 in the morning.
Yeah, see, I unfortunately for safety purposes, I don't go after work because it's at night. It's usually empty. I don't go there for that reason. But like on the weekends, I go like before sundown, and it's more empty. There's like 2 or 3 other people there. Whereas the one in Arcata, whenever I go, which is like at 9, 10 in the morning, it's always packed, and I always get intimidated. I'm like, oh my god, these people are doing insane workouts. Like, it's definitely a little more intimidating, but yeah, I love like an empty gym. So
That's what I like about McKinleyville, because when I go there, I usually luck out and there's no. But I wish they had more equipment. I wish they had a little bit more equipment.
They have the essentials.
Yeah.
But again, the one in Arcata has everything, and it's so nice.
I like the feeling of that one. It's really
it's a little darker. It's like a big garage.
It feels like. Have you ever been to a CrossFit gym?
No, I haven't.
It feels like a CrossFit gym, but it's not.
That's
the only thing I could compare it to. Like, it's a little grungier, and I like that.
Everything's like gray and black, and it's nothing like a Planet Fitness. It's.
Oh, don't even get me started. I can't do Planet Fitness. That's where gyms go to die.
I've never been, but apparently it's like not to like shit on Planet Fitness.
I'll shit on it first. I will do that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, apparently, like you can't like grunt, and you can't.
They have a buzzer. It's like a fire alarm that they will set off if you're making too much noise or grunting,
or if you wear the muscle tees.
Yep.
You can't wear muscle tees. And they do apparently, I don't know if this is true, but they do like pizza Fridays.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Like, okay,
it's not. I can't shit on that, they have massage chairs, which I mean, great. Okay, you can make an argument that after you work out, that would be pretty cool. I would get behind that. But while you're eating pizza after just walking on a tread, what are we doing here?
Oh my gosh! See, when I saw Planet Fitness, I was gonna join that gym.
Like $7 a month. It sounds enticing.
Yes, but I'm like, I'm not gonna make the drive to Eureka just to go to Planet Fitness. And then also, even though it like hurts my budget a little bit, I will spend more on health sport because it is really nice. And the people there, the people, I can't even talk right now. I'm stuttering. The people that work there are really nice. They greet me every single time I walk in. It's a great experience, honestly. Really nice people.
Shout out to Health Sport. If you guys want to sponsor the podcast, or sponsor Dania's YouTube page, we could work something out.
No, seriously, it's really expensive. I've never used like the sauna or the pool, but I heard those were really good. Also, when I walked into the bathroom, I don't know how it is for the men's bathroom, but like the women's bathroom and the locker rooms, so nice. It's like luxurious. It is so nice. The one in Arcata, at least.
Yeah, the one here is actually really nice too. The bathroom, the men's bathroom, the one in Arcata is ghetto. Really? It is so ghetto. But the one here is pretty good. Yeah.
The god. Yeah, the one in Arcata is like beautiful.
The locker room is amazing. Mm-hmm. The locker room is good. The bathroom feels like a gas station bathroom. It's like they dumped all the money into the locker room and then just.
That's how it feels like in the McKinleyville one. Whenever you use the bathroom there, but yeah, no, the Health Sport one is in Arcata is beautiful. I love it. But yeah, on the weekends I head out to McKinleyville just for that empty gym vibe for sure.
I like the drive out there too because I feel like I have enough time to actually like get into my music.
Exactly.
Do you take pre-workout or anything?
No, I used to. When I used to live at home, I used to. But here, I just my fuel is just stress. Honestly,
well, that works. That's
all
natural. That's perfect.
Yeah, I don't do like the protein shots or the pre-workout. I actually really was thinking about buying pre-workout because I saw a TikTok on it, and I'm like, damn, I really should. It would make my workouts more better, but. I don't know. What pre-workout do you use?
I've gone through a bunch. I've got this one that I like now, except it's so weird. It's in pill form. Oh,
I feel like that sounds dangerous.
I feel like a crack addict because it's 9 pills. It's 9 pills in a bag.
It's like, hold up, guys. I gotta pop my pills real quick.
And it's weird. They're multicolored, so there's like a couple yellow ones, a red one. I think there's a few. It's weird. It looks ghetto. It looks like I'm like shooting up crack or something. But there's one. It's called Nitro Surge. Maybe they have a peach rings flavor. Do you know what peach rings are?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The gummies.
Yeah. Do you like them?
Yeah, I think they're good.
The flavor is amazing.
That sounds like edibles. Like it's literally.
It's the best tasting pre-workout I've ever had. That's one of my. God. That's one of my
usually
tops.
Why am I not talking right? Pre-workouts are usually really good. They're like sweet because I've taken like my friend had a jar and like we took a shot one time before the gym and it was like really sweet. Like it tasted good, but again, you're just like.
Yeah.
It feels like you're on
Yeah.
crack when
I'm
you
getting excited just
Yeah.
thinking about it. I'm like, oh. Yeah.
I need my fix now. But yeah, I'm thinking about buying one, but I don't know. Who knows? Because again, like when I work out, I have to keep in mind that I still have like a whole work day ahead of me, and I have to have enough energy after to be in front of the camera and deliver whole news. So I do have to be mindful not to kill myself at the gym, because I learned that lesson really early on when I did a full workout and then I did 20 minutes on Stairmaster, and I felt so good. I was pumped. But like by like 5 in the afternoon, I was like, damn, my legs are so sore. Like I just want to go home. So definitely learn to leave my intense workouts for the weekends, because
I love that feeling.
yeah, me too. I love the feeling
yeah.
of being sore. I
Yeah.
love it. People hate it. I love it. There's been times where I've been really sore and I have to carry around like the big camera and the tripod, and I'm like,
And you're like, I shouldn't have done legs
yeah,
today.
shouldn't have done legs. Luckily, I never work out my arms. I should work out my arms. But I'm like, my workout is at work when I have to carry these cameras and the tripod.
Just start curling them in the back.
Like, hold on,
waiting in a parking lot. Just,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a couple girls in.
Waiting for my interview to respond, and just
Yeah.
You just see me like curling the tripod. Oh god, honestly, those things weigh a lot. I remember one time, shout out to Christian Hill. He works for St. Joseph Hospital. He whenever I have interviews at the hospital, like he kind of like guides me to them. And this last time, I since I broke the camera, as I was talking about earlier, I have to use like the really big hefty cameras. And he
Is that like punishment?
no, technically punishment, but that's the only camera we had available. Yeah, well, I've learned my lesson, because that camera is like heavier than the one I was using before. And he was like, let me help you. Like, let me help you carry that. I'm like, no, it's fine. Oh, I'm about to break this. Sorry. I'm like, no, it's fine. Like, I got this. And he was like, no, like, seriously, like, let me carry it. I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. Carries it. He's like falling off the side. He's like, oh my god, this thing is heavy. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, this is my workout for the day, because you have to carry those cameras to your live shots or wherever you're doing interviews. It's heavy
That's
equipment.
a lot. Yeah.
Heavy equipment. Really, really heavy. Again, why I think like photogs are very essential. And shout out to, I feel like photogs, which are photojournalists, they don't get enough credit. Like, they do so much. Of course, we can't afford them, or we don't have enough resources for them, but the photogs in larger stations, they do so much. So yeah, it's very important to have camera crew. Safety purposes too, you know. It's always nice having someone else with you, but it also makes your work more dynamic, because when you're having someone there, you can walk and talk, and when you're doing interviews, like you're in the shot too. So it definitely does elevate your work when you have a
And it clears
photog.
up your head. You don't have to worry about the camera aspect of it.
And you have someone else to blame if something goes wrong.
Yeah. Well, the shot was off, but it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, no, not on me. Yeah, definitely a great resource. We should have photogs here, but it's not.
It's
the
just a
case.
funding thing.
Yeah.
Is it? Do you guys? How do you get your funding? Just sponsors and advertisers?
We have a sales team, which you know, our commercials are how we generate our money. I don't even know how that works, to be honest. All I know is that our sales team is in charge of making sure our station gets funding. But I would assume it's through commercials and stuff like that, and advertisements on our Facebook page and our website. So that's what I assume. Yeah.
Do you think a lot of smaller news agencies, I guess you could say, are struggling with that financial aspect?
They could be. I don't know how hard they're struggling financially, but I know it's hard to the point where it's hard to replace equipment. So I know if we were to break something, or whether it be a camera or even like a computer, we'd be able to replace it, but it'd be really hard, and it's not something that you know, we can afford to buy like 10 cameras a year. So it's definitely where we're budgeted for sure. And as journalists, you know, we don't get paid a lot. We don't get paid the big bucks, which a lot of people think, like reporters, you know, they make the really good money. No, we don't. We really don't make minimum wage. So it's we don't.
You make minimum wage? Wow.
Yeah. I don't.
You don't have to say
a teeny weeny bit more. I'm okay with sharing how much people make, because I feel like it shouldn't, you know, growing up, my mom was like, you shouldn't tell people how much you make. I feel like it's important to tell people how much you make, because some people can you know, be taken advantage. You know, sometimes, you know, the woman makes less than the man, but they wouldn't know that if they didn't communicate how much they get paid. So I think it is very important to be very transparent with how much you get paid. But yeah, just to get paid a little bit more than minimum wage. It's not a lot. Like I said, you get paid the big bucks when you head to the big stations. So like I said, if you want to be a reporter, definitely you're there for the passion, for sure, not for the money. We don't get paid a lot, and I say we do a lot, and I think any other reporter that's hearing this would agree that reporters, MMJs, anchors, they really do a lot. So we don't get paid for it
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the time. Yeah. So sometimes it could get very tempting to just leave the industry and go to a job that's less fulfilling, but you're making more. It's always that option. But for now, I'm definitely sticking to this route. It's definitely rewarding.
And it sounds like you're passionate about it,
Yeah,
which
for
is
sure.
important.
And it's like even though I didn't have the like the skills or the experience before, I had the passion and the determination and the work ethic. So even though I wasn't at the level I wanted to be starting off, like I know that eventually I will get there with practice. And like I said, I'm very passionate about it, and always want to be the first at a breaking news scene for sure. So you definitely need to have that drive and that work ethic to be in this industry for sure. It's not
Well, to
easy.
be in any industry, right?
Yeah.
If you want to make it in whatever that means for
Mhm.
you, you
Mhm.
have to have that.
Exactly. Exactly. Just having that work ethic. I was gonna mention something else. Mm,
About funding, not having money
no,
for
I'm
equipment.
like kind of like the work ethic aspect. Oh God, it'll come to me later. I'm having a brain fart.
No worries. That's been me. That's me this whole podcast. I
Yeah.
don't even know what year it is. What? It's
2023.
just one of those days.
No, I feel you. I always have one of those days, and sometimes, like I said, like sometimes I'll forget how to say a word in English, but I'll remember in Spanish.
Do
It's
you just
always
switch to Spanish when you're doing the
the thing.
broadcast? That's what I would
No,
do. I would just
I
say this. I
wish.
would just start talking in Spanish and say, "Well,
I
that's our
wish.
show."
No, I wish. And sometimes, like again, with like imposter syndrome and being like in a different environment than where you grew up, in high school and throughout even in community college, a lot of people were I hung out with were Latinas. So whenever I would forget how to say a word, I'd be like, I'd say it in Spanish and people would understand it. And here it's like if I can't really express myself in Spanish, I need to learn how to express myself in English. So it's definitely like something I had to work through. But yeah, like sometimes I'll forget how to say a word in um in English and remember in Spanish. Like I remember recently when I went to my cousin's quince, we call like the banquet like a salon in Spanish. And I'm like, how do you say salon in English again? And I'm like, oh, it's banquet or it's ceremony spot. Like I just totally blanked on that word. Yeah, that's happened a lot a few times. So yeah,
Do you feel
definitely.
like there's, I guess, a language barrier in that sense where
Yeah.
do you feel like you can express yourself more in Spanish?
Oh yeah, all the time. And just recently we hired a new PA. His name is Sergio. Shout out Sergio. He's great. He grew up in a Spanish speaking household. So whenever like we kind of have that very good like chemistry when we talk to each other because we kind of get it. Like we'll say something in Spanish and we'll like laugh about it, and then not a lot of people in the oh my God, I keep hitting this. I'm
You're
sorry.
fine.
I need to
That's
stop.
pretty. That's durable.
I need
You
to
can
stop
punch that a
talking
few
with my
times.
hands. Oh my gosh. I'm used to like being like in the camera, but podcasts are very different. People can't see me talking with my hands. But yeah, like there'll be times where I'm like, "Ay Dios mío," or I'll express myself in Spanish, and then Sergio will be like, "Girl, I feel you." Like, so yeah, it's definitely a barrier sometimes because people they don't understand. You know what I mean? So
And it's got to be frustrating trying to search for a word that you're trying
yeah,
to say, and you're just like, I know this word. Like I could say it in Spanish, but I
yeah,
can't think of its English equivalent.
exactly. And again, and the same thing with Spanish too. I'm like, damn, how do you say that word in Spanish? I know how to say it in English, and it's definitely like a back and forth thing. But I feel like that's the life of like a first gen bilingual
Mm-hmm.
person. It's switching from one language to the other can be a little hard. So
Do you dream in
learning.
Spanish?
No,
You don't.
no, I don't.
You dream in English.
I dream in English, but in Spanish, like whenever I dream, when I talk to my mom in my dreams or something, it's Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
But I dream in English. Yeah. I feel like I'm more fluent in English than Spanish at this point, just because English is everywhere.
Yeah.
I went to school speaking
Especially up
English.
here again.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. And I kind of lost my Spanish a little bit, and my mom kind of gets mad at me. But still, when I go down to Mexico and I hear my
yeah,
my
you're
cousin
like,
speaking
ah.
Spanish, I'm like that's a whole different level of Spanish. But yeah, I still think it's very very important. And again, I think speaking the language is very important. People can say I don't speak Spanish, but I'm very involved in the culture. However, it's like how can you relate to like Spanish music or even Spanish TV shows? I think Spanish is a very critical important in the heritage and the culture. So for that reason, I'm like I know I'm more fluent in English than in Spanish at this point, but I would want my kids to grow up speaking Spanish. Like I think keeping the language going for future generations is very important. Very, very important.
Yeah. I got to get back into it. I've been telling myself I want to, because I took Spanish classes, which do not count, but
They count. I mean, I took Italian courses for 4 years.
Yeah, but I feel like that's different. I feel like when you take a Spanish class, it's so formal that you try to talk to anybody that's native speaking, and they're like, "What are you trying to say?" And you're like, "I learned this. I learned this in Spanish class. Isn't this right?"
Yeah, I totally get you.
I've been telling myself I'm just gonna move down to Mexico for like 6 months and just
I wish.
sink or swim.
Oh, God.
Sink or swim.
That honestly, and everyone in Mexico is very welcoming.
Yeah.
So they will welcome you. They'll call you like el güerito, but which means I guess white guy. I guess güerito. My dad calls me güera because I feel like all like white passing Mexicans they say güera or güero. So yeah, they'll just call you el güero, but it's fine.
I can live with it. I've been called worse. I think I could handle it.
No, el güero's not really like a negative term, but. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm excited for my trip in Mexico in about 2 months now.
Yeah,
Very
that'll
excited.
be fun.
Looking forward to it. It's beautiful. You need to find out which town your grandparents are from.
I'm gonna text them.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
Yeah, it's right there, and I'm like, I knew that.
Watch it be Mezcala. If it's Mezcala, I'm leaving. I'm like, damn. Because like to this day, I don't know if it's like that with you and your family, but it's like I discover cousins like literally all the time. My mom I'll go to Mexico and my mom's like, oh yeah, it's tu primo, it's your cousin, and I'm like, what? I never knew this. So I always find out I have new family members all the time, and I'm like, oh, I already have so many.
It's actually that way. I don't have that great of a connection to the family in Mexico.
You said your dad has 7 brothers and sisters. So
yeah.
Where are they?
So they're stateside. So all of them.
Oh,
so we have a
okay.
lot of family. We have a huge family stateside. But my dad was pretty connected to the side in Mexico, but we had some stuff. One of his uncles was kidnapped and held for ransom, and some stuff happened, and like I think he kind of lost touch with them to some extent, you know, just like a phone call here and there over a few years. But I never really got to meet that family. We know that they're still in some areas, but we haven't really got to see them. But where I was going with that was my mom's side. My mom, her parents or her grandparents immigrated from Portugal and came pretty much here. So I experience that whenever I go to Fortuna. Oh. It's like, oh yeah, this person's your cousin, and this person's I've got, you know, I think if I tried to date somebody from Fortuna, it'd probably be my cousin. So I stay north of Fortuna.
That's funny.
But yeah, so I experienced that with going down there.
Same thing in Mexico. You know, I feel like I speak for every girl who was in the U.S. and they go down to Mexico to their hometown. It's like all the guys out there, they want to talk to you, whatever. But it's like they're always like your 4th or 5th cousin. And no, I can't. Anyone that tries to talk to me from Escala, I'm like, no, we're related some way or another, whether it be like first cousins or like freaking 6 cousins. Like it's like your great grandma and my great grandma are related somehow. Somehow that always turns out to be the case. Yeah. That's how it is. I feel like that's a lot of the case with a lot of Mexican families. Yeah. A lot of extended family for sure.
Well, big families, right? That's a Mexican trope. I
feel like Mexican that's a lot of their like culture, just big families and being family oriented, which is what I love. I you know, like in the future I don't want to have just one kid. I want to have 3 or 4. Yeah. But yeah, just never I never would want to have just one kid. I want to have a big family. That's the goal for sure. So, yeah, which is cuz I grew up in a really good family, in a really good household, and yeah, I would want the same for like my kids too.
I think it's important to have siblings.
Yeah,
I think it's really important.
Builds character.
Yeah.
Builds character for sure. And especially me, like sharing a room with 2 others, like it's
yeah, I don't know about that. That's a lot of character to build pretty fast.
Lots of patience. Oh god.
Especially your brother was in the room too.
Yeah.
I could see if it was 2 girls, then it's like
it's fine. It's fine. Okay. But yeah, no, my brother, I mean, he had all of his stuff in my parents' room. He would just like we would have the bed in my sister and I's room, or his room too. And now, like looking, he loves it now. He has his own room for the first time, because my sister moved out after she got married, and then I moved out, so he now has his own room. And
he's loving it.
He's loving it. It's like his dungeon. But again, he had to suffer through living with 2 older girls that like would fight each other all the time. So he would witness all of the fights between my sister and I. So yeah, it's sharing a room with 2 other siblings. Like living through it was hard, but like looking back, it's like I think it brought us closer in a way. So everything happens for a reason. Yeah. I mean, if I know if we were to have our own separate rooms, that would not be the same case. You know, like we'd have our own different world. But since we all like share the same room, you know.
You're pretty close proximity. You
Yeah,
can't really get away from
exactly.
each other.
Sometimes, like, whenever my sister would stay up talking to her boyfriends or whatever, I'd be like, Becky, like, can you shut up? Like, I'm trying to sleep. And then, you know, she'd have to, like, sneak downstairs to talk to her boyfriends. Like, good times
Yeah.
for sure. I'm, like, reminiscing right now. Such a good time. Yeah. Did you ever have to share a room with?
No,
your
but
sister?
we shared a wall. So it was like a paper thin wall. So we basically, I could
Oh.
always hear my sister and she could always hear me. And
Shut up.
yeah, that's pretty much how we wouldn't say shut up, but if she started banging on my wall, I knew, okay, I'm
Yeah.
being too loud. Yeah. It was usually her towards me. Because I'd be
Mhm.
up, like, playing video games at, you know, whatever hour.
That literally my brother.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But we were always pretty close. We're way closer now. We're way closer since.
How old is she? She's 6 years older than you.
She's 30.
Okay. Oh, my sister's 30
Yeah.
too. Okay. Yeah.
She's 30.
What is she doing?
I don't know if I can. I don't think I can tell you off air. I don't know if I
Okay.
can say that on
No, it's
air.
fine.
'Cause
It's fine.
But she's doing something. She loves.
Still living at home?
No.
Oh, okay.
She was living here. She used to work at the spot here. A spot, not.
Oh,
That's not what
okay.
it's called.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I was
We're gonna
gonna
call it.
say,
I'm like,
yeah, we're
is
gonna
there a
call
place
it-
called the Spot? Okay. Yeah, no.
I was
Yeah, I get
realizing
you.
as I was looking at you, I was like, that
I'm a
probably
very
sounds
slow
like,
person.
Yeah, an
I'm a
actual
very,
spot.
very slow
She was
person.
working at a place here.
Uh-huh.
And loved it and moved away pretty recently actually.
Mhm.
She's still pretty close in the area, but we've been pretty close. When we were kids, we would fight a lot.
Yeah.
But we would fight, but she was always watching out for me. She always had my back. So we would.
Aw. That's the older
there was-
sister
yeah,
vibe.
there was one time we were driving to Oregon. It was my family. And for whatever reason, she convinced me that we were taking me back to an orphanage that I had been adopted from in Oregon.
Oh my god.
And so I was dead silent the
Mhm.
whole ride up. And it's like, I think we were going to Bend. So it's like 8 hours, give
Uh-huh.
or take. And I was silent for the whole car ride because I was trying to figure out why they were taking me back. I was
Yeah.
hook, line, and sinker. I was a kid. I was probably 6. Like, I was in
Yeah.
it. And finally my parents asked, why are you not talking? And I think I just, like, was like, I don't want to go back to the orphanage. Yeah, but I've definitely gotten her back in other ways.
Oh, that's.
But that pretty much sums up our relationship.
I
when
feel
we
like
were
that's a
kids.
sibling thing to
Yeah.
pull pranks on each other. You brought up orphanage, and my sister used to call me FedEx because she said that I used to come
Oh, no.
on one of the FedEx trucks because I look very different from my siblings. Like my brother and my sister look alike. I don't look anything like my siblings. I look like my dad for sure, but I still believed that like I was adopted because
I think
was,
that's why she got me, was because part of me was like, I could see it.
yeah, it got me too, and I'm very gullible. Like to this day, I'm very gullible. And when she told me that, I really did believe it. I'm like, wait, why are you serious? I was adopted. And then my mom would be like, Gayate, like, shut up. Like, you're not.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's like an older sister thing to do.
It's part of their job.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Also, part of their job to be like a mom. Because
Mhm.
I treat my I mean, I feel like my sister and I both treat my brother like we're his mother because we literally spoil him so much. Like we would take him out to eat all the time. We would buy him like cute outfits. So my brother's definitely like the baby of the family for sure. Yeah. Can't believe it's his birthday today. He's already 19. Damn. Time goes by.
It does. It doesn't stop.
Yeah.
It does not stop.
I know. And I'm like I'm already 23. It doesn't feel like I'm 23. Time flies.
I don't feel like I'm 24. I feel like I'm 17 stuck in a 24-year-old
Yeah.
body, which doesn't sound good saying
Yeah.
that out loud. It's not exactly ideal.
When's your birthday?
November.
November. Okay. Nice. So you.
Your birthday just was pretty recent.
Yeah, it was in April.
April.
April
Okay.
30th. Yeah.
Oh, so you just turned 23.
Mhm.
Okay.
Just turned 23. Yeah, I started working here when I turned 22, or a little after when I turned 22. Because I started here in August. I had turned 22 in April, so a few months in. Yeah.
Do you feel like an adult?
No.
Okay.
Yes and no. And I feel like a kid. Here's the thing. When you're interviewing officials and when you're questioning them, because sometimes you have to ask those hard-hitting questions. And when you go up to officials, you know, these older white men with authority that have been working at their job for 20 plus years, and you're over there asking them as a 22-year-old Latina at the time, like you feel like a kid asking them questions like, you know, why aren't you providing resources to these people? And you're asking them these hard questions. And like while you're asking these questions, you think to yourself like, I'm like a 22-year-old asking these officials these hard-hitting questions, and that's when I have that realization, like, damn, I'm really, that's when I
We're
feel
in
like the
two
age
different
gap.
places.
Yeah, definitely. But when I don't feel like a kid when I'm dropping off my rent every month and paying those bills for sure. So yeah, it's like I pretty much feel like an 18-year-old but with bills.
Mm-hmm.
That's
A
pretty
little
much
more
how it feels.
responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. A lot more responsibility. Still like learning, but yeah, definitely, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's ever a moment that you hit and you're like, oh, I'm the adult that people go to when there's a
Yeah.
problem. Like, that's me now.
And my sister's 30, and I don't even feel like she's 30. Like, to me, she's still 18 or 20 whenever she was, like, still living at home. Like, I still feel like she's still at that age. Even
Yeah,
though she's 30 years old
I
now.
know.
Crazy.
It
Yeah.
trips me out when I talk to my sister and that comes up. I'm like, you're 30. I keep telling her like she's my lighthouse, and she's the mile marker. So it's like, okay, if she's here, there's still hope for me. Like we're making progress. She's guiding me through the fog.
Oh my god, I feel you. And my sister has been like a wonderful resource. Like I said, whenever I'm having those mental breakdowns, like my sister is the one I go to for sure. Even though we weren't really as close when we were living together, like she is my therapist. I'm like, I should probably like get my own therapist, but like until then, like she has to suffer through my rants. But yeah, she's been a great resource. Like I said, she was the one that introduced me to or taught me about imposter syndrome, which was a complete game changer when I found out what that was. And she was kind of validating how I was feeling when I first started. So again, I give her lots of thanks. So although she was a headache and told me I was adopted all the time growing
Yeah,
up.
all the trauma paid off, right?
Yeah, exactly. It really did pay off because now we're really close. We're bonded. Yeah, it just sucks that I have to be really like far away from her. So
Mm-hmm. Is she's in San Francisco?
she's in a town called Hayward, which is a little bit south of Oakland.
Okay.
So from South City, it's about with traffic, it's about an hour, but without traffic, it's a cool 30 minutes. So yeah, not too far away from where I grew up, but still far away from here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she doesn't really come up to visit because she's really busy with her job too. So it's been hard.
Do you get? Continue.
No,
No. Say what you were gonna say.
Oh, I'm just saying like it's really hard to see each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's rare. And my sister, we're very opposite. She's very introverted. So even with family parties, she doesn't go out to family parties. So these last few times, or 2 weeks in a row, I traveled. First weekend, 3 weeks ago now, I went to San Francisco to go to my cousin's quince, and then last week I went down to LA to go to my other cousin's quince. She didn't go to both of them, so I didn't get to see her. I got to see my brother and my parents, but I didn't get to see her because again, she has a lot of like social anxiety, so she just doesn't feel comfortable going to family parties sometimes. So yeah, it's very hard seeing her just like one-on-one. So yeah, but that's it's a downside for sure. But that's what FaceTimes are for and calls and stuff.
I know. Thank God we had that, right?
Yeah. No, seriously. Shout out to FaceTime. And her answering my calls at midnight when I get off work for sure. Yeah, great help.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that your sister's like that too.
Oh
right?
yeah.
She like
My
a
sister's like my
mentor?
best friend.
Oh,
She's
I like that.
yeah. I would be lost without her. Hopefully she's not
Aw.
listening to this.
Yeah,
But
it'll be a little cheesy.
yeah.
Once in a while.
No, she's been very instrumental in my life. She's been one of those. I've been fortunate in that I've had these guiding people in my life that have kind of helped shape me.
Yeah.
And one of the things, she's probably going to hate that I say this, one of the things that I love about our relationship is she keeps me in check. She is
Oh.
not afraid to knock me down a few times, which doesn't sound great when it's phrased like that, but I think of it as a big blessing. Because sometimes you can get a little, I don't ever want to get to that place where you think you're too good to do something or you think you have it all figured
Yeah.
out. And she's not afraid to remind me.
Take it down if you knock.
Yeah,
Homeboy, like.
yeah.
Yeah.
Knock some air out of your head. Come back down to earth.
That's good to have someone like that in your
Yeah.
life. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
my mom is like that with me, even with this job. You know, as I hate to say this, but like you're a like as an English reporter, you're a why am I blanking on the word, like a persona in a way. You have
Like an on-air
image.
personality
Yeah, an on-air
type thing.
personality. And of course, like sometimes we have to kind of like publicize what we do and what we do. And I naturally like posting. I post on my stories all the time. But my mom was like, don't go showing off. Like, I know you got this really cool job and all. And a lot of my cousins, like, oh God, my cousins are great. They're doing great things with their lives. But I feel like no one has really like stepped out of like, done like an actual like career in a sense, in a way. So my mom was like, don't go posting, don't go showing off, you're gonna seem conceited, and and she just didn't want me to publicize everything in a way. So she keeps me in check in that point where it's like, always remember to be I know she means be humble, but she says it in a more intense way. But in all, she means to always be humble and don't go showing off. And and I never showed off that I live alone now. I have my own place. I have my own car. Like I never want to give off that like showing off vibe.
You don't seem self-conceited like that.
No,
I don't get that impression from you.
I can. For the same reason I dislike people that are like that are very show-offy. And like in high school, like I'm telling you, for lack of better terms, I grew up in a really ratchet high school where like people will show off their bands and their what was that one brand? True Religion, and
that was big for a while.
They're Jordans. Yeah, I was never into Jordans, and never my thing, but in my high school, a lot of people flexed, so many people, and to me personally, like even without my mom telling me, like that's cheesy to me. I don't wanna flex.
I never understood sagging your pants. I never got that phase.
Oh my god,
that was
everyone
weird.
sagged. I don't know if it was it the same in Eureka High School?
Yeah. I think it was pretty big everywhere. Every high school, I think, got hit with that one.
I feel like, and a lot of, I don't know if it was the same over here, but like a lot of the guys in my high school, they would wear like the saggy jeans, the saggy True Religion jeans, the Pro Bays, which is like a hoodie. I think it's a Bay Area brand. I'm not sure, but it was a Pro Bay. Like that was like the signature hoodie. And it's funny because whenever a girl would wear Pro Bay, everyone would be like, "Oh my god, who are you talking to?" Like, I know that's not your hoodie. That's a guy's hoodie. Like, it's funny. Like that was like the signature. Like if you wore a Pro Bay hoodie, like you were talking to one of the guys. So it would be like the Pro Bay, like the snapback, the white tee, like the gold chain. You had to have the gold chain.
You guys were really bougie. I don't know. We had gold chains in high school.
I have I'm not wearing it right now, but I have a gold chain. But again, that's like a Mexican, it's my Virgencita.
Yeah.
It's the one my grandma gave me. But a lot of in Mexican culture, a lot of guys wear the same silver chain or gold chain, but they would like pop it out. I usually took mine in, but they would pop it out. Have that'd be their style, and the girls for the most part would they wouldn't sag their pants, but they would wear the True Religion jeans and the Jordans, and but I never really delved into that style. It wasn't for me. I knew that did not look good on me, so I'm not gonna go that route. Some girls can pull it off. I can't.
There's a lot of money just to buy name brand clothes.
Yeah, and I think I like to consider myself. I've always been frugal. I like the finer things in life, of course. Like I follow so many like Bella Hadid pages and designer pages. Of course, I would love to live that life. But for now, I am going to stick with shopping at Target and other affordable spots for now until I'm rich and famous, and then I'll buy that stuff until I'll stick around with my Camry and in my apartment. But yeah, even if I were to have, I was gifted a designer handbag earlier, a few months ago. I'm not gonna lie, I posted it once on my story, so I'm guilty of showing it off too, but it was a really nice bag and I've been wanting it for so long. So I definitely showed off that little bit. But again, it's like that frequent showing off thing. No, that's cheesy. And I try to do like a subtle like showing off thing, like where it's
have it in the background.
Yeah, have it in the background.
Oh, look at my new clothes, and then it's like a designer handbag.
It's like focused on the designer
just
bag.
bought this new mirror.
Yeah, exactly. Just be a little subtle, but yeah. Gosh, what else do you want to talk about?
Whatever. We're like at 4.5 hours now.
Oh,
we can
God.
think
Okay,
about
I don't want you
okay.
to edit too much. So
we
let's
can,
just we can get this.
We'll definitely have to get you back on. That was a lot of fun.
Yes,
that was a lot
seriously,
of fun.
And I love this. And like I said, you're a pro at this.
Well,
I genuinely like being here.
Don't give people the wrong idea.
No, guys, he's a pro.
Very low
he's
level.
a pro.
I do want to ask you just about because you said something that kind of caught my attention. It was about that almost public-facing persona.
Oh, yeah.
And I would assume that, I don't know how, stop me if I'm getting too into it, because we can talk about something else. I would imagine that being a news broadcaster / reporter, there are things you can't really, you're not as free with your speech.
No.
Yeah. Is that hard to balance?
That's a really good question.
Because from my perspective, that's all I do here is just
Yeah,
like
you can talk about
because I don't have any overhead.
anything.
Yeah, so I could go
Yeah.
on and say I could say some wild shit, and it's like,
Mhm.
oh, that's just a
Like for
podcast.
example, politics, can't really talk about that. Also like my Mexican family loves to drink, right? I can't really post myself taking a shot out of the bottle, right? That's,
Mm-hmm.
I also don't want to lose my credibility. Even though I'm not on the clock, I still try to not post everything, or when I do post something, it's like not of me. It's like someone else drinking, or I definitely limit what I share online for sure. And I'm not like a crazy person either. It's not like a huge
Flat Earth
setback.
conspiracies.
Yeah, it's not like it's anything crazy like that. But like before in high school, like I was kind of like posting that. Now I don't do that, and also that was another thing that caused me a lot of anxiety because on air one time we do these things called weather teases before breaks. We're like, oh, and after the break we're gonna check in with first alert forecaster Daisy Caballero, and she'll check in on the weather and we'll kind of describe the weather and how it's been on the north coast. And one time I described the weather as bipolar. I was like, yeah, the weather's so bipolar on the North Coast. You never know what to expect. And I use bipolar, to kind of describe like black and white things, and I do realize that, bipolar is an actual mental disorder and I shouldn't be
Oh, people
describing.
got. Did you get
So,
flack for that?
no. So, my producer kind of like pulled me aside and said, and this was like recent, like into like really recent into the new job. And he goes, "Hey, Dania, like just FYI, I know you meant like you had good intentions." He said it in the nicest way possible, but he was like, "Don't say bipolar. Don't describe the weather as bipolar." And as soon as he said that, I got it. I'm like, "Don't worry, I'll cut that out of my vocab." Um,
Is that just because they don't want to cause any tension?
Yeah, and I understand.
Potentially?
If but being having bipolar is an actual like disorder, and I don't want to discredit anyone that has it. So I was like, okay, I don't want to offend anyone by describing the weather as bipolar. However, when I was listening to the newscast, one of our oh, I don't want to say who. I'm not going to say who, but someone described the weather as bipolar, and they were a meteorologist. So I'm like, okay, I guess it's I at that point I didn't really. I was like, okay, this person can say it, but I can't. But again, it's always good to stay on the safe side. But ever since then, that gave me like a lot of anxiety. Like I really have to limit myself as what I can say and describe. And I feel like as a lot of people say, like Gen Z has like their way of saying things. And one time on air, it was a show me something good segment, and it was about seals, and it was just a picture of seals just chilling in a tub. And I was like, look at those seals. Those seals are just like straight chilling. And I said straight chilling on air, like hella casual.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I'm like, I just said straight chilling. I'm like, I gotta remember, like our demographic is usually like older people, and they're not gonna understand straight chilling. Like, yeah. So definitely like I kind of have to rework my words in a way when I'm on air. To accommodate to our demographic, which is fine. But again, I'm not like fully myself, you know. But I try to, and try to be mindful with what I say. But again, that comes with a lot of practice and really working on my anxiety when it comes to that, because I never want to say the wrong thing on air, especially cursing. Like if you curse on air, like you're done.
You're done.
You're done. Like we're not even allowed to curse in the studio. So I try to cut down on cursing, like even in my personal life. I'll say freaking, which is so cheesy, but I just try to curse less for that reason, because I never want it to slip on air. Even like when I make a mistake and I'm like, oh shit, like I still try to cut that out for that same reason. I just don't want to ever make that mistake on air for sure.
Does that get tiring having to?
It's
watch
mentally
out for it?
taxing.
Yes,
It's
that's a great way to put
yeah,
it.
it's mentally taxing because you're constantly thinking
Critiquing.
about critiquing and thinking about what you say before you say it, which makes you stumble on words, and it's tricky. But I think with practice and the more time you're on air, you get better at it. So I'm still working on it. But again, ever since like I said bipolar on air, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, damn it. 'Cause definitely don't want to offend people. Don't want to say the wrong thing. And I'm a very sarcastic person. I'm so sarcastic, and I never want to even put out my sarcasm on air, because it could get taken literally. So try to cut that out. Yeah.
That's gotta be hard.
Yeah.
That's gotta be hard.
Yeah.
And it's weird because you're 23. Like 23 comes with social media, and it comes with sharing things and posting
Yeah.
things, and with your job you have to be very deliberate in that
Very
realm. You
official
can't
and
yeah
very
you just
authoritative. Yeah,
yeah
it's just
can't post a picture of you going through shots with your friends
Yeah,
at a birthday party, which is
exactly.
what somebody else your age would do.
Exactly. I know. Oh my god. Like I'm speaking about like friends taking different paths. Like a lot of my friends, like they go out and drink, and they the Bay Area thing to do is like go to a View and just drink Henny and like hang out. And I'm seeing all of my friends do that. I'm like, damn, like they're able to do all of that, but I can't, you know. But it's fine. It's again, I was never like a crazy party person. And for that very reason, like I have a lot of family on my social media, and I just know that if I were to post something crazy like that, it would get back to my mom, and I don't want my mom screaming at me. So even then, like I have my family to keep me on check too. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, definitely limiting my speech a little bit, but just for the good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the good. I don't want to make myself look bad or give myself or kind of give off the vibe that I'm like less professional in a way, because I could get why, you know, taking a whole shot out of a bottle looks not the best, you know.
Well, it's weird because we all know that people do that, and people our age do that, and people throughout their life do that at any
Yeah.
age, and so it's weird that because there is that expectation on people that are in this medium, especially reporters, right, where you have to maintain this credibility,
Mhm.
and for whatever weird reason that means having perfection
Even
facing the
outside of
public.
work, yeah.
Yeah, 24/7.
Mhm. For sure. And I've talked
That's
about it with
crazy.
other reporters too, and it's what comes with the job, and you know it's in your contract. And even I got told by when I first got hired and we had to go through like lots of training, our HR person was like, yeah, we check your social medias before we hire you.
That scares
And
me.
the thing, yeah, and
Yeah.
the thing is, like when he told me that, I was like, wait, is this real? Like you guys watched me, like, but luckily, like on my social media, even like before I got the job, I didn't post anything too hectic, so I had nothing to hide. But you know, for someone who wants to become a reporter, definitely make sure you clean out your social media before you apply,
How
because
many people need that
they
advice?
yeah, they do check, they really do check, and understandably, like we're public figures. I say that with quotation marks. So we do have to maintain an image. I keep hitting this with
No
my glass.
worries. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if
Mhm.
I could do that. I think it comes with the territory. You're absolutely right. For better or
Exactly.
worse, there's
Mhm.
that weird expectation of
Yeah.
perfection.
Exactly, and kind of like why I want to do like a YouTube channel where I could kind of
I think that's if
express
there's any
myself in a
takeaway
different
from this
way.
podcast, it's
Eh,
basically you got to do a YouTube
Number
channel.
one, you do YouTube channel, and number two, contact my high school to put my name up there.
We've got a game plan. Number
Yeah.
3, we need to figure out who at Hellsport can hook us up with some
And
discounts.
four, where we can ride horses on the beach, and five, you need to find out where your
I
grandparents
gotta
are
do that.
from.
I gotta do
Yeah.
that. I'm gonna text them right after this podcast. And say,
Yeah.
"Hey." I don't know if they'll.
Where are you from?
Yeah. Where?
What block were you
Nita
from?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
That I think it's been interesting because I've had a lot of people come on this podcast who are kind of tied in that sense where they're not. You're interesting because you have a contract, right? So you were
Absolutely.
literally tied to things. But I've had people come on
Mhm.
this podcast that are like, oh, you know, I can't talk about this just because I don't want people at work to hear me and get upset with me, or I don't
Mhm.
want any trouble type
Yeah.
thing. And I'm like, that is so exhausting. Because one friend in particular, she was talking about it that she really self censors because she doesn't want to offend people and she doesn't want
Mhm.
them taking it the wrong way. I'm like, how exhausting is life
It
living like that?
It is, and sometimes, you know, and excuse me, when I first started, I was covering a Centro del Pueblo event, and it was about, oh God, I don't remember what it was about, but it was something they were holding in front of the courthouse, and a lot of people that I like spoke with it was on Facebook Live, only spoke Spanish. So, you know, I was doing my Facebook Live in Spanish, but in the back of my head, I'm like, great, our viewers are all like speaking English. Like, what if they judge me? What if they tune out because we're speaking Spanish? That was always in the back of my head too. Also, when I do Facebook Lives, you know, you're on the scene and you're seeing these crazy car accidents and you know crazy fires. You can't be like, oh shit, this is a crazy ass fire. Like you can't really describe it like that. You got to be more official and kind of use your words more dynamically, if for lack of better terms. Um, and again, like you have to censor yourself and say anything. You can't say anything that will offend anybody. And unfortunately it is exhausting. It really is exhausting, but at the same time it's also like you never want to offend anyone anyways, so you kind of do want to be mindful still regarding that. Which is why I cut bipolar out of my vocab after that incident, Because even though like back then I would describe anything as bipolar, and now I had to cut that out. So yeah, and same thing like with the word ghetto. Ghetto has a bad connotation. That's like when I was in high school, I would describe my school as ghetto.
People say that about Eureka Live, that it's ghetto.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
yeah.
a lot of people say ghetto, and it was part of my vote. I'm guilty of it. I used to say it all the time, but now, like, also that word, I cut that out because it's bad connotation. Same thing like with the R word and the F word and all of that stuff. A lot of my cousins, I grew up hearing that all the time. Never, those two words were never. Maybe the R word was part of my vocab before, but just being mindful and not saying those things, even though you grew up, hearing those words all the time. Definitely cut that out for sure.
I've been careful, almost to not cut things out with this, just because my whole intention
It's to be raw, like
is to be raw. That's a great way to put it.
yeah.
Is more so not to manufacture my image.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it a little bit because I can throw down cussing, we can go there. And you just profanity is a tool. And if you treat it like a hammer and hit every nail that pops up, you can sound a little iffy. It doesn't come across as well. So I've gauged myself on that just because I want this to be interesting, and if I'm dropping F-bombs every 30 seconds, I'm going to tune out, let alone what the guest is going to do. But I said retarded in a podcast. I know you can't. I don't know if you can say it. You can't say it. I can say it. Maybe I shouldn't. That argument could definitely be made. I've never used it. I have to preface it, and I shouldn't, but I'm going to, that I've never said that in response to a person or anything like that. But I would use it on the podcast as, oh, that idea is retarded, or say something like that. And I had an old friend from high school reach out to me, and she said, hey, you shouldn't use that word. I've got a family member who has, who struggles, and it's incredibly offensive for people that are listening.
Yeah.
And this was early in the podcast, and I am a very anti-censorship kind of guy. Like, that is fundamental to my core.
Yeah.
And so I responded, thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. If I'm being honest, I don't know if I will be able to exclude it from my vocabulary. And I kind of laid it out to her, and I was like, I don't believe in censoring speech. And I told her, obviously, I've never used that in reference to someone. I would never do that. Hopefully, luckily she knew me, and I was like, hopefully you know me that I wouldn't do that. But I'm going to have to think about it. I'm going to have to think about if I want to censor my platform, I guess, as cheesy as that sounds, in that kind of way. But and honestly, I haven't said that word until we just brought it up. But I think when you censor, obviously you're an exception because you were in this contractual obligation to follow what you want to do. But I think I almost owe it to, this is going to sound so lame, I almost owe it to the people that are listening to push back a little bit when it's warranted, right? I'm not going to come on here and start saying the F word every 30 seconds because that's fucked up. But you have to, how do I want to phrase this? Language is an incredibly effective tool.
Yes. However, I want to counter that argument.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
You can always find other words that are less offensive to kind of like describe how you feel or have that same effect. So, and that was the same thing like when I had to cut ghetto out of my vocab, and I used to say that all the time. Ratchet. I say ratchet for lack of better terms, or just finding other words to describe how you're feeling. It gets the point across in the same way. So if you can switch out your vocab to be less offensive, like by all means. But again, I know it's very hard to do so. It's very hard to do so. When you grew up saying it, people you grew up with are saying it around you. It could be difficult. But yeah, like it could be a challenge. Try to find other ways to describe it, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think my fear, and I don't know, I think time will only tell if I took a decent stance on that. I'm too close to it to really, I'd be too biased. My approach was, I didn't want to cave into that because there is always going to be another word. There's always going to be another word that somebody finds offensive. So if you start, if you cut out, not hood rat. What did you say?
Ratchet.
No, what was before that? What was the other
Ghetto.
one? Ghetto. If
Uh-huh.
you cut out ghetto, then are we going to say ratchet is offensive? Then are we going to say that, which could be completely
I feel
untrue.
like the words that people find offensive have historically been used in a negative connotation, which is why people now are like putting their foot
Mm-hmm.
down and saying this is not okay. Like the F word was used to describe, you know, people in the LGBT community in a bad way, and I understand like why people shouldn't use it to describe or to offend someone. You know, same thing with the R word. Same thing with ghetto. Like all of these words that people find offensive have a historic like negative background. Whereas ratchet, I feel like that ratchet just the word came out like a few years ago. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know the history about ratchet,
It
but
definitely blew up a few years ago. I
yeah.
remember
So
in high school
I
that
don't know
was.
if ratchet has a bad history. Not that I know of, and again, maybe I need to educate myself more. But I feel like those words have again just a bad background. So
Historical context. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is when it comes to speech.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I struggle with a lot because obviously all I do here is
Yeah.
just talk. That's all I've got for me. So
Exactly. So it's always good to learn and educate yourself. And again, like I've definitely said some things in the past where I'm not proud of, and I look back and I'm like, oh my god. But that's why holding yourself accountable and educating yourself and having people, you know, say, hey, you shouldn't have said this. Like my producer in the nicest way said, hey, you shouldn't say bipolar. You know, I didn't get offended. I'm not gonna say fuck that. I'm gonna keep saying bipolar. Like no, I took it into consideration. I'm like, he totally has a point. Should cut that out. So I guess just educating yourself, and it's okay to make those mistakes. And if people like how your friend reached out to you, she did it in a very perfect,
oh yeah,
civil
that was a
way.
great way to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you know, you can keep making those mistakes, but again, you know, if someone tells you it offends them, and you kind of have to take into consideration sometimes, even though you're like, oh,
I was
fuck
gonna
your
say,
feelings.
do you know? That's my
So
what I struggle with.
because here, keep it okay.
Okay,
So like,
hit me.
let's put an example. Like, let's say your mom or your dad they do struggle with a bipolar disorder. Like that's an actual thing that you saw growing up, that it's been impacting them, and then you see someone on the street describing something as like bipolar in a bad way. Like, how would you feel personally?
I wouldn't. That's not a good question to ask me because I'm a sticks and stones kind of guy.
Okay.
I'm a sticks and stones. Words. I'm a firm believer that words do not have power to them unless you give them that power. But it took me, to be fair, it took me a while to get to that point, and I recognize not a lot of people are
See it
there.
that way.
Yeah, and I that's where my disconnect is because
Okay.
I understand that from my perspective, these are all just noises people are making with their mouth. So I can separate that.
But again, words have power. Words do
to
have
some
power.
people, to some people, I think to most people they do. I'm
Mhm.
not. I don't know why. For me, it was not always that way. Words have used to affect me a lot. But yeah, so I'm not. Maybe that's why I'm not the person to have this argument with because
Okay.
or conversation.
Understandable.
Just because I can see it from that perspective, absolutely, and I think in theory, yeah. But I think the world. This is where I always struggle with my parents because we've had these conversations. I love talking with my parents about deep things like
Yeah.
societal issues. Mainly because they're the only ones that won't like roll their eyes and be like, "Nick, shut up. We're done. We're done talking." But yeah, I don't know. I think that giving power to words is a problem. I'm a big guy on peace. Like my biggest thing is just being at peace and finding that peace and cultivating that peace. So you could call me any name under the sun or say anything to me, and I'm just gonna. My dad uses the expression "water off a duck's back."
Oh, he's
That's
just bounces right back.
It's
Like,
just gonna, and I think I attribute a lot of that to my dad because my dad's the same way. Where you could, it takes a lot to get him riled up, and that's kind of been my approach.
I see that. I mean, like for me, it takes a lot for me to get me angry, and again, like I feel like people, you know, could say bad things about me, it would not really affect me unless it's something that I'm insecure about. Like again,
those are the ones that get you, right?
Yeah,
it's like they say something you're like you've been thinking about it. You're like, God damn it.
Like I'm telling you, I like when I got that comment, because I had already been insecure with how I anchor shows and how, and you know, like I'm new, I'm still kind of finding out like my voice and how I want to talk on air, and when I got that message, you know, it was just
it hit the one chink in your armor. Yeah.
That one hit.
Those are the worst ones.
Those comments, yeah. So I do get it. You know, if someone's insecure about something and then you hear someone making fun of their insecurities, it could definitely damage them. Because I like to say I have tough skin. It takes a lot for something to really impact me. But not everyone is the same.
And it's got to be hard for you, again, specifically where you were in the public view in a very prominent position. I mean, tough skin only goes so far when you've got a lot of people coming at you.
Yeah, that's why, like, you need to take constructive criticism very well. You can't be offended, or you know, when people critique you with how you deliver the news, or even how you look, you kind of either say you don't care, or you kind of take it into consideration. So
do you get a lot of critiques like that from comments online?
So
we're going back into those comments.
Not recent. I'm telling you, I stopped looking at the comments a few months ago.
That's good. We're making progress. Yeah. I tell everybody that comes on to not look at the comments, because it's never good.
I'll look at the comments if I'm on Facebook Live and, you know, people are asking, like, oh, what other car was involved? Or if I ask them, like, can you guys hear me okay? Like, I make sure to ask those questions. Yeah, to make sure they're getting what they tuned in for. But in terms of, like, what I wear directly, I don't think I've ever received any. I know a lot of reporters do, especially women. They get critiqued a lot. However, I think like when I got the comment about my glasses being distracting, that went to my news director. So I'm like, I don't know if people are saying comments to my news director, because
he's just filtering them. Shout out to your news director. That's
yeah,
good.
Seriously. Well, it was Nazi at the time when she was there. But yeah, those comments would go to her. I kind of want to ask her, like, did you get any other comments? But
she's gonna be like, you don't want to know,
because she's very, like, yeah. She's like, girl, I'm saving you. You don't want to know. Because you know, a lot of people are they love Nazi, rightfully so. Nazi's great. She's
this is Nazi
Javid. Yeah.
Okay.
Very talented. Love her. Reason why I even got this job. Shout out to her. She's amazing. But I feel like the community would feel more comfortable telling her like what tweaks need to go on in the news. But directly, I don't think so. And like I said, that comment that was made towards me, that was like, oh, you suck, like, I don't understand what you're saying, was made to the North Coast News Facebook page, so everyone saw it. It wasn't like sent directly to me. So yeah. There was one comment that I think one of the worst comments, and this popped up in just right now, because this one really kind of, I didn't cry over it, but I did dwell on it for a very, very long time, where I said one of the street names wrong. I think I said Allard, and it's, I don't even know how to say it, Allard, I think how you pronounce it, but there was a breaking news scene. There was a fire on that street. And I was like, okay, guys, I'm on Allard Street here. And I said Allard. And then someone in the comments put quotation marks, Allard, get this, who is this, like, reporter? Like, is she, get this reporter out of here. Like, she's not even doing her job, because I mispronounced the name. And that one, like, stuck with me. I was like, oh, damn, like, they're questioning my ability to report. And it definitely sucked seeing that comment. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when it comes to anonymity in the internet, people...
No filter.
Yeah, people do things they wouldn't say to your face.
Yeah, but for the most part, you know, a lot of our viewers are very nice, and they say nice things like, good job, Dania, and you know, it's nice saying that. But there's always those comments that are like, you can't even pronounce the name right, why should we trust you? And, you know, it's stuff like that definitely sucks, but I do the best I can. And then also, like, in the beginning, that gave me a lot of anxiety, because I'm like, should I even say the street name if I don't know how to pronounce it? Should I just keep quiet? But at the same time, I'm like, I need to tell them where I'm at, you know? But yeah, it's just know, any viewers out there, I'm trying to learn the street names. I learned how to say Boone, or no, Booner, right? It's Booner. So people say Booner, but it looks like it's Boone. Right?
Oh,
Boone
I say
Street?
Boone. I have heard people say Booner, yeah, but I say Boone.
Yeah, well, apparently that, and also, like,
I don't even know what Allard Street. Like, I would have said that wrong.
It's Allard, so yeah. I said Allard, and it's Allard, I think. To this day, I don't know. I haven't been back there. Also, like, Del Norte, it's Del Norte up here, and other stuff like that I've quickly learned how people pronounce it here. So yeah.
I could not do that. I'd be messing up everywhere. I mess up. I've said this before too, but one of the things I really love about this podcast is it constantly humbles me. I make mistakes constantly, and then I'm forced to sit and watch through them. Yeah, as I edit, and it's a very humbling experience every
Oh.
time. Every time.
Yeah, when I go back, and I feel like that goes for everybody. I feel like we're too hard on ourselves.
Oh
Honestly, we
yeah.
need to be less hard on
But
ourselves.
how do you do that? How does that? Everybody says, "Oh yeah, be less hard on yourself.
You gotta.
Take it easy." I don't know if I'll ever reach that point where I can do that.
I feel you on that. Honestly, I'm still working on it because whenever I go back and I watch like my old clips, and I like, as soon as I hear myself stutter, I'm like, close the tab. I'm not gonna finish watching this. Like, ugh, no. Same thing like with my live shots. Whenever I like mess up on my live shots, it's so cringy, and I'm like, I wish this didn't get posted. Um, but it is what it is, and that's like, I used to be a perfectionist, and with this job you quickly learn that's it's not possible to be a perfectionist as a news anchor slash reporter. And like I said, like a good anchor slash reporter bounces back from their mistakes, so I'm learning how to bounce back from my mistakes without dwelling on them too hard.
Well, that's awesome.
Mhm.
I hate to end it here, but we unfortunately have to because our cameras have these are new cameras. I'm recently using these, and they have a 5-hour
No.
limit, and it's been 4 hours and 50 minutes
Oh my
since they've been
God.
recording. I think we've only been here for 4.5, maybe.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah. So
we,
do you?
we
we
talked
did.
a lot about
We
good, good
put in
topics.
some work.
Yeah.
Do you have any final things you want to say?
No. I think we covered a lot.
We did.
Honestly.
Do you want to plug where people can find you, where they can find your news,
Yeah,
anything
so
like that?
you guys, oh my God, I don't even know my Instagram handle. Let me look that up real quick, because it's like Dania Romero was taken, so I had to like change it to like Dania with like okay, so my Instagram is Dania_Romero10. My Facebook business account is Dania Romero TV. You can follow me on there. Also, if you guys have news tips, please send me news tips. I love covering new news ideas or anything out there in the community that needs fixing. Twitter, it's Dania with like 3 A's. Let me double check that, because my Twitter, all of the usernames were taken. My Twitter is Dania with 3 A's and my last name Romero. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Dania, this was
Like-
so much fun. Really,
Doing, like, 5 minutes plugging my
Yeah,
handle.
we've done so much time.
Yeah.
This was awesome. We'll have to get you back on. I'm excited to see
for
what you
sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure having having me be here.
do. It was my
so-
pleasure. It was awesome. Really.
Well, thank you.
All right.
All right, let's do this.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.